Good morning to the second day of DebCon. I'm super happy to have you here. My name is Chris. I do the moderation for this morning. Please come in. We have a really exciting talk coming up first. It's Freddy from Blockdaemon. And he has a really, really sexy title. I'm not going to take it away. I think the sexiest title of this morning. It's still cool. So please come in and enjoy Freddy's talk. Thank you.
Hi there. Glad to be here and glad not to be alone actually this morning. So thanks for coming out. I'll have, maybe some people say it's sexy, some people see it as complicated, a ménage à trois. It's definitely three buzzwords that I hope that you're sort of familiar with, because in 20 minutes I cannot give you the basics of all three of those. So I'll try to focus on the combination of these. But first, just a little bit about myself. I'm Freddy. I was the co-founder and chief data officer of AnyBlock Analytics, which was then acquired by Blockdaemon in December 21. Blockdaemon is an institutional infrastructure provider in Web3. So we offer nodes and data and staking and an institutional MPC wallet for institutions ranging from the very conservative TradFi banking sector, think Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan and the like, to fintechs like Revolut, PayPal and the like, and then obviously also like Web3 native foundations and institutions like that. So let's get into it. So just to give you a very brief intro into all of the three topics basically, so account abstraction, MPC and MEV. In between I'll sort of combine two of these each, so the smart accounts comparing account abstraction and MPC, and then later I'll dive into the MEV supply chain and how it connects with account abstraction. And then I'm going to combine it all and hopefully have some takeaways from different angles of different stakeholders. So account abstraction, and I have to say I'm the Ethereum ecosystem lead, so I'm always coming from the Ethereum lens of things, and I guess we're at the Ethereum conference, so we're talking ERP 4337. And there on the, let's see if this works, so on the one side you have the user, which has a wallet that is account abstraction enabled, and on the other side, on the chain, you actually have their code sitting there. And obviously 4337 is about this global entry point contract, which standardizes how we think about account abstraction. And basically the user sends his user operation instead of a transaction into the user operation mempool, where it is picked up by bundlers in the middle here, who then bundle all the user operations, send it to the entry point contract, who calls the contract of the user on chain to verify that it's paid for gas and then executes it. So that's sort of the very basic flow. This slide is actually from Visa, who did a POC with a paymaster, which is a way to abstract away the need for gas from the user, which is one of the great use cases that hopefully account abstractions, everyone is talking about bringing in the next billion users. So let's see about that. So you might have heard about account abstraction. If you haven't, I think there's some great talks today in the morning about account abstraction. So next up is MPC, which stands for multi-party computation. And again, you might not be as familiar with this topic. It's actually not only existing on Web3. It's actually started with Dutch sugar beet auctions and other sort of private key management. But obviously for crypto people like us, it's always about how to protect the private key. And as you can see here on this chart from Messari, is basically the user take an input, which is private, and they will be combined with others to then form something complete that, for example, could be a private key that then signs the transactions. And But none of those private parts will be revealed ever, and it's not going to exist in one place. And that's the magic, because obviously we all know about the dangers of private key management and being stolen, hacked, lost, not backed up, all these kind of things, right? And MPC basically solved this problem. Now, some say like MPC is HSM, KSM, and a multisig, but better. I'm not going to dive into all of these acronyms, but zoom in on the multisig part to just show you an example on how MPC technology is superior in that sense. Because if you see here on the left side here, you can see sort of the multisig. You have 3 locks to open the safe. So there's 3 keys and 3 locks. And one of the disadvantages is that you also have 3 transactions on chain, which means higher gas cost, and is also transparent on who participated in signing the transaction. Now, the threshold signature scheme, which is a subtopic of MPC, works a little bit different. There's only 1 lock. There's still 3 keys, or 3 parts of a key actually, that when combined are going to open the lock and the safe is going to open. So there's on chain, you can only see 1 transaction. You only pay 1 time gas fee. And also it hides away who participated, which might be a nice property, depending from your point of view, obviously. And it also can be upgraded. You can rotate the keys and all those kind of things for key management systems. So moving right along, now I bring those 2 together. You can probably already see that they're pretty much related. There's quite an overlap between the 2. But there's also, like, both of them make smart accounts basically elevate the crypto experience to your bank account, right? In the sense that you can log in with your email and password, you can have 2-factor authentication, you can reset it, all these kind of things. And both technologies provide this. But account abstraction has more the focus of making the transaction smart, while MPC sort of is all about the key management and making it more secure. Just to help you sort of differentiate, very high level. Then account abstraction, as we talk about it, is EVM specific, so all Ethereum mainnet, layer 2s, those kind of things, while MPC is naturally universal, so you can also apply it to Bitcoin, Solana, Polkadot, you name it, because the logic is off-chain, compared to account abstraction where the smart contract sits on-chain. Also, obviously, very important in this regard is focusing on the trust model. So on account abstraction, you trust a lot of smart contracts, so your own wallet account, the entry point contract, all the intermediaries involved there. While on the MPC side, you trust the technology, the MPC implementation, which is highly academic, highly cryptographic, and I don't understand any of that. And obviously, the infrastructure it runs on. And for account abstraction, I guess you might be familiar with, there's some prerequisites that you need. So standardization was achieved basically by 4337. But the dApps also need to enable smart accounts, which is not always the case. And obviously, we need those paymasters and bundlers that I mentioned before, so that to make it actually work permissionlessly. And on MPC, there's nothing, because to the blockchain, it serves like an EOA, like an external owned account traditionally. And so what I already said is the main benefit for account abstraction, or one of the main benefits, is gas abstraction. And on some other levels, it's open innovation. We've seen these standardization processes to standardize smart accounts, like the Safe team is proposing some methodology of enabling interoperability of smart contract accounts. And these kind of things. And also the policies are transparent on chain, which is great for DAOs, etc. But on the other side, MPC is more geared towards the institutional use cases, because number one, it's multi-chain, but it's also sort of closed source control of this MPC core technology. And the policies and the signers are private, and that is just more appealing to institutions generally. So now we covered 2 of the 3, right? So let's dive into the 3rd one, which is MEV, maximum extractable value. These days, it's not called the supply chain anymore. It's like a supply network. And this is the simplified version of it, basically. These days, it'll get complicated, and I'll break it down for you and start from simple and then make it complicated. So on the left side, you have the user and its wallet, who then sends a transaction to the searcher, who listens to the mempool, and tries to find, let's say, arbitrage opportunities, front-run or sandwich user transactions, sends the bundle to the builder. The builder makes the most profitable block of all those searcher inputs that he receives, then sends it off to the relay, and the validators subscribe to the relay in order to bring the block on chain. That's the 30-second nutshell MEV. And I mentioned already this goes through the public mempool, right? That's the public path. And as you already can guess from the layout of this slide, there's an alternative way, which is a private path. And this is to do with private order flow. If you're familiar with the MEV space, you might have heard about it. Basically, it's trying to get an edge from the different parties in this game and in this, trying to extract the value, and also from the user side of things, trying to protect himself against this, right? Not being front run, maybe even participate and recoup some of the MEV value as a background as a service. But obviously, there's also trade-offs because it introduces trust assumptions to those parties in the middle, and also there might be an inclusion delay for your transaction. But so this is going through the private path, and it can be done via an RPC service. So these are then your transactions sent to a builder mempool, and you can see here it goes straight to the builder, like let's say think Flashbot Protect and the like. Or you have order flow auctions, think cow swap protocol and things like that. And so there's order flow auction mempools as well. And in that scenario, basically, it's sent to the builder, who then shares it with either all searchers or a selected few of searchers, trusted searchers, so to keep it still private in a way, but also provide the benefits that the user is looking for. So now we have those two paths. And now we introduce account abstraction into this supply network. And there you see, you add another layer to that, because now we're talking not transactions, but we talk about user operations. And again, you have the bundler user operation pools, you have the order flow auction user op pools, and then there's also a public user pool being built. I don't think it exists right now, but it'll be built, so then we have the public equivalent as well. Now, I would have loved to add MPC to this slide, but there was no room anymore. So I'm going to start anew in here. So, and to talk really about the Ménage à trois, how those three topics come together. So you can already see I arranged it sort of MPC and AA on top, because those are the related topics. They're both about smart accounts. And then we have MEV as sort of the third party. Now you can combine them for front-run protection and to recoup your MEV. That's what we said, and it's the same for either an MPC wallet or for an account abstraction wallet. So nothing terribly new here. But then you can also combine MPC with account abstraction. And one of the use cases, or the prime use case in my opinion, is actually to enable gas abstraction via a paymaster for an MPC wallet. So you have this ultra-secure MPC wallet technology, but you still might want to abstract away the gas for the user, and then you combine it with the gas abstraction on the account abstraction level. So that's that way. And it gets really fancy if you try to do it the other way and combine account abstraction with MPC. I found two use cases for that. One is in traditional MPC setups, not with the Blockdaemon wallet. The Blockdaemon wallet is always on-prem completely for the customer. But in many of those wallets, it's that the provider runs one MPC shard and the user runs the other shard. So that makes it a little bit difficult, or you want to have an emergency recovery system that allows you, if your provider goes down, out of business, disappears, we've seen it all, so that you can recover your funds, right? And therefore, you need to back up the shard of your provider. Now, if you want to back up that, you could argue then you're back at square one, because then you need to take care of a private key or part of a private key. You need to back it up, you need to keep it secure, you need to have access to it when needed, all these sorts of things. And if you would back up that private key share with account abstraction setup, then you can have sort of this composable security and start small. You don't have to really put it anywhere. You can add a two-factor authentication later and all those kind of things as you grow your holdings on that account maybe. And then there's even a use case which I recently discovered, that maybe you could have an AA signature share on an MPC, and that would enable like smart accounts on Bitcoin. I'm not sure how sensible that is to do, but anyway, I saw it. I have the link in the slides, and I'm going to share the slides on my Twitter afterwards, so you can dive deeper if that's of interest to you. So now that we've all these things playing together, the question is it worth it? Because obviously you add a lot of dependencies. And I would argue that this is kind of dangerous, actually. Because those third-party dependencies, they all have a risk-benefit trade-off. So I've introduced you to the benefits, but also, it does add dependency, complexity. They need to be evaluated and monitored. Like, let's say, what is the best front-run protection service out there? I couldn't answer that question, and there's probably trade-offs within that category. And then even if you found the perfect solution for you, you need to monitor this if this stays the perfect solutions over a period of a couple of years, right? So there's effort involved in that. And then all of these services or technologies, protocols, they have a business model. So if it's free, then you're the product, as they say. So you have to think carefully about that. Which basically brings me to the takeaways. So what does it mean for you? And obviously I don't know your background, but so I try to put it into different buckets, basically. So most of you are retail wallet users, I would say. So your Degen stuff gets more complicated, yes, but there's also more options to stay safe. So I would say enjoy responsibly and learn about these methods of keeping your trusted assets safe. That's important and that's good, and that's what drives a lot of those innovations. Now, for institutional wallet users, which is sort of our target cohort, the complexity can be a threat to security. So for them, the risks are much higher valued or monitored, basically. So for them, it's often better to keep it simple and optimize for their needs separately. Now, if you are a wallet provider, then obviously this design space widens a lot. It has widened, and I'm sure this is not the end of the line. There's going to be new innovations that will make it even more complicated in the stack. So, and your bandwidth probably doesn't expand, right? You have a small team, and you really need to focus and zoom in on your target group needs in order to provide the best product. Now, if you are in the MEV space, and if you're, for example, a searcher or a builder, then there's new work for you to be done, basically, to watch, to not miss out. So right now, what we see is that the searcher is becoming solvers or fillers. Like, let's say in the cow swap protocol or something, they call different names in different protocols, but generally, the type of work that they do is the same. So searchers become solvers and fillers, and builders become bundlers in the account abstraction world. So that's pretty clear. And why do they do that? Because the mempool and the liquidity is fragmenting across those different, the public path, the private path, the various private paths. So you need to play in as many as you can in order to have maximum exposure and maximum benefit. And for dApp builders, like I said, the good part is for MPC behaves like an external owned account on chain, so you don't need to do anything. But if you want to enable your customers and users to use account abstraction, then you need to enable EIP 1271 for smart accounts. And also, with regards to MEV, you need to build MEV-aware applications. This can actually be a business model, like let's say for a wallet, if they don't charge a fee but they recoup the MEV, it could be even a business model. But definitely need to be thinking about MEV and how it relates to your dApp. And last but not least, for infrastructure providers, there's obviously a whole bunch of new roles available, basically, like running highly secure MPC nodes, for example, running an account abstraction paymaster, or run MEV-optimized validators. So there you have it. It's it might be sexy, it might be complicated, depending on your point of view, but I would argue that it's important to follow all of those trends and understand the interactions of each of those. And I realized this was very brief, and we could talk about this a lot longer, but this could be a start of a conversation. I'm happy. You can contact me, email, Twitter, or X, or whatever, and also find me outside. But I think we also have time for some questions.
Thank you so much. We do have a couple of minutes for questions, so if there are any, we have some microphones. Yep, over there.
Hi, I was wondering if you are aware of any examples of wallet providers that use this MPC model to build in additional checks such as compliance, KYC, and maybe also security checks, like a database of all the contracts that can be trusted and avoid any transactions to malicious contracts.
I don't know any concrete names, but I assume that a lot of them do. I know it's on our roadmap for sure. So yeah, it's one of the things that you can do in MPC, sort of, as well as in account abstraction. And so I know that there's a lot of talk about this sort of in the account abstraction, and I'm sure there are going to be sort of specialized providers for these, let's say, add-on services, right? Like scam protection or whitelisting of compliance or blacklisting bad addresses, if you think about the OFAC list and things like that. And I believe, and this is also why it's exciting to see the standardization approaches for the account abstraction parts, because that would allow sort of to have a plugin module that would provide these kind of services. And I do assume that these, maybe not as standardized, because the MPC technology is a little bit more specific, I guess. But I would assume that those same providers could provide those lists. Basically, it's just lists, right? And that feed in the logic and update regularly. Could also provide that to the MPC wallet providers.
We have time for another question. Do we have another question? Yep, over there.
One of the advantages that is often also associated with account abstraction is that you can move towards signature schemes in the future which are quantum secure. How does this look for, because theoretically why most of the account abstraction currently uses ECDSA, you can change this however you want, right? How does it look with threshold signatures, right? And in general, how far is the research there? How does it play along, and what would be avenues for this?
Yeah, so to my understanding, this is pretty similar, actually. So basically, both account abstraction and MPC would allow you to use any type of signature, which could be a security problem, but it could also be opening it up for mass adoption, because if you can use the biometrics on your phone, that is, from the usability kind of view, I think that's, to me, that would be the easiest, basically, just talking about myself. And also another sort of future benefit of that is that it could make it quantum resistant, because eventually, the signature schemes are going to break when we have quantum computers, and you want to switch that to something else, and that could be a way to achieve that, to my limited cryptographic understanding. But so, yeah, I think it's the same options and the same possibilities in both technologies.
Okay, but with NPCs, you would get a new key, right? Theoretically, again, it's more like on account abstraction, you argue your address can evolve, right? Like in the sense of, like I know it's chain specific, but your account can upgrade towards more secure quantum security. I'm just asking because on one of the earlier slides you mentioned, right, like that you can upgrade the security of your threshold signature, while actually for the multi-signature comparison it was said it's not possible. So I'm a little bit trying to understand this, how this plays into account abstraction, because there it's listed often as an advantage that it's actually that account abstraction can evolve better than MPC can evolve.
Right. Yeah. I think that's something that depends on the implementation. And so if you have your account abstraction upgradable, then you could probably do that. However, that upgradability might also be a security threat. You know, if you're, so there's at least to my understanding, there is a trade-off. I'm not an expert on account abstraction, but so I think yes, there are ways to do that, but that again comes with another trade-off. So I totally believe that the magicians can work it out, but.
I have to stop Richard, come up front and talk to Freddy, please. I have the unpleasant task of being the timekeeper, and we have to thank Freddy at this point for his awesome talk. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks.
Kann ich schon weitermachen? We continue. We have our second talk of this morning. We have Schliesske. He's co-founder or founder of Gelato, a really essential infrastructure project. And he has, I believe, a really exciting announcement. So it's really good you're all here. And please give it up for Louis.
Clicker, yeah. Hey, everybody. All right. So, thank you very much for coming to these early talks. And thanks, Freddy, for warming up the room. All right, I'm going to talk to you today about how you can build your own app-specific rollup. And yeah, I'm Louis. I'm the founder of Gelato Network. And normally I give talks about our smart contract automation protocol that some of you here might have used in the past already. That's what we sort of invented 4 years ago. It's been pretty much used by every DeFi protocol out there and many others. Or I would talk about our relay systems that have super high throughput gasless transactions on a relay API for 2 years now in production. And that really have seen a lot of great scale. Or I would talk about our Web3 functions that is a serverless Web3 environment that we built last year, where as a Web3 developer, you can write some TypeScript, you can connect to APIs like, I don't know, 1inch and all these things, bridge aggregators. You can generate payload from these APIs, and you can automate smart contract protocols, trading, all of that in your serverless environment. With off-chain data, with any resource on the internet, really. So Gelato Automate before was restricted to on-chain data. Now with Web3 functions, you have the Web2 world open to be connected to your smart contracts as well. But none of that today. I'm talking today about something very different. I'm going to talk about how Ethereum scales with layer 2s. I'm going to talk about how layer 2s work. I will look into how to choose your data availability layer, like rollups versus validiums, proving methods, optimistic versus ZK. And then also will help you to decide whether you should even have your own L2, because today it seems like my grandma and everyone else has an L2, but you know, why is that the case? Do you even need one? What do you need to run a ZK rollup? So there will be a bit more focus on ZK rollup. And yeah, then at the very end, I'm going to reveal to you today how you can use Gelato to run your layer 2. And some of you might have already heard the news, because I did this talk at SafeCon as well on Sunday. But maybe you're here again, and maybe I should open friends.tech for that, I guess. Thank you very much for coming twice if you're here a second time. All right, so let's jump into that. How does Ethereum scale with layer 2s? So, by the way, this talk won't be super technical. If you're a technical guy or girl, you might be a bit disappointed. There's a lot of great articles out there, I'm sure you know. So this is more like really for a general audience, more high level, what are layer 2s, what are rollups, right? So Ethereum today has this issue that it's a monolithic client where sort of the execution, data availability, consensus, settlement are pretty much done in 1 or 2 clients. And every node on the network needs to do everything. And that has essentially led to it not being scalable. We've tried for many years. Who remembers hyper-quadratic sharding? Never happened really, right? So yeah, that doesn't really scale. And what rollups have sort of come up with is this idea of separating out the execution of transactions into a centralized environment, essentially for efficiency gains and so on. And just using Ethereum for data availability, so actually storing the inputs to this execution, and the sequencing of these transactions, the ordering, we have consensus around this, of course. So that all remains with Ethereum, very critical pieces that a decentralized network should do. But the execution of the transaction, the actual state transition function and so on is completely done off-chain on essentially like today a single sequencer sort of centralized environment. Sounds bad, but why does this work? Why is this still Ethereum aligned and cool? Is because of proofs, right? Like ZK proofs especially, but also in the optimistic model, fraud proofs. And here the idea is that you run the computation off-chain. Not every node in the network has to run it anymore. It's much cheaper, much more efficient, but you can generate these proofs that it was run correctly. And that is very succinct, very compressed, and that can be stored on-chain so that anyone who's on the layer 2, if they detect a fraud or if they don't agree with how the protocol rules were abided by off-chain, they can exit on the L1. They can prove that something was done incorrectly. They can get their assets out again. So that's a bit spicy, but like, I mean, where do layer 2s come from, right? Like we already had sidechains for many years. So what is, you know, why did sidechains not work in most cases? Obviously, there's some cases where it did work pretty well. But in many cases, it was simply like people tried in 2017, 18 already. I mean, there were some enterprise chains, I think, and many others. To actually have a separate blockchain, to have app-specific chains and so on. But it didn't really work because security was, at least in most cases, didn't work because security was very hard to do. You had like a very low security because you would have to bootstrap your own external validator set. And I think apart from Gnosis chain, almost no one has really managed to do that well. Maybe one or two others, I don't know. But yeah, that's extremely hard, whereas with layer 2s you don't have this requirement because you can use the decentralized validator set of the data availability layer like Gnosis chain or Ethereum or Celestia. And you don't have to sort of build your own validator set. And also that's much cheaper because, you know, if you do a sidechain and you have to pay all these validators, you have to create a token, you have to inflate that token. It's extremely expensive to run a decentralized network. And with the layer 2s, you don't really have to do that. You still have quite a lot of cost today because you have to post the data to Ethereum. If you have a rollup, if you have a Validium, there's some nuances here. But yeah, it's still like overall the infrastructure costs are much reduced in this architecture. One other key aspect is bridging. So sidechains have had horrible experiences with bridging or, in many cases. I mean, let's remember, rest in peace, Ronin sidechain, Ronin bridge, I guess. Yeah, that was pretty bad. So usually sidechains, like they really don't have that much available to them in their toolbox. Again, there's some do it well, but a lot of them didn't do it well. And often there's like a multi-sig bridge or something. I think Hashi had a good talk here yesterday that you should probably catch up with as well for how we can do better here. But yeah, you don't really need this lack of security in the layer 2 construction because there you have in the ZK case, you have a fully cryptographic bridge that goes both ways. You can use validity proofs to move assets between this chain. It's all mathematically verifiable. In the optimistic case, you just sort of, you know, everything's happy and easy. And then if you detect a fraud, you can do this interactive fraud proof game, which isn't fully done yet. Optimism doesn't have it yet, but it's coming, I think. So yeah, that's another big thing. And then, in general, infra costs are much less on a layer 2 because you can technically run like the single sequencer. You don't need to have multiple, like that many nodes and so on, right? for executing transactions. Very quickly, again, super simplified. This is not a technical talk about L2s at all. I love them. They're on YouTube from many great teams. But this one, like very simple, if you haven't don't know how they work yet, very roughly speaking, there's a smart contract on the layer 1 that keeps a record of the state root of the layer 2. The layer 2 nodes do all of the execution of the transactions that get sent to them. They do the state transition function. They calculate the new state root. They store the new state root on the L1 contract so that the L1 is the settlement layer. They post all of the data, all of the transaction inputs to the L1 as well. And now anyone can recompute the state on the L2. And the assets on the L1 are also locked behind the state roots. And yeah, and now the crux is that a proof is computed, like a zero knowledge proof ideally, and that is also posted to L1 along with this, so that you can validate on the L1 if the computation was done correctly or not, and if it was done incorrectly, you can get your assets out. The smart contract will release them for you, because you can verify and prove that it was done incorrectly. In the optimistic case, there's a bit more of complexity there. So how does an execution flow on layer 2s look like? It's a very high-level explanation, but the users, the whole point of an L2 normally is that you use the L1 assets. Like I always refer to Ethereum, for example, as the decentralized asset layer. It should be really good at storing our world's financial assets and NFTs, what have you. And then L2s are these environments into which you can upload your assets and benefit from the cost benefits and the application execution on there. So yeah, you lock your assets on the L1 bridge contract. You send transactions to the L2 sequencer via normal RPCs. Your transaction is finalized. And by the way, this flow is again a bit more specific to ZK rollups, ZK EVMs, I guess. So transaction is finalized on the L2. But not on L1, that's the trusted state. So at this point, you're trusting the L2 operator, which is centralized. So you can have soft commitments and so on, but it's a bit fine in most cases, but it's not super robust. Then these sequencers send this batch data to the data availability layer, so any node can synchronize from there. This is the virtual state, it's a bit better already. And now the aggregator or prover takes these transactions and creates a proof that the state update was done correctly and settles that on the layer 1, and that's the consolidated state. And now you have finality. You basically have almost as good as guarantees as if you had done everything on Ethereum itself. But you didn't. That's the magic about it. So rollups versus validiums. In the optimistic case, you might have heard of Plasma. Like I think Optimism, for example, is also thinking about validiums, but they call Plasma in the optimistic case. What's the comparison here? Rollups use on-chain data for the data availability, versus validiums store the data off-chain. And by the way, I mean rollups are usually more secure. Validiums are less secure, but much cheaper. So on-chain data availability versus off-chain data availability / data availability committees, these sort of things. Transaction throughput today, roughly 200 transactions per second for rollup, 1,000 for validiums, 5 cents per transaction for rollups, 1 cent for validiums. Although I think this should in the future be more of a discrepancy there. The trust mechanism for rollup is cryptographically secured or crypto-economically secured with these proofs that I talked about, versus on the validium, it's not really that great because the security relies on a data availability committee for data storage. It's pretty good for many use cases still, but yeah, it's not as robust as a rollup. Again, it's cheaper though. So security and censorship resistance on a rollup, technically in the ideal state, every user can force the withdrawal from the rollup, although today, caveat, it's not fully the case on every rollup yet. Whereas in a validium, technically it should be the case, but if the data is withheld, then you might not be able to get out. So again, you have a bit more trust in some of these more centralized parties here. Ideal use cases for rollups are obviously high value, high stakes use cases, crypto payments, these sort of things where you are willing to pay for a lot more security, so probably card issuers, all of that. And then for validiums, it's more like maybe games, really low frequency use cases, high frequency use cases, and low cost use cases. In terms of frameworks, in the rollup frameworks today, we have obviously the OP stack is very popular. We have the Polygon ZK EVM stack. We have Arbitrum Orbit, ZK Sync hyperchains. And then for Validium's, Polygon just dropped the CDK that we're also working with. Arbitrum has antitrust, and I'm sure there's many more coming there as well. Optimistic versus ZK rollups. So what's the difference here? Caveat, as normal, like I think a lot of people are very bullish on ZK. I think the Optimism team, for example, are also like looking more into ZK now. So this is maybe a bit biased here towards ZK. But yeah, it's still factual, I think so. Transaction finality with optimistic rollups takes much longer. Why? Because you don't have these neat ZK proofs. You need to wait for someone to come in, detect fraud, prove it. That's quite a long process here. Versus ZK rollups, where it's super fast, you can have finality as soon as the proof is generated. Although today that still takes quite a lot of time and is quite costly. Fund withdrawals, again, same reasoning. In optimistic rollups, if you go back to the L1, it takes forever if you use the crypto bridge. Now, of course, there's liquidity bridges like Connex, Layer 0, and so on that you could also use that sort of abstract this for you. But if you use the actual cryptographic way, then it takes quite long. Whereas with ZK rollups, we have sort of this future of instant bridging, trustless bridging between all of them, which I think is currently also all the rage for Polygon 2.0 and so on. Everybody builds these sort of internet of rollups, right? Things where interoperability is essentially solved via ZK communication. Optimistic rollups today can do like 200 TPS. ZK rollups roughly 100 TPS. 5 cents versus for optimistic rollups versus 7 cents for ZK rollups per transaction. The validation mechanism for optimistic rollups is fraud proofs. ZK rollups have validity proofs. And in general, optimistic rollups are more EVM equivalent. ZK rollups are usually more compatible, although there have been great advancements made by the Polygon Hermes team, for example, on that front. And I think Scroll is also doing great work there. In terms of security and censorship, optimistic rollups do have some more vulnerability to censorship, probably, although it is a 1 of n honest participant in the system assumption, which is pretty good. But ZK rollups, as long as there aren't any bugs, and there are probably bugs, but as long as there aren't any bugs, it's perfect, like mathematical security. You can reason about that in a mathematical sense. Frameworks, Optimism, Arbitrum, and ZK EVM is Polygon, ZK Sync, Linear, right? So should you have your own L2? If you need low transaction fees, high throughput, fast processing, instant finality, more control over UX, very important part, more customizability, KYC, token utility, you should really think about it. But if you need atomic composability, like flash loans and so on, frequent entry and exit to like L1 assets, and censorship resistance, like strict, like super good censorship resistance and resiliency, then maybe not. Yeah, the screen is back now. All right. So here is just some ideas, like this might change, but like who should have their own L2? And actually, some of them are already launching now, right? Like perpetual protocols, right? Perpetual DEXs need very high frequency trading, very much better in instant finality, much better for an L2 than for an L1. Web3 games, NFT marketplaces like Zora, right? Social media platforms like Lens, I'm sure they will have their own L2 at some point. I think they're already working on it. Enterprise blockchains, ecosystem chains like Base, payments like Gnosis Pay, amazing use case. And vertical integrated DeFi. So if you don't really need access to any other composable apps, but you have built everything yourself, that's also a good idea. But you probably shouldn't worry about an L2 if you're like a yield aggregator or DEX aggregator. What do you need to run a ZK rollup? Just a quick list here. So infra you need is you just need to run RPCs on all networks, like the L1 and then all the L2 networks that you want to provide. You need to run a ZK prover and aggregator. All of these things are sort of being built by Polygon and others, right? You need to deploy them. Can be quite costly. There's still a lot of sort of changing code. You need a sequencer, synchronizer, some databases, bridging API. You need to deploy the L2 smart contracts on the L1. And then the additional services you need, and that's really the crux, because you can sort of spin up your rollup, all cool, but it's completely useless if you don't have the suite of tools that we're used to from the L1 ecosystem. So you need a block explorer, you need TX debugging tools, you need indexers like the Graah and so on, you need oracles, right? Bridges, relayers, off-chain computation. Some of these things we already provide at Gelato, like we have off-chain computation with Web3 functions, we have relayer account abstraction with the Safe team, right? A lot of actually a lot of apps and chains use our Web3 functions to stream data from oracles like Pyth and Redstone and so on to chains. So a lot of this we can already provide today. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, because at Gelato, I'm quite excited to announce that we are introducing our Gelato Rollup as a service platform, which is essentially there to make your life much easier. If you want to deploy an L2, a ZK EVM, or OP stack chain, we are there to help you. We are there to integrate with all of these services you need. And ideally, we want to get to a stage where on day one, you can come, you can commission your chain, you can launch your applications on there, and you have all these tools that you would have on an L1 available to you as if you've never left the L1, right? That's the goal here. And yeah, basically the most advanced Rollup as a service platform will look like that. It's like one click to deploy, and then you can sort of pick and choose from all of the tooling you need on the chain. It all gets commissioned the same day. You have a very simple pricing model for it, and now you can launch your application at super low cost. Like you can cut your fees, your gas fees, and your users' fees by 100x or more, depending again on what configuration you choose. If you prefer security over cost and so on, those are the decisions that we will help you make. It's super fast and scalable, so you don't have to worry about network congestion anymore. In your app-specific rollup, it's just your app, if you want that. And yeah, you can have thousands of transactions per second. Native account abstraction is something that we're really happy to ship from day one as well, so that you can finally have better UX. You have way more control over the UX on your chain. You can have everyone have a save like as a smart account. I think ZK Sync did something cool there with their native account abstraction. And you can sort of do away with the need for gas and so on at all. And you can have native access to Oracle, smart contract automation, all of this we provide. We're working with a lot of great partners here already, like Layer 0, Connext, Safe, also great infra teams like Gateway, we're hoping to collaborate with. And yeah, this is what I'm announcing here today, and we will, I think, have a working prototype very soon, a testnet very soon as well, and expect more announcements to come this year, and soon also some actionable UIs. So yeah, you can think of the Gelato Rollup as a service platform as essentially your dApp with this middleware layer of scalable RPCs, block explorers, indexers, and then test faucets, bridge plugins, of non-ramps, KYC, very important for enterprise chains, and then you have account abstraction, oracles, automation, off-chain data, VRF, and so on. You can then pick your rollup stack. Do you want ZK EVM, ZK rollups, or do you want an optimistic rollup? And then you can also choose your data availability layer. So do you want to settle to Ethereum? Do you want to use Celestia? Do you want to use data availability committees? So all of this will be available to you there. And that will allow you to build your rollup just the way you need it, with just the properties that you'd like. Yeah, we make it easy for you with partners like Graah, Goldsky, Pyth for oracles, Redstone, bridges like Layer 0, Connext, Block Explorers, and other key infra like Monerium, who are also giving a talk today, great guys, and Safe team. Yeah, and so today I'm introducing the Gelato Rollup as a service, and later this year we are launching ZK EVM rollups, mainnets, and then on Q1 2024 we will add support for Validium, so you can also have these cheaper chains. And then in Q2 we also want to integrate with KYC providers, so that if you're an enterprise customer, you can also have a fully KYC rollup, which I think is super great to get more non-crypto people into the space that simply need this sort of compliance. That's it. I think I'm already over time, but yeah. So come build with us to scale Ethereum. That's our ecosystem. Like Gelato has been doing many great things over the years, and we have been sort of integrated by everyone out there, I would say. Yeah, so you're in good hands with us, and would love to talk to you. I'm here all day. If you want to build something, let me know. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. Really exciting news. We have time for one quick question, if there is a question in the audience. Yes, over here. While you wait for the microphone, I tell you that we have amazing ice cream sponsored by Gelato, which is really delicious. Please.
So most of the crypto project rely on a token. Do you think a way how to extract value from your system and give this value to those tokens? So if I have a project with a token, I want to run on your system my L2. Can I use my token to let's say pay gas fee or something else? Because,
yes. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, a lot of projects ask about this. I think everybody is longing for utility. Yes, this is totally possible. Sometimes I don't think it makes that much sense, because ideally you can do away with the whole, hey, you need a token to pay for something to do something, because I think that's a blocker for mainstream adoption. But totally up to you, definitely works. Just have to be also careful, like if you have a rollup that settles on Ethereum, we can allow you to pay, have your users pay with your token, but that token will then have to be swapped to pay for the Ethereum cost on the one end. But yeah, it definitely works. We can already do that today with our one balance system. Yeah.
That's it.
Unfortunately, that's all with the question. Thank you so much, Louis.
Thank you, everybody.
And as he said, he's here all day. Let's give him a round of applause. And
Thank you.
We're back in 1 minute. We're back in 1 minute. Hi, everyone. Come in, settle down. We're up for the next talk. It's Tobias Schubotz from the SAFE team. And please welcome Toby to the stage.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Toby. I work at SAFE, and I'll be speaking about modular smart accounts. For this, we need a little bit of an intro to what smart accounts actually are, just also to account for different knowledge levels inside the audience. Then I'm going to be introducing what we mean by modular smart accounts. The slides will be up in a second. And then I'll be sharing what we are doing in the area at SAFE. And I'll conclude this presentation with what this actually means for wallet devs and users. That's what I was talking about. Yes, smart accounts. What are they? Why are they needed, actually? So I assume most of you have seen one of these slides in one way or the other. Web3, Ethereum is not ready for mass adoption. And the news about compromised keys, lost funds, exploits just won't stop coming. And it's just a matter of time until the next one occurs. And smart accounts are crucial to solve this, to prevent this. A motivation from a little bit of a different angle is the following. There's this popular article by Vitalik explaining the 3 transitions that Ethereum has to do in order to migrate from this experimental piece of tech towards something more mature. One transition is scaling by moving to L2s and rollups. The second one is actually the wallet security transition, everyone moving to smart contracts, wallets, smart accounts. And the last one, the third one, is the privacy transition, which refers to that all transactions have to be, they need to be done in a privacy-preserving manner if the user intends to, and actually not only the base transactions, but all gadgets that build on top of that. So specifically relevant for us here is that second one. Ethereum will fail, according to that blog post, because users would be uncomfortable storing their funds and their non-financial assets, and everyone would just move or stay on centralized exchanges. And this triangle here is not one of those triangles where you can pick 2 out of 3. No, you actually need all 3 of them. So, smart accounts. The traditional account on Ethereum are private key-based accounts. They're controlled by the single secret, typically a private key, seed phrase, and they have this all-or-nothing security model. Once you handed out your private key, not really a way to take it back. Basically, you handed over full access to your account. Smart accounts, on the other hand side, they're controlled by code, meaning they're customizable. So really, the core advantage here is that you can customize your account via code. So you can compare a private key-based account to an old school traditional mobile phone. And then a smart account would be a smartphone. So where you have different apps, you can write different apps with code and to customize the functionality of the device. What do smart accounts enable? First of all, easier onboarding. I mentioned on the first slide, Web3 is not ready for mass adoption. Onboarding is the first step. With smart accounts, you don't need to think about the super secure setup right from the get-go, which is a problem because if a user just starts their Web3 journey, they don't know much, right? And so with smart accounts, you can actually start with something simple, and then as you gain experience, as potentially you want to secure more valuable assets, you can add security on the get-go. And for instance, two-factor authentication or something more secure, more elaborate. The second one is access scopes, so you can really define, you can actually grant partial access to your account depending on the use case. For a specific app, you might just want to hand over that one part of your account to have access to for another app that's separate, or you want to set somehow limits more generically, so that's all doable with smart accounts. You can also limit the temporal dimension, meaning you can hand out session keys, which are valid for a specific amount of time for a session. And once that session is over, you can actually take back access. And that key isn't out there forever, but actually only you then can access the account. The fourth one I want to mention is you can actually replace keys that you use or the means that you use to access your account. For instance, many users do store their secrets, their private key to their accounts in password managers. And if you were one of the unfortunate people affected by the LastPass hack in the last year, you probably had to, migrate your accounts, your private key-based accounts, over to something completely new. That changed your account address, that changed your identity, because there was this all-or-nothing security model. There was no way to do that otherwise, to be really secure, that will not be exploited in some way. With smart accounts, in the best way, you could have just replaced the access or the key used to access your account, and so your identity would have stayed the same. Another advantage of smart accounts, which I'll be going to in a little bit more detail, is transaction batching. In my opinion, it's actually one of the most straightforward ones, and it's actually in use out there since quite a while. A typical DeFi interaction is a DEX swap, for instance on Uniswap, but also on one of the other traditional exchanges. You typically connect your account, then you have to make an approval transaction, and then a second transaction to actually swap tokens to make actually your exchange. With a smart account, you can batch that together. Sure, you still need to connect your account, but then afterwards, it's just one action to swap tokens. Now, that's rather simple. It can become arbitrarily complex. For instance, if you, for instance, would like to take some liquidity tokens from, for instance, Curve, put them into a yield aggregator such as EURe, you require a number of transactions. With smart accounts, you can batch them together. And there's plenty of examples out there. Essentially, the answer is always the same. You can batch that together. I'm also well aware that EURe, or in that case Maker, they have since improved. It's not that you actually need 5 transactions, but only 2 or 3. But still, it's all they did that by customizing their platform, whereas smart accounts actually provide a standard on the wallet side to make this to do this in a more generic way. And so by doing that, we're able to focus on the actual user step, so the user action, the business action that the user wants to do. And we don't let ourselves and our users be kept hostage by, to a certain extent, by the technical shortcomings of the underlying, blockchain, because there was a reason why many transactions have been required. But we're able now to actually reduce that and really focus on the step, on the user action that someone actually wants to do. Yes, the smart account ecosystem is growing. It's not a thing of the future. It's actually right here. Safe is doing work in the area. There's plenty others out there. And I would say it's not only the smart account ecosystem, it's actually also the account abstraction ecosystem, which you can use in a synonymous manner. Account abstraction is this phrase or term which has gained attraction this year tremendously. Via one ERC 4337 that was mentioned in the first talk today, but also via other initiatives. And it's really, in my definition, or in our definition, that decoupling from the account, so the identity, from the way you authorize transactions, from access control. And so essentially, it's the same like a smart account, where you can customize the way you access your account, you authorize transactions. Even just looking at SAFE, so I know this slide is meant a little bit to overwhelm you. We're seeing some growth. We have lots of projects building, integrating on all levels of our stack, from the protocol layer via infrastructure all the way to the interface. And so this just as an example that smart accounts are actually used. They are here. Now it's all that great. What's still missing? So why haven't they really taken off in the greater scheme of things? Because if we look at Ethereum or EVM-based chains, private key-based accounts are still the standard, and smart accounts just have still a long way to catch up. There are a number of challenges. One is vendor lock-in and fragmentation. So SAFE provides a smart account. There are other smart accounts out there. They're usually not compatible because everyone didn't make compatibility a priority. That leads to fragmented and incompatible ecosystems and generally a lack of reusability. And so hence duplicate work, which is a problem if you actually want to scale, if you actually want to build on top of the work that others have done before. A second challenge is discovery. So I shared a slide with the many number of projects that work with SAFE, but we don't have, like we have such an ecosystem map, but on a more technical level, we don't have a central place for all the extensions, all the customizations that one could do with smart accounts. And so that lack of discoverability originated or leads to a lack of distribution, and also generally the curation mechanisms that don't exist, that we have to work on. But it is a problem for adoption, because even inside the SAFE ecosystem, there is duplicated work being done, and there is a lack of reusability. And last but not least, smart account is code, so we're introducing additional security risks by additional smart contract risk. And so smart accounts are can be in a way more complex than the traditional accounts, and so you just have to think more carefully about security to ensure really all the assets are secure. That brings us to modular smart accounts. We had 3 challenges: vendor lock-in, discovery challenges, additional security risks. And modular smart accounts propose a solution for this. First, on a rather abstract level here, the first one is interoperability. This one's really the killer feature of private key-based accounts. You create them once, and you can use them on any EVM or compatible chain. You can use the same identity everywhere. With smart accounts, that's not a given. So we have to ensure that in one other way, they are portable, they're compatible with each other, in order to really double down on the composability opportunities that we have there. Open source is for sure definitely a requirement here as well, because smart accounts are security critical, and so you need to be able to verify what's actually going on in the code. Second one, discovery. We just have to find distribution mechanisms, curation mechanisms, because it's really hard definitely for user, but also for wallet devs to really, well, first of all, find work that has been done before. It's the first step, but then also you need to be able to evaluate, is it suitable for my use case? Is it secure? Who else is using it? And all these questions. And so we need curation mechanisms. And last but not least is the security components. Smart accounts are, or modular smart accounts, like the name says, they're modular, so we need to find a way to encapsulate security properties as much as possible in order to really build for a diverse extension landscape, because we have this advantage of extensions, and so we need to definitely find a way, some kind of a pipeline to ensure the security can be assessed, because otherwise it won't work. So I compared previously a private key-based account to a mobile phone, an old-school mobile phone, and a smart account to a smartphone. So if we now have a classic smart account and a modular smart account, aren't they both smartphones? I would say yes and no. Yes, also I call it here monolithic smart account is customizable, but in reality, they stay rather static after creation. Yes, it can be customized and they're adapted to the specific use case, but then afterwards, we don't take advantage of what can be done with them. Whereas the modular smart account, yes, they're also customizable, but we are ready for regular upgrades. They don't have to happen. It definitely depends on the context and on the user if one should or wants to do that, but we're prepared for this. And so this is really like the left-hand side is a smartphone without the App Store. The right-hand side, in my opinion, can be compared to a smartphone with the App Store, because then there is a way for developers to add more code while it's being run. There's space for upgrades, and there's also the App Store has a review process. Also, there is a review process required for modular smart accounts. This is a bit of a more elaborate summary of what I've been mentioning so far. We need to be able, like smart accounts enable a composability, so developers reuse components. Second, they need to be customizable to the specific use case. The third one is we need to find a way to keep things still secure despite the additional smart contract risk. And last but not least, they need to be adaptable, upgradable in a way to whatever new use cases will arise. Because yes, Ethereum may potentially in one part has achieved a product market fit with some DeFi applications, but here and at other events, plenty of people suggest more and more use cases, and wallets or smart accounts can be prepared, but they will need customizations in the future, so we need to be prepared with that, and we think we can be prepared with that via modular smart accounts. All right, modular smart accounts at Safe. Safe is at its core a modular smart account framework. We've been working on this since 2017 with the first public release in 2018. And just as a rough overview, besides the Safe core contracts, you have roughly three main areas of extensions. One is guards. It's essentially hooking into the transaction logic by adding checks before or after a transaction takes place. These could be, for instance, risk checks, or it could also be MEV protection mechanisms. For instance, the EURe team is doing work in the area here as well. The second area are modules. They actually extend they are able to create a transaction logic besides the transaction logic of the core contracts. So they essentially extend functionality of the smart account from the ground up. Examples here are recovery, if you lose access, or also specific role hierarchies, for instance. And last but not least, there is a thing called fallback manager, which allows to handle arbitrary function calls inside a safe. That one is required for some signature schemes and to validate if a safe actually has been authorizing a specific action. I've been mentioning that at the beginning of this presentation that smart accounts enable a number of things, but there's a reason why they haven't been taking off yet. And we actually have the same issues just looking at Safe. Our killer feature here with Safe has been multi-sig. So essentially, as a group of people, you can together create a safe, and then depending on what you want, a number of people are required to authorize transactions. This is how we got traction. This is how we got product market fit. This is how the Safe got popular. Safe enables so much more, though. I mentioned a couple of things here below the waterline. some things such as spending policies, they're actually live in our product. Some other things are being developed. Others are still a thing of the future. Some of these opportunities are done via actors in the Safe ecosystem. But yes, we have those challenges that smart accounts on a general level have inside the Safe ecosystem as well. And we need to solve for this. So what we are proposing as one piece to make this better is a modular smart account protocol. It's called Safe Core Protocol. On the one hand side, on the left-hand side here, we have users and their accounts. Of course, we believe that the Safe Smart Account is best suited for this, but we think the protocol needs to be open to any vendor account. On the other hand side, we have all the extensions, all the customizations, plugins, hooks, function handlers. There can be many, many more, and we need to bring them together. And we believe there needs to be some registries, on-chain registries, to make this happen. First of all, to make them discoverable, but also to curate them. For instance, there can be a registry that just lists audited, super secure customizations and integrations, another registry which is more experimental, and there can be many, many more. Actually, we don't intend to write or maintain these registries ourselves at Safe, but the protocol is actually set up to be agnostic on all dimensions. So yes, there was a slide with the iceberg. We actually want to establish Safe Core Protocol at the center of it, and then find a way via registries to make it discoverable and basically, yeah, reusable. What does this mean for wallet devs, wallet users? Before I get into that, I just want to highlight some details about the Safe project. Because we have on the one hand side, Safe Core. It's actually our smart account development suite with the core contracts, with a number of SDKs, some basic, not so like some basic APIs also that are required to actually get going. To if you want to build on top of Safe as a project, as maybe even a third-party wallet. On the other hand side, and this I think what makes Safe unique here, we have the user interface as well. It's called Safe Wallet. It's actually trusted by a number of users, by quite some assets as well. And so we have both. So once we ideally establish that Safe Core Protocol, we also have, or we at least can showcase via Safe Wallet how it can be used, what advantages it brings for wallets. So we can actually kickstart, or this can be one puzzle piece to kickstart the protocol. So the first one was security. You can already benefit from the security of Safe by just reusing the Safe core contracts. They have been around since quite a while. Fortunately, no high or critical vulnerabilities found yet. And so yeah, they're trusted, you can reuse them. However, I was talking about that customizations, they always bring additional risk. And so we're working on also some kind of an audit pipeline, audit tool chain for new extensions that these extensions can or need to go through. One piece was the publication of an EURe for on-chain audits. It's just the first step. There will be many more because yeah, we require some standards there and need to collaborate with the audit and security firms there. And yes, depending on the registry, there are different security attestations, depending on what security level you actually want or need as a dev or as a wallet provider. Portability. We are working on portability on different dimensions. Just to highlight a few, you can tap into the existing Safe user base. If you're compatible with Safe, there's nothing that prevents a Safe user to, for a specific use case, work with another wallet, because we expect wallets to be use case specific, but the account, the underlying identity needs to be portable. Also, following a standard will help with dApp compatibility. What I mean here is dApps built still primarily for private key-based accounts. And we noticed that, or we had to learn it the hard way, that some use cases, the classic one is signing messages, just don't work with smart accounts because there is no single private key. There are solutions for this. In this instance, EIP 1271. But yes, dApps slowly are adapting to that, due to our work, due to the work of all, or many other smart account providers in this space as well. But by ensuring that you use something that's used already, you can benefit from that. Discoverability, I was mentioning that term a lot of times. There are existing components. You definitely want to reuse them if they cover the use cases you have in mind. I was mentioning the spending limit that we have in our UI as well. We're actually planning in Safe Wallet to add more and more on-chain extensions as well. There is the Zodiac suite of modules. Zodiac is a project inside the Gnosis ecosystem as well. They wrote a number of safe modules for specific use cases, which can be used. They're mostly audited as well. And yes, all this can be, we try to enable that via these mentioned registries. And the last one I want to mention here is versatility. We believe at SAFE that security and trust exists on a spectrum. There is no one solution to all the problems here because there's this wide range of use cases, there's this wide range of different users, of different knowledge levels, of even different security requirements and assumptions. And so smart accounts really allow to build for the spectrum depending on the needs. To make this more specific, something we are mentioning regularly is hybrid custody. This means that sometimes actually partially centralizing a part of the system can actually be beneficial for a user. What I mean is, you as a user, you still hold primary access, and it's a self-custodial wallet ultimately. However, for a specific use case, for instance, or maybe a part, you might want to interact to a certain extent with a more centralized actor. For instance, custodian, if that's okay for your security model and your trust level, you could work together with them to approve transactions, for instance, above a specific spending limit, or probably more important for retail users would be that they would be able to recover your account in case you lost access. Second one is insurance. Transactions, verifying that a transaction really does what you intended to do is a hard problem. And so a centralized actor could help with fraud monitoring and could block malicious transaction. I think it's important that they cannot here. For anyone who doesn't have a safe, the right QR code is for you here. Yes, please create a safe. We integrated, for instance, also Gelato on Gnosis chain, where we sponsor transactions. So it's if you haven't tried safe yet, that's a way to try it out and to really experience that these advantages of smart accounts via the step-by-step onboarding. Because yeah, this can be the foundation for your Web3 account on Ethereum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time for questions, and we have some microphones. Yes, over there in the back, please.
Thanks for the talk. I think I finally understood why smart accounts are such a big deal after hearing what you said. My question is that I know a lot of dApps are building reputation management protocols based on the public key of wallets. Like an example is Gitcoin Passport. So I read somewhere that with smart accounts, your public key keeps changing. So I was wondering how reputation management and reputation scores would work in a world of smart accounts.
Okay, I think I answered most of it. I answered your question in a way that there are some systems who still use the public key of an account to base reputation on, right? And so I think I'm not familiar with the details of, for instance, Gitcoin Passport. However, I think smart accounts ultimately are better suited for this because reputation, I assume, is not transferable because otherwise, yeah, there's no way. I think then it defies the purpose of reputation. Smart accounts really allow you to replace the access control, right? So I think in a way smart accounts are better suited for this because there is a way to keep that identity from changing. And so it's a better place to actually keep your reputation. And I assume some of these steps use a classic private key-based account, or at least the public key part of that, in their dApps because it seems easier in the beginning to work with that because of the way you can, I guess, easier use off-chain signing for this. And I assume this is what these steps primarily leverage. However, there are solutions for smart accounts. Some terms here, or one buzzword is counterfactual deployment. I won't be able to explain it right here, but you can actually use an address, like the account address of a smart account before it's actually deployed because you already know where it will end up with. And so this is just one example on how we can actually make the account creation, even with smart account, easier. Or another option would be to use a cheaper chain. So basically anything other than Ethereum to set up an account, so applications could sponsor the account creation, thereby reducing just that the friction that exists. And yes, so I believe for reputation systems, I think smart accounts are a better solution long term.
I saw a question over there. Yep, in white.
Hello, thanks for the talk. I have a technical question and a bit of background. At Aggarwal, we are also building like a plugin system for on-chain organizations to plug in different governance capabilities in and out. And we thought about the life cycle of plugins, and a challenging thing are dependencies that users might want to create between plugins or guards, as you call them. How do you deal with these dependencies, and like how you deal with the setup and the installation, uninstallation, if you could elaborate on this?
There's no single succinct answer yet. I mean, one way is we try to keep these guards, extensions, like we try to keep the interface in a standardized way. There's probably then like some substandards there as well, depending on the input and output that like each of these extensions require. But I think here, this one is really more on the technical side of things, where then the wallet devs or wallets can discover these plugins, and then the user-facing part on how to make sure that the user still understands what does it mean to actually install this plugin now. That's something that's so use case specific. Like so far, actually, we don't have a great idea on how to standardize that. Would be very interested to hear your thoughts there as well, and maybe also your experience at Aragon. There are some initiatives to make generally transactions more human readable. We at Safe also recently did some work there. For plugins, that's actually much more complex because just the space or basically the ways how it can affect your account is just way bigger. And that part basically above the technical level to the user and how to explain what a plugin actually does, basically supporting that life cycle of a plugin. We don't have a good answer that I could confidently share here on stage.
We have time for another question, and I see one over here. Yep, in the front. We might have time for another one. So.
Hi there, yeah, great presentation. As someone that's been batching transactions for a couple of years now, programmatically, I've always kind of thought that there was a better retail use case on the UI. I don't know if you're familiar with Through a Combo, but is there something on the product pipeline where you can kind of have something similar on the Safe UI for more of a kind of retail offering?
not something imminent. I mean, we have something in the UI for rather experienced users where you can actually somehow, like in a way, collect transactions. If you want to do all your DeFi interactions like in one batch, there's a way to do that. For retail, I believe I don't think it's wise to even expose that term batching there. In a way, we'd have to focus more on that user step, the step that the user wants to do, and anything else should just happen under that hood. So, I mean, for a combo it's great. Obviously, you can plug and play different building blocks into one transaction. I think ultimately for retail usage, this is too much already. So, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We have time for one more question, actually.
Thank you for the talk. Now, regarding the security, for a typical private key account, the only risk we're talking realistically is the leakage of the private key, which rarely happens. All right. Now, for the smart contract, for the smart account, we're talking about so many plugins and extensions, so the risk surface is enormous. Is it even realistic to expect security in that regard?
A fair question. Something we will have to prove that this is possible. I think you're right. There is for private key-based accounts is that one part. However, that's a big one because, or actually maybe a different angle. Since this is the only one, if you are not comfortable storing that yourself, you have to work with some third party. And that already impacts the self-sovereignty of your account. And there is, I mean, yes, there's other solutions. We saw talk about MPC there as well, but really just talking about this private key-based accounts, if you really want to maintain self-sovereignty, you need to make sure to store it on your own. And that's also unrealistic. Fair point. Can we actually make sure that these customizations are secure? I would say we have to, but it remains to be seen, or it remains on us and everyone contributing to provide an overview of the different just paths of possible threats, and then finding mitigation issues, because then, yeah, safe, any smart account in itself has a challenge as well, right? So why do you even want to store assets in a smart account? You still do that because the functionality you want, multisig, but any other, is what is more important to you. So you were able, like many users made the choice. They're fine to take that risk because it enables so much more. But the details, yes, it's definitely not an easy question to solve for.
Unfortunately, that's all what we have time for. So please thank Toby for his talk. Okay, I'll give you 20 seconds. We have another exciting talk about account abstraction coming up by Andrei Bondar, who is a product designer at MatterLabs. So please welcome Andrei to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. My name is Andrei Bondar. I'm a product designer for MatterLabs. And our team created zk-SYNC, the KVM solution for scaling Ethereum with native support of account abstraction. I'm focusing on user experience for developers and their users. As you all know, there are two types of accounts: externally owned accounts and smart contract accounts, which are enhanced with account abstraction. Before talking about account abstraction, what's wrong with externally owned accounts? Of course, you can talk about all the limitations, like security risk, seed phrase, but look at this slide. The external owned account is not complicated. You just download app, copy seed phrase, deposit crypto, and this is it. You can make your first transaction. E-commerce includes a lot of steps. Open website, mail, password, verifying, some shopping process, personal data, delivery others. You also have to choose delivery type. Add credit card data, and then make purchase. This process includes different applications, but it's more familiar for the users because they know what to do. Make things familiar, and they will become convenient for the users. This is where account abstraction can help us. So, please raise your hand if you know what account abstraction is. Cool, thank you so much. I will not describe a technical part of account abstraction today, but in short, it's different types of accounts powered by custom code and can be secure different things other than a seed phrase. Zcash supports native account abstraction. What's different in comparison with EIP 4337? For example, Zcash account abstraction integrated at the protocol level. There is a unified memory for external owned accounts and smart contract accounts. And last one, Zcash here allows external owned accounts and smart contract accounts to benefit from paymaster, thanks to its single transaction flow. So, on Zcash here, if you look under the hood, all accounts, even external owned accounts, behave like smart contract account. Talking about account abstraction, it's a custom code that allows you to have a lot of functions that increase security, recovery options, pay gas for someone else, and my favorite, improve user experience. And today, I will focus on user experience in the context of blockchain mass adoption. What is user experience? According to Nielsen-Norman Group, user experience includes all the aspects of the interaction between end users with the company, its services, and its products. To know more about this interaction, user experiences focuses on deeply understanding users, what they need, what they value, their abilities, and their limitations. We have to understand users to help them to avoid the main obstacles in the way of mass blockchain adoption. What is the first, most popular obstacle users have in the interaction with any digital product? Onboarding. And how account abstraction can help us here. Account abstraction is the code that can include different authentication options, like mail confirmation, phone confirmation, any social media, and anything that can be implemented like your digital identification. My favorite is biometric authentication. Approve your identity using Face ID, Touch ID, and this is it. You open your account. Fantastic flow. And if we want just to replace external owned accounts by account abstractions in the context of mobile applications, biometric authentication is more than cool enough. But if we want to push mass adoption, you have to know what is better for whom. You have to learn about users. The next question is how we can learn about millions of users. We can categorize them. We can even create personas that will describe each category. Let's have Mike, who is new in the blockchain sphere, and Amy, an expert with 5 years of experience. In 2017, I worked with some centralized exchanges, and at that time, there was a trend to divide users in less experienced and more experienced categories. For this reason, you can notice somewhere simple mode for Mike and pro mode for Amy. At that time, centralized crypto exchanges dominated in Web2 market. And this newbie mode was the attempt to provide mass adoption for the users like Mark, who wanted to invest in crypto. But what if Mike doesn't trust centralized crypto exchanges and doesn't want to invest or touch crypto at all? Today, to provide mass blockchain adoption, we have to stop dividing users into two categories. We don't have less experienced and more experienced. In other words, Web2 in nature. We have users with their habits, with something they got used to do. Let's continue about Mike. Mike is a gamer without any passion about crypto or crypto wallet. He used a game console where it's impossible to install MetaMask, and he doesn't want an external crypto wallet. He can connect to the game using Wallet Connect, for example. He just wants to play and get achievements. Can we use his habits and integrate blockchain to add to his process blockchain value? What if the game allows him to keep his game achievements and items in the blockchain in NFT? Authorization to the game account can unblock his smart contract wallet. What about paying a fee? The game platform where Mike downloaded a game can pay fee instead of Mike because of Paymaster, one of the account abstraction key components. Blockchain can add a lot of value to a product by adding benefits, such as trust, security, transparency, etc. Mike can play games as always he did it before, but with the benefit blockchain can provide. Earned items in NFT, Mike can transfer or sell and be a blockchain user. By the way, the selling and transferring can be additionally protected by SMS or mail confirmation, because account abstraction allows it. Another case is Amy. Amy is an investment advisor. You can ask her to help you to invest in crypto. But what instead of sending your crypto tokens to Amy or sharing a seed phrase with her, you can ask Amy to initiate the transaction for you and approve it in your smart contract wallet. This transaction can be delayed because Amy can set the price from and to and add fees and time limitations. What about fee? Amy can pay fee instead of you because you already paid her for her services. She can be a guardian and protect this investment portfolio if someone wants to withdraw above the daily limit or send to unknown addresses. To realize this scenario, she can have a smart mobile phone crypto wallet protected by biometric authentication. And she can log in to the desktop devices with the same authentication at home and office and allow them limited access. This allowed her to work all day without opening her mobile phone for approval every time she initiated transactions, but she had to use her mobile phone in some specific cases as a guardian to protect clients' portfolio. This case with Amy improves security and trust to the blockchain. This is also important for mass blockchain adoption. So we discussed about individual cases. But what about corporates? As you remember, we have to use something users get used to. Employees worldwide have their own corporate accounts they can use to do something inside the company. This personal corporate account can be a way to open a personal smart contract wallet. So this is how a company can integrate blockchain inside the processes and pay fees instead of employees. So they will even not know about crypto. And security department will be a guarantor for these employees' accounts. So risk management from account abstraction is a great tool for this. Just imagine an example. Every MS Office user can authorize transactions directly from their email or MS Teams app. What about entertainment? Imagine every YouTube channel can have its own custom YouTube smart contract account that holds history, video links, etc. in decentralized storage, which would instantly turn YouTube into a decentralized social network. Today, I showed you some of 1 million possible cases because of account abstraction. Stop forcing everyone to install crypto wallet to push mass adoption. They even don't know how blockchain works. It's like driving a car. You can live driving and enjoy it without any knowing how a car works inside. Learn about your users and their habits. Allow them to use your product in their own way with blockchain value, and they will love it. I thank everyone who is pushing account abstraction forward and making this mass adoption close. Subscribe to my Twitter to check more information about user experience and account abstraction. Thank you all, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you so much. We're not doing questions, so we have time for a break before the last talk of the morning, which is around DeFi. We reconvene in 8 minutes, 10 to 12. Hi, everyone. Please come in and have a seat. We're getting ready for the last talk of the morning. If you could sit down, please. We have Steve Fau he's co-founder from Pawn, and he's taking us on a journey, on a DeFi, full-on DeFi journey. Thank you so much. It's coming up.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for being here at this hour, because I know it's almost lunchtime and you all must be super hungry. So kudos to you for sticking around. Also, I see some of you kind of squinting, like, hey, who's this guy? There was supposed to be Joseph on stage, the other co-founder of Pawn. And last time I remember seeing him, he was kind of taller and slightly more handsome. So Joseph couldn't make it, so I'm a last-minute replacement. He was supposed to talk about the crypto-native economy report that we produce at Pawn. So I'm not going to go through the numbers for him, because that's his content, but I'm going to touch on some topics that, in a way, relate to being a crypto-native. Also, yeah, my slides are fairly hideous compared to what I saw here previously, so apologies for that. But I think the important thing is the message. Anyways, let's get into that. Reinventing the wheel of finance. Why does even stuff need to be reinvented? I want to start with on a maybe like a slightly bad note, because my thesis is that there is a lot of not so great things in the world, but I also want to sprinkle in some hopium, because I want to make the argument that Web3, our ecosystem, our industry, is very well positioned to fix many of the things, and so hopefully that's going to give a little bit of motivation to a lot of the folks, either here in the room or maybe watching the stream, who are looking at the numbers that are going down, you know, this time of the year. And I want to remind everybody that what we build here is actually meaningful stuff. So, yeah, chapter 1. Shit's fucked. If you look anywhere in the world, you see a ton of problems. There is this huge stockpile of problems, you know, from on one side, the cultural wars in America, on the other side, the actual war in Ukraine. You know, you see poverty, you see hunger, you see rising cost of living, all this kind of stuff, which is kind of weird, because if we look at what we were supposed to have by now, we were supposed to have flying cars and unlimited free clean, you know, energy to power, you know, all our inventions, and that's clearly not the case. Even though, you know, we might have made some marginal progress, it's still not the case. Now, why would that be a thing? Like, we've landed on Moon more than like 50 years ago, so, you know, clearly there's this progress, and we should be much closer to this than where we are today. Well, my thesis for this is that we are collectively only using maybe like 20%, and it's like my estimate, but we're using only maybe like 20% of our collective brain power as a society. Maybe like 20% of our collective creative potential. And the reason for that is that, you know, more likely than not, there is, you know, somebody who otherwise might have been the next Albert Einstein or Marie Curie, and today they are, you know, working on a scrapyard looking for rare metals, or maybe they are sewing together, you know, the next collection of Nike shoes in a sweatshop. But, you know, in order to build my argument further, I don't even need to go to those extremes, because even if you look at, you know, developed countries, middle-class society, and you look at how many people actually get the opportunity to, you know, shoot their shot when it comes to, you know, developing their idea, developing their genius, and potentially sharing the innovation with the world, you realize that, you know, vast majority of the middle-class kids don't really get to shoot their shot at all these days. And of those who do, of the small minority who do, vast majority actually ends up, failing within the first year. You all know the saying that of all startups, 90% of them fail within the first year. Now, the reason why the middle class kids get only 1 shot or 0 shots, and the kids in poorer regions get absolutely 0 shots at potentially developing their potential, in my opinion, is due to access to capital. Now, again, sorry for the hideous slide. Now, the capital in general could be divided into 3 main sections, in my opinion, especially in relation to the problem that I'm outlining here. It's the cultural capital, it's the social capital, and finally it's the financial capital. So cultural capital, among other things, includes stuff such as education. I don't need to explain to you that if you want to make a dent in certain industry, you probably need some specific knowledge in that industry. Social capital, again, the well-known saying that your net worth is your net worth. That's pretty self-explanatory. And then finally, the financial capital, no explanation needed. And the good news is, though, that the part of access to financial capital is exactly what Web3 is very uniquely positioned to solve. And I could make the argument that the financial capital out of these 3 is actually probably the most important one. Of course, they kind of have a relationship with each other, so that once you boost one, the others also go up. But the financial capital is what we want to be solving in Web3. And I probably don't need to remind you about this, because you've all been building in this space or using the apps in this space, so it's pretty clear. However, there is this concept of reinventing the wheel that needs to be revisited, in my opinion, because, as we all know, TradFi is not the direction in which we want to go. Yet, I've seen so many builders, so many talented builders and inventors in this space kind of like focused on copy-pasting what we seem to know from TradFi and putting it on-chain. So we're kind of stuck in this situation where Web3 is kind of becoming just a TradFi on-chain, which in my opinion would be a huge loss if that ends up being the thing that we've developed here. Let's talk about the concept itself. Do not reinvent the wheel. I mean, you all have probably heard this a couple times in your life. I mean, I personally, frankly, I'm guilty of using this phrase a couple of times in my life. But lately I've come to a conclusion that it is just bullshit. And not just that it's a garbage advice, it's something that we should actively try to reinvent every single wheel that we can put our hands on. Just think about it, the quote or the advice kind of disprove itself. If we didn't ever reinvent the wheel, the only feasible way to drive a car today would be to become a Flintstones character, which I'm not. So it's not a great situation. So do reinvent stuff. How does this tie into what we're building? How does this tie into the global financial system? So again, I'm going to go back to something that I don't need to convince you about this. Like probably everybody or majority of people in this room would agree with me on this statement that TradFi is broken. Now, you could lay out the argument that maybe it's broken because it's a corrupt system. Maybe you could lay out the argument that it's rigged in favor of the rich, who are the only ones getting richer at the expense of everyone else. But there is one more aspect that I would like you to think about when you discover the idea that TradFi is broken and why it's broken. And that is that a lot of the pillars, a lot of the fundamental cornerstones on which TradFi is actually built are completely arbitrary. They are completely made up. I made a presentation about this about 3 months ago during ETH Prague, where I talked about, so I'm going to just give you like TLDR version, where I talked about the fact that, for example, the inflation target, which, as a lot of you know, in most developed economies is set at 2%, is something that's been considered immutable. It's been considered a gospel. It's something that influences the life of every single one of us, because the inflation target essentially dictates the monetary policy of the central bank, which in turn results in more or less money circulating in economy, in a nutshell. And so therefore it influences the individuals in the economy, it influences the businesses in the economy, it influences the government as well. So directly or indirectly, this inflation target, which is set at 2%, touches every single one of us. But if you spend just a little bit of digging, and by that I don't need you to go to CIA archives and like dig through some secret, resources. You can Google for 15 minutes, and you will find out that the 2% inflation target, which drives, the economical properties of most developed economies, is completely made up. A politician in New Zealand needed to put down some number, and so they said, let's make it 2%. It sounds about reasonable, and then somehow magically everybody kind of involuntarily adopted it after the US also adopted it, etc., etc. So, and that's not the only, so that's like, first of all, that sounds absolutely ridiculous. Second of all, that's not the only property. So not only that the system is rigged, the system is corrupt, the system is based on essentially what you could call lies. And now we're kind of like driving inspiration from it when we're developing in this like ultimate financial sandbox that we have in front of us. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is, if you are a builder, if you are an investor who funds builders in this space, if you are a user, if you are a community member, just try weird shit. And every time you're building something, every time you're trying to invent something, try to start with a completely clean slate of paper. Try to see what is the most fundamental piece on top of which you've been building whatever you're building, and try to like completely redefine it. There is no such thing as impossible in the Web3 space, in such a degree that even if you build something that may seem economically unfeasible, you can literally print imaginary money and subsidize the activity until the actual network effect kicks in. So again, if you're a builder, let me see how much time we have. We have seven more minutes roughly. So you can look up on Twitter. There's been this video circulating by David Sachs, a famous technology VC, who essentially said that whenever he's evaluating an idea that he considers for funding, he looks for something that's called product hook, and he looks at that over looking at actual market fundamentals. So David Sachs is not somebody who's primarily focused on crypto investments, and he already says this, that a product hook, which essentially means some, for example, like some UI element or some product aspect that forms habits of users to essentially regularly come back, even if you don't have the actual market fundamentals nailed down, that's still more valuable than the other way around. If you have this like multi-billion-dollar market available, but you don't necessarily know how to capture it, which I feel like is the issue with a lot of crypto startups. In Web3, it's super easy to say, if we bank the unbanked, it's going to be like $30 gazillion per year of revenue or whatever. But you need to have a clear way of capturing the audience. So if I take this to a specific conclusion, you can look at, for example, Friends Tech currently as something that a lot of people have dismissed that as like the next Ponzi, as something that doesn't have a clear use case, as something that doesn't have a fundamental value, as a fad, etc., etc. And so while I'm not endorsing it, I'm using it as an example of something that you should, instead of like immediately dismiss it because in your mind the market fundamentals might not be there. But then again, I just a few moments back laid out the idea that the market fundamentals are actually fake. So what are you even looking at? or like what are you even looking for if you look for market fundamentals. You should proactively explore it, see how you can dig some data about user behavior, some lessons about what people are interested in doing in the space, what works, what doesn't. Try to sprinkle in a little bit of experimentation. Again, take this back to the fact that we are in this sandbox playbook. And so if you're a builder, build weird shit. If you're an investor, I would also invite you to invest into stuff that might not fundamentally make sense, but has this, for example, interesting user interaction built in it. If you're a user, obviously, you probably do want to try weird shit at this point in the market, because if you look at the previous cycles, this is exactly when the big narratives have been built. Like when NFTs didn't happen during the bull market, the previous bull market. They happened exactly at this moment when everything went down, when everything seemed to be, hopeless, when everybody was starting to lose the sense of the narrative, like why are we even here? And the next big thing usually came out of that. So as a user, you will be able to probably find the diamonds at this very moment. And as a community, of course, let's support those crazy ideas. So yeah, my conclusion is, let's build weird shit, let's fund weird shit, let's try weird shit, because we are morally obliged to do that. For the kids at the very beginning of the presentation, it's kind of like a selfish altruism if you think about it, because we help them. We help onboard their IQ points. If you want to get as fundamental as this, we can onboard their IQ points into the global economy, and we all benefit off of that, and we all can have flying cars and unlimited free energy. And Web3, by providing them with access to financial capital to fully realize their potential capital, their creative potential, is the most important thing right now. Thank you very much.
What a capturing talk. Thank you so much. We have time for questions from the audience. Do we have some?
I realized it was not as technical as some of the previous speakers, but I was hoping to sprinkle a little bit of hopium at this point where Ethereum is like $1,500 today or something.
I was totally captured. Really eloquently spoken. We have a question over there, waving.
Thanks. So let's think about one thing, and maybe it's not a good example, but we have molecules in this in the air, correct? And they go to different directions. They go to and also with different speed. So, but the whole contribution of the air in this room is actually 0, so they don't go anywhere. What I want to say is that if you want to give financial capital to everyone and they go to different directions, then the average contribution will be 0. How do you solve this problem?
Well, you're talking about two different things, in my opinion, because you're talking about essentially creating new financial capital versus enabling, access to financial capital. So, as a society, I would say, once we stopped becoming just kind of like groups of hunters and gatherers, we've made a social pact that we will essentially enable anybody who joins our society. In a nutshell, this would be probably like a much deeper talk if we want to get into that. So I think it's our obligation to ensure that everybody has their shot at producing, I guess, manifesting their best self, and in that way also producing for the society. Value for the society. And if you think about it, there are 8 billion people out there right now, and all the Elon Musks and other inventors, Albert Einstein that I've mentioned, Marie Curie, some of them alive, some of them are dead, are only a result of the fact that just a small percentage of the overall society actually got to shoot their shot. And you could argue that, of course, even from the poorest of regions, sometimes there is somebody who somehow makes it through, but those are exceptions rather than you know, the rule. And so my thesis is that right now, the people in this room and on this conference and majority of people in this city and in this country are actually, you know, in a way privileged. We are wealthy people compared to the rest of the society, but we are not as wealthy as we could be if, you know, everybody actually produced their full potential. So that's the whole idea. Right now, what we have here is a result of only a small percentage of people being fully enabled in the productive activities. And my thesis is that we should work very proactively to get the rest on board as well. Increase their wealth and therefore increase our wealth as well.
Do we have another question?
Hi. It's all a little bit new to me, but my question would be, because you're saying you want to, or we should reinvent the wheel, do you think that your goals would be able to be achieved without the TradFi? I mean, yeah, getting financial, giving the people who don't have banking financial support without the traditional way of, traditional monetary way.
So yeah, I mean, I see your point. It's kind of like a stepping stone, which is absolutely, I would absolutely 100% agree with that. But the point is that the stepping stone is flawed in a way that doesn't allow to use it to build the whole world in a sense, right? So my thesis is that we must come, you know, to different conclusions. We must build the new generation of financial tools in a very, very different way, unless we want just TradFi on chain, which would essentially still just continue the game of like wealthy getting wealthier. But you know, if you think about it, if you really think about it, the fact that just the wealthy are getting wealthier, it's actually also a disservice to the wealthy themselves, because again, if I come back to my original thesis, is that we're just using a small percentage of all the truly productive capacity in the world, then like the overall wealth of the global society is smaller than what it could be if, I don't know, maybe the wealth was more equally distributed, and that enabled the fact that everybody in the world could essentially, you know, build to their full potential.
No, but I mean, wealth is represented by our financial means currently, the traditional ones. And my question is, do you think we can completely separate from it and say, okay, we need a new one, we need a new wheel, and exactly for that you need a new way of financing the poor people or the people who don't have the wealth, basically, right? So is it, I mean, for every new crypto company that is developed or cryptocurrency, you need traditional finance to support the initial output, right? So that's why my question, can you do it without it? Can we separate?
Yeah. I think I would disagree with the statement that wealth is represented by money. I'm paraphrasing here, but the wealth is represented by what you can buy with the money, and that's the whole point, right? Because I think that ties into the previous question, which is, in a way, if we just print, you know, more money and just give it to other people, but there is still the same amount of goods that you can buy for the money, that wouldn't change anything. Nobody would get wealthier. What I mean, but when I say wealth, I mean the amount of goods and services and the quality and the quantity of them that you can buy with the money. And the only way how to make the global society wealthier is if you produce more solutions to the problems that people have, which is by, you know, taking the people who undoubtedly are capable of doing much more, but are for some reasons bound to sewing shoes in a Nike sweatshop.
Thank you so much. I actually have a question which is not prepared, but you were talking about weird shit that should be built, and it's really a call for action. Can you give us 1 or 2 examples of what you have in mind of weird shit to be built?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, so the point is, I mentioned, for example, the friends tech. So just to give you I didn't mean to shill my company here, but what we are building is a lending protocol where you can use literally anything as collateral. And so what we did yesterday is, and we're going to be tweeting about it, so you can read about it on our Twitter if you're interested in learning more, is that we're taking Alex Masmei and his Alex token, which is essentially, if you think about it on a deep enough level, it is a financial representation of his social capital, in a way, at least in the Web3 space. And he's using this as collateral, so he's using his social capital as collateral for financial transaction. He's going to be taking out a loan and essentially arbitraging the money that he gets from the credit from this transaction to arbitrage that to buy up his apparently currently undervalued shares on Friends Tech. Does it sound ridiculous? On one hand, yes. Does it sound like trying weird shit? Also 100% yes. So do I see everybody in the world doing something like this and that enabling the global wealth? No. Do I see that as an experiment that's hopefully going to produce a lot of learning? Absolutely yes. But it is not that important what I think. The main idea here is that whenever you guys, because you are absolutely brilliant minds, when you think about new product, new feature, new anything or suggestion to your favorite protocol out there, try starting from completely clean slate and try imagining that anything is possible, because again, I believe that in this current sandbox where we are, anything indeed is possible.
Thank you so much. I love the call for action, be experimental. Thank you, Steve, for concluding the morning.
Thank you.
This is it for the morning. We have a lunch break coming up, and this room opens again at 1:30 with Marcos from Gnosis Pay. So enjoy your lunch.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, for the afternoon session. Today, we're going to be talking about how to essentially merge the Web 2 and the Web 3 world with a focus on the payment side of things. So it's going to be a particularly interesting session. Now, without any further ado, let me introduce you Raghav Aggarwal from Gnosis Pay, who is going to be presenting the Gnosis Pay project, talking about decentralization accepted anywhere. So welcome, Raghav.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hope you all had a great lunch. I'm Raghav. I lead product at Gnosis Pay. So let's just dive right into what Gnosis Pay is all about. So what is the current state of Web3? Well, right now, there exist two parallel economies. There's the real-world economy, and there's the Web3 economy. The real-world economy, it's built over centuries using traditional finance, and that's where almost all of the value lives. But it's built on very inefficient and very archaic technologies that has not evolved as we have evolved with the blockchain technologies. At the same time, we have built this whole parallel economy with the blockchain technologies, which is the Web3 economy. However, these two systems don't really talk to each other. If we have to make them talk to each other, we need to go through centralized exchanges or other inefficient systems, incur a lot of fees. So most people just don't care about it, and they don't bring their Web3 funds into the real world. Well, is that how it should be? I don't think so. A user having two different identities, two different portfolio of assets in two different worlds, that's not the future that we imagine at Gnosis Pay. So with Gnosis Pay, what we want to do is merge these two worlds into one, so that everyone can have one seamless portfolio between the two worlds. They won't need to off-ramp, or they won't need to worry about whether their funds live on the blockchain or whether they live with a bank or something like that. Let's just take a look at what you may need to do if you want to bring your blockchain funds into the real world right now. You have funds on your self-custodial wallet. You'll need to sign a transaction to send that to, let's say, a centralized exchange. Then that centralized exchange will process it. Then you go there to that website, swap it into fiat, and then do a bank transfer to your own bank. And then you'll be able to use it with your card. Well, with Gnosis Pay, we want to make this very seamless, that there's a direct connection between your on-chain funds and your real-world spending. That's how it should be. Why are we doing this? So let's take a look at how payments has evolved over several decades. What started with Diners Club card in like the 1950s, it has evolved over time to the Bank of America card, which is now known as Visa, to the chip and pin transactions, to NFC, to now that all of your cards basically live on your phone. And everybody loves it. Everybody loves the convenience of just scanning your face with Face ID and then paying wherever you want to. However, that's not how the backend works. The backend technology enabling this whole convenience is very archaic. It's based on a communication standard from 1970s called ISO 8583. And the last time it was revised, like the standard that we still use today, is from 1983. Just imagine how complex it would be to make the technology of today, something like Apple Pay, talk to these standards from 1970s. It becomes very inefficient, and it brings with it a lot of complexity, which then again involves a lot of intermediaries. Let's take a look at intermediaries involved in this process. So what is a regular system between you and the merchant? The relationship is that the bank issues you a card, you go to the merchant, you buy your coffee, and you get it. It's supposed to be a three-party system, and that's how it was imagined in the 1970s. But over time, because of all of these inefficiencies, it has evolved into a 9+ party system. I mean, there's so many intermediaries that it's hard to even keep a track of it anymore. And what eventually happens is the merchant is the one that pays the price for it. This has happened in a lot of industries around the world. And let's take a look at how other industries have dealt with it, the first one being telecom. So, decades ago, I would say 15 years ago, in telecom, everybody used to call, and the transfer of telecom information used to happen on landlines. Then Skype came in with the voice over IP technology, but it did not get a lot of adoption right away. It got adoption when they introduced Skype in and Skype out. The reason being that people don't really want to change their habits. People are happy with calling like they were before. And what Skype in and Skype out enabled was that you can dial in to any Skype call. And that's what drove up the adoption. And now all of the calls that you do, they basically happen over voice over IP, but nobody really cares. The user, they don't care whether the call is happening over IP or whether it's happening over landline or whatever is the backend technology. Their telecom habits are still the same from before, but the backend has completely changed. We wish to do the same with payments. Right now, these two systems, like we said, like the new technology of blockchain, it does not really exist in the traditional finance infrastructure. And we with Gnosis Pay want to connect these two so that in the future, you don't need to worry about how your payment is being processed. You continue with the same payment habits. However, the backend has completely changed and become much more efficient. So we solve both of these problems with Gnosis Pay. Let us dive into how payments work with an example. So the user goes to a coffee shop and taps the card to buy a €5 coffee. What actually happens is the card basically sends a request to the payment terminal, the little machine that you tap your card to. That sends a request to the acquirer bank. Acquirer bank is the bank to which the merchant is tied to, which sends the request to the scheme, which is Visa and MasterCard, and which sends a request to the issuer, which is could be a bank, could be a neobank, or somebody who's issuing you the card, and is custodying those funds, safeguarding those funds on your behalf. And that bank then sees whether there's a balance to enable you to buy that coffee, and if it does, it places the block on that. This all happens on a simple system of custody of assets. If there was no custody of assets, the bank wouldn't be able to do this. And this is not what we imagine the future to be. This is based on a trust scenario, this is based on a custody system, and we want the future to be self-custodial and a trustless. So in this process, the user gets the coffee, it sends back an approved message, and the user walks away. But that's not how the merchant sees it. The merchant doesn't get their money right away. Many people don't know, but the merchants get their money 2 to 7 days later, and they don't even get the complete money. They get after deduction of several fees introduced by all of these intermediaries, based on a lot of inefficiencies like I talked before, and they get their money like after 3 to 5% of deduction. That price ultimately gets baked into the price of whatever the user purchases, and this basically means the whole economy is inefficient by 3 to 5%. How Gnosis Pay works? Well, we follow a similar concept, but the key difference is that the funds are not safeguarded by us, the funds are not custodied by us. Yes, the request flows in a similar way that it goes from the terminal to the acquirer, to the scheme, and then to the issuer, where we act as the issuer. However, we don't custody the funds. The funds live on a safe on the blockchain. We see whether those funds are there. And through a spending module, which is enabled by the user on the safe, we take those funds to the settlement safe. This spending module cannot be changed arbitrarily by us. It can only be configured by the user. So it doesn't violate the trust assumptions and the self-custody assumptions of a safe smart account. And that's the authorization. And during clearing and settlement, these funds basically get converted into euros and get sent to the merchant through Visa. So to enable all of this, we have built extensive infrastructure over the last year, which is what we call the DPN, the Decentralized Payment Network. And it involves not just the layer 2, which we are building with the help of Polygon ZK EVM technology, but also other systems which help connect the blockchain technology with the traditional payment railways. So being able to connect with SEPA, Visa, MasterCard, and all of this with blockchain, we have built several services which make sure that the funds reach the final destination, which is, of course, the merchant from the user. Let's take a look at what do we have now. So I kind of like to use the analogy of the Google Pixel here. Just like Android is an open system that is offered to phone manufacturers that they can use Android operating system to build their phones, but still Google has the Google Pixel at what Android could be and to explore the possibilities of it. Just like that, we have Gnosis Card. So to explore the possibilities of Gnosis Pay and to bring into the world and imagine like a manifestation of what Gnosis Pay enables, we have Gnosis Card, which is available to pre-order now at a cost of 30.23 euros. And of course, it comes with no fees on any spend. It's available all across Europe, and you are able to spend your crypto at any of the 80 million merchants already enabled by Visa across the world. Let's take a look at how the Gnosis Card works. So you can go to gnosispay.com and order a card. What happens is you first need to connect your wallet. This wallet will be the owner of the safe that we deploy in the process. Then you go through KYC. During KYC, it'll be just like a regular card KYC that you upload your proof of address. you upload your ID, and you take a selfie. Once that is done, we deploy the safe smart accounts for you. Your EURe becomes the one of an owner of that safe. And then we also, with our partners at Monerium, give you an IBAN. All of this is linked to the safe smart account. The card is then produced and mailed directly to you, to your address provided. And then you have two ways that you can fund this safe. One is your regular way that you can send funds on the blockchain from any EVM-compatible change, any token, to our supported stablecoins, which includes EURe right now. And the other way is that the IBAN that we give you, you can just send euros to that IBAN. And what happens in the background is EURe gets minted and gets deposited in the safe smart account. We'll do on-chain transaction monitoring of these funds to make sure that they don't come from any illicit sources, they don't come from any hack or any exploits. And once we have determined that all of these funds are clean, which happens instantly, you can start spending it, just like you already do at any Visa merchant. And you can continue to manage the card, you can see your transactions and everything like a regular card. There's nothing different about it. And every Gnosis Pay account, like I explained, gets an IBAN, which enables you to on-ramp easily with SEPA transactions in seconds. So how this works is, just like I explained, you just send funds to this IBAN, and it immediately appears in your safe smart account. So what this enables is, again, one identity, one portfolio of assets, and like the synonymity between crypto and fiat. A user shouldn't care whether these funds are in stables on blockchain or in euros with an XML file on a database of a bank. They can have funds in any way with the Gnosis Pay plus IBAN combination, and they can do that to do anything that they wish to do with money, which is they can spend with it through the card, they can do bank transfers with it, they can purchase investment opportunities, like they can purchase crypto assets, they can purchase traditional investment products, and since at its core, it's a safe smart account, you can connect to dApps and explore the wide array of technologies available on DeFi. So yeah, we are building for everyone to bring the next billion users into crypto. No, we are building for everyone to unlock the users that already are on crypto and bring those billions of blockchain funds into the real world. What does this mean? Well, what this means is that we are building for everyone and all the Web3 companies and wallets out there. Any Web3 company, any wallet, they want to enable payments as a mechanism for the users to interact. They can come to us, use our technology, and we will operate as a B2B network to operate in the background and support them in everything. They don't need to worry about anything else other than just providing a great user experience to their users. They will be the one that own the users, and we'll be the technology enablers. What this means is that we are the ones connecting to traditional finance payment railways. We are the ones making sure that the clearing and settlement works, taking care of card manufacturing, logistics, the whole technology behind this, the L2, and we will provide seamless API integrations for wallets to integrate with this whole DPN, and they need to just enable through the UI, through the front end, for the users to be able to use this card. Where is it available? Well, we are available all across Europe right now, and we're working hard to expand to North America by the end of the year. And our plan is to expand into Latin America and Asia in the next year. Well, Gnosis Pay cannot be made possible without the extensive support of our partners, so a big thank you to all of them. A few of them you will all also find at DAppCon, so that's great. And yeah, like I explained before, you can pre-order your card right now through this QR code. You can go to gnosispay.com and pay for it, and it'll be shipping later this year. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so let's open it up for questions.
Just before we get into questions, we are looking for front-end, back-end, full-stack devs as well. So just come meet us at the booth or reach out to any of us from the Gnosis Pay team. Now let's open it up for questions.
Come here.
Yeah.
Questions?
Yeah, let's go.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Thanks. Very nice presentation. I think there are something that I want to mention that is not accurate. For example, you mentioned that the transaction cost is actually 5%. That's it's not completely accurate because, for example, the debit card transaction can be as low as 5 cents, and the credit card normally costs 2 or 3% if it's cross-border. And the problem is, so card scheme, let's say, they charge around 1%. So now if you make a Gnosis Pay connect to, for example, Visa, they will still charge you 1% if it's, that is something maybe we should get rid of. And there are some fundamental problems. So now Gnosis costs no transaction. There's no transaction cost. But if you look at Ethereum, that can be as much as 10 euro. So if you buy 5 euro coffee and then cost 10 euro, that will be a problem. So one fundamental problem is that you need to make sure that the Gnosis blockchain is always as cheap as possible. Yeah, so actually that's something I want to think about. And another fundamental problem is if you put a wallet on chain, then everyone will be able to see this wallet by what? So how do you solve this problem? Because for example, there are something I don't want to ask the other people to know, that other people to know what I buy, correct?
Yeah.
So that's actually
it. Multiple questions there, so I'll just answer each one of them one by one. So the first one is about how much fees does it actually incur in a regular debit card or credit card transactions. That varies around the world. I mean, in Europe, you have law around it, which caps the fees that issuers can charge. It can be as less as 1% in Europe to as high as 5% for an international credit transaction in US. Yes, right now we are connecting to Visa, so those fees are still incurred by the merchant. But like I explained, what we're trying to do is connect these two worlds right now so that in the future, all of this processing, all of these intermediaries do the processing on the blockchain so you can connect directly to the merchant. So it's a step-by-step process that we'll get to. The second question was around the fees on the blockchain. So we are building our own layer 2 using Polygon zk-AVM, and we are trying to make it gasless so that we don't face the same issue that Ethereum right now faces with high fees on transactions. So that'll be a terrible user experience that you go to buy a coffee of 5 euros and what gets deducted is 10 euros. And then the third question about the privacy, like when you spend, all of your transactions are visible on chain. So that's in our roadmap that we will bundle transactions up together, and then we'll process them. So we can bundle them up like daily, we can bundle them up like hourly or something, and that can be configured by the user in the future as well. That's something that we're building towards.
Okay, thanks.
Go for it.
Thank you for your talk. 2 quick questions. First, could you elaborate on the safe that would be deposited if I order a car? So what is the quorum? Who are the co-signers? And second, regarding the issuer of the EURe stablecoin, what is its basically abilities to potentially block me or censor my transactions in the stablecoin part of this scheme?
Mm-hmm. So the first thing, the safe, when you create the card, it'll be a one-of-one safe. Once you start activating the card, we'll enable a spending module on it. You will determine what the spending module should be, and that resets based on the frequency that you set. So let's say it's like a 200 euro spending module, so every day we're allowed to draw up to 200 euros. We will be one of the signers on the safe, but we cannot spend more than the ones that you allow, and we cannot change how much you allow. So the spending module can only be configured by you. The second thing about the issuer of EURe, so that's Monerium. I think they're talking right after me as well, so they'll be able to expand more on that. But essentially, whatever you transact with EURe on chain, nothing can stop you from that. But when it comes and touches fiat, that's when KYC and KYT comes in. I think there's a question there.
First, second.
Okay, I share the privacy concerns of the previous person. Businesses, small businesses have, privacy is less of a concern for small businesses. Are you able to onboard freelancers, digital nomads who have, and this audience has actually a big overlap with the crypto community right now, so this may be a really good market for you, but are you able to onboard them, small businesses?
Yes, of course. Any user can be onboarded. And in the future, we'll also be issuing corporate cards so businesses can give cards to their employees.
So the second question was there.
Thank you for the talk. The first one is a kind of a request. Please enable existing saves to be the savings account. The other one is the spending module, what you're using, is it automated or has it to be triggered manually by the user? And the third one I forgot, so just my question.
That's okay. So the first thing, like enabling existing safes. So since this safe is a bit unique, it has a spending module, and it's on Gnosis chain right now, and the L2 in the future. So right now, we are not supporting existing safes to be the safe that the savings account. But in the future, of course, we'll do that. And the second thing, the spending module. Spending module is enabled by the user once the card is activated, and they can change it anytime, but they won't need to initiate it every day. Hope that answers your question.
No, it's just to clarify. So I was not clear if you have to move money to the spending account and how it's done.
Yeah. So
that's the question.
Yeah. So basically, the spending account, like the safe on the L2, you will need to move funds there. So only the cards that are on the L2 will be the ones able to be spent with the card. Okay, there's a question here. And question there.
Hi, my question is about the networks. So you're running on Gnosis chain and you're moving to ZK EVM. What's the factors driving that? Like, what's missing? Is it all about scalability or cost or what?
So multiple things. The basis right now is L1, which is Gnosis chain, and the L2 will be based on Polygon ZK EVM. The first reason for that is how quickly you respond to the schemes. So let's say we get a payment request. We are supposed to respond within 2 to 3 seconds to the scheme that, yes, these funds are there, and process it on the blockchain as well. But Gnosis chain has a block time of about 5 seconds right now. So that's one of the first reasons. The second reason is scalability. So as users increase on Gnosis chain, there'll be, like, the fees will increase. Right now, the fees are very low on Gnosis chain, but there is a fee market there. So the second reason, of course, is enabling that there is no fees on the L2 and make it much more scalable.
Thanks.
Question? Yeah. Question? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned this when you were talking, but regarding privacy, like already when we do transactions with the Visa card, we have like a historical of what we're doing and what we do, and we can, like, corporations and companies can track, like, they can track what we do and what we spend the money. Like, and on top of that, we are going to have already these transactions recorded in chain, which are public available, while your bank account records, you cannot, no one can access to it unless, like, an authority asks for it. Like, but now we're going to have transactions also in the chain. Like, what is the incentives for me to use this, and have my transactions public available for everyone in the chain? And I don't know, like, I can be traced by whoever, I don't know, about actor, or like, I don't know, like why would I want to use this also to have my transactions in the chain? Besides yes, I can spend my crypto easily, but everyone can see my transactions. Like, why would I want to use this?
So, like, what exactly is the question there?
Like, why do I want my transactions, my bank account transactions on chain also?
They'll be bundled up, so you won't be a user or somebody else won't be just able to see how much you're spending in each transaction. And yes, it's true that companies involved in the payment process, like all of the intermediaries that I talk about, the payments go through them, so they do have that historical data. But a regular user just can't, tap into that database and see those transactions. And that is something that we hope that in the future, with this, also with the bundling of transactions, nobody will be able to, draw some intelligence from that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, there's. Yeah, go for it.
You mentioned that you were able to instantly validate the source of the funds. And I'm wondering about topping up cards on chain rather than depositing through the account side. If you were to acquire your funds through something like CowSwap, I mean, how do you validate where they're coming from? Or will you be like labeling pools as poisoned or?
Yeah, so that's right. Like,
on-chain transaction monitoring comes into place. So any transaction that gets deposited in the safe that is linked to the card, we screen up to 20,000 steps before that, whether it's linked to any illicit funds. So let's say it comes from a hack or somebody who's sanctioned or anything like that, that doesn't violate the risk assumptions of our licensed partners. We check for all of that. So it is possible on-chain to track all of that. You can do that through several tools.
Okay, cool. We have 2 questions. There and there.
Thank you. The name of the talk is Decentralization for Anyone, Anywhere. However, the very last words of the presentation says that it's just available for some people in some places. So what part of Gnosis Pay is actually available to anyone, anywhere?
So it is available all across Europe for anyone. There's nothing restricting a specific person to not order the card unless they don't get through KYC, which is like they submit a fraudulent document or something like that. So yeah, it is still available for anyone. And about the anywhere, we are available in Europe right now, and we are actively building towards being able to support users all across the world.
Also, you're talking about the network, right? The network is global.
Yeah. Okay, where is the mic?
Microphone, yeah, here, and then we have another question.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Thank you very much. Just a little comment on the question we just had. We are a company that don't have a bank account, and having a card to use our safe now is really handy, right? So actually, you can have a company and not have a regular old school bank account. It is kind of a bank account, I know, because you have an IBAN, but yeah, it's not. We don't go to a bank and open an account. My question is, where is your cut? And like, where do you make money? And also, what can you do? Like, you are just a guest in the visa system, so how dangerous is it for you to get thrown out if you do certain things? Like, you get too dangerous to the other participants, the other intermediaries. What are your risks?
Yeah, so I would say like Gnosis Pay in its journey has been more of an operational and admin issue than technological issue, because dealing with all of these regular Web2 traditional companies is the bigger hurdle. That convincing Visa, convincing other licensed partners that this is okay, that this is okay to bring blockchain funds into the fiat world. And we have been able to convince them, and that's how we enable this. So that risk is what we have been de-risking for the better half of the last 2 years. And about where's our cut, so basically, we are the issuer, so we get the interchange that we're allowed to cut from the fees. And since you're a B2B network and wallets will be the one that we give our technology to, they'll be the one essentially issuing with their own branded cards. We pass that interchange on to them. Yeah, where's the mic?
We have a question there, and then we have 2 questions here.
Hi, thank you for the talk. So first of all, I wanted to ask, every bank account that is open is not a sub-account, is your own sort of individual account, I suppose it's so, since you're getting an IBAN. Second, the taxes, unfortunately. So like in Germany, whatever, Finanzamt is only interested in your income, they're not interested in your expenses. So I would think that if a financial institution only sees the off-chain version that gets transferred to you, so every single coffee you buy is a separate sort of income, or at least what hits your bank account, that would make a nightmare out of trying to deal with it with your accountant. So what are the real advantages for me instead of, I don't know, it depends from where you get your crypto, of course, but if you replenish your euro account in bulk, then you just have one transaction. If you have thousands of smaller like coffee transactions hitting your bank account, then it's 1,000 transactions. So I don't know if you're thinking about that. And a small technical question is, will they support Apple Pay? But it's nothing comparing to the first questions. Thank you.
Okay, so first, the easy question, which is Apple Pay. Yes, it will support Apple Pay, so you'll be able to add your Gnosis card to Apple Pay, and of course, Google Pay as well. About the tax implications, I'll be honest, I don't have a right answer to it, so it'll be wrong of me to give you an answer here. So let's just discuss this at the booth, and we'll add it to the FAQs on the website as well. I'm not the right person to answer that question. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, guys, we are up for time right now. If you want any further ask any further question, you can come to the booth. So thanks, Raghav.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be shortly back with you announcing the next speakers. So see you all in 2 minutes. Okay, hello everyone. So next speaker today will be Gísli, the co-founder and CTO of Monerium. So welcome, Gísli.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? So, as he said, I'm Gísli, the CTO and co-founder of Monerium. So, what I wanted to talk to you about today is an IBAN for your wallet, or how your wallet becomes your bank account. Well, at least that was my intention when I submitted the subject for the talk a few months back. But since then, so many things have happened. And if I'd known then what I know now, the title would probably have been something like, Why We're Not Bullish Enough on DeFi. And I'm going to share some of those insights with you here, and why I'm so excited about the coming months. Well, for those of you who don't know what Monerium is, we are the issuer of the EURe. It's an authorized stablecoin, essentially a new category of stablecoins. And when we're designing the EURe, we set out a number of design principles that we really wanted to adhere to. And one of them was, of course, it had to be Web3 native, it had to be controlled by your wallet signatures, it had to be DeFi compliant. But the other thing is, it had to be the euro. It couldn't be a proxy for something else, like the USDC is a proxy for the dollar. So to prove that, one of our customers, last month, actually paid his tax obligations in his home country in Europe with the EURe. So you really have to think about this as the euro on-chain. Okay. So because we're regulated, that gives us a way to talk to the TradFi systems as peers. And when you sign up as a Monerium customer, we give you an IBAN that is associated with your wallet. You probably all know what an IBAN is. That's the international bank account number, and you've seen it in your banks. Now you have one for your wallet. I'm going to share with you our web client to demonstrate the flow for how you get an IBAN for your wallet. So as any DApp, you're going to start with connecting your wallet. And today, this can either be a browser-injected wallet or Wallet Connect. We do that. You get the address. You provide the signature, which proves that you're the address owner. And once you've done that, you can request the IBAN. There you go. So now you have two identifiers to your account. Number one, the Ethereum address, and number two, the IBAN. And what can you do with a Web3-enabled IBAN? Let's go through that. You can receive money from anyone in the banking system. So to demo this, I have me here on the right-hand side with the Monerium app, and I'm going to log in and add money, and you can see this is my personal IBAN in my name. I'm going to introduce my good friend Árni on the left-hand side. He still isn't on-chain, so he has an off-chain bank account with Revolut. He is going to take my IBAN and send a couple of euros to my personal Web3-enabled IBAN, write a memo, going on-chain, and initiate the payment. When he's ready, he's going to send it away. Now, this is an actual recording of the time it took for the money to leave his bank account to the on-chain euro. It's 10 seconds, and it's there in my wallet. Automatic, seamless, and easy. So this transaction here, you can see that it's augmented with some of the properties from the SEPA system. You get the name of the sender, you get the bank account, you even get the message attached to the payment, right? And there's a link there to the on-chain transaction where we minted the €2. So why is this important? Well, it never made any sense to us to buy money, right? It never made sense to go on a centralized exchange to purchase the euro. That's not how it works in the old system, the TradFi. You just move money from one account to the other, and that's what we have. You have an off-chain euro in the banking system, you move it to an on-chain euro with Monerium. So what else can you do? Well, you can go the other way around. You can send the payment back to the banking system. Let's see how that works. I'm going to send €1 back to my friend Árni. I type in the amount. I type in his account details, like his IBAN at Revolut. And using my wallet, I provide the signature that essentially initiates the burn transaction. Here's Árni again. He is, again, a Revolut user. And the payment is now flowing in the other side, right? When it lands in his bank account, what he sees, if you pay close attention, is my name. Not Monerium, but my name. Because it's your money and it's in your name. And if this was a company, the company name would be there. Recently, we introduced the option of going cross-chain. Right now, we support Ethereum, Gnosis, and Polygon. And you can seamlessly go between those chains in a matter of seconds. Let's see what that looks like. So again, you can see that I'm going to take €1 from Gnosis chain. I'm going to initiate a payment. And it's not going back to the banking system, but it's going to a destination chain. In this case, it will be Polygon. And I can send it to an address that I have. Going cross-chain, sign the transaction, and we're off. The balance on Gnosis chain is 0, but let's look at the account balance there. It's there. It's already there. €1 on Polygon. So that's going cross-chain. So what we've essentially done is that we've interconnected the 11 trillion euros in the banking system, who now can freely flow onto a blockchain, and from there onto another one. And we support 3, as I mentioned today, but we're going to be adding all of them. All the layer 1s, the layer 2s, and even the non-VMs. So you can seamlessly move this money back and forth without any friction. What if you're a Web3 company, or DAO even, and you store your funds in something more than an EURe address? Of course, the Safe is the flagship wallet for that. You can define your spending limits. In this case, we have a 2 out of 2 Safe wallet, multi-signature. And you can use this wallet to manage your crypto assets. But until now, it's been very hard to manage your fiat currency in the same manner. But as the euro is native on-chain, it's essentially just a stable coin. You can think about it like a stable coin, but it's so much more that you can now connect your Safe wallet and find the Monerium application in the Safe App Store. Open it up. And now you have the web client embedded into that wallet. And you should take note that now you see the Safe logo up where the wallet connection is. The green light indicates that this wallet is now connected to your on-chain fiat. You now have all the capabilities that I showed you earlier. Sending money cross-chain, going to a bank account, receiving money into your IBAN. And this becomes the easiest way to pay salaries for Web3 companies, right? Because now you can just essentially use the same signature scheme, and whenever somebody wants to initiate a payout, in this case, both of the parties defined by this policy need to sign off. And you can use all of the spending modules and everything, all the capabilities. And this is the way we extend the capabilities onto the banking system. Like, this is hard in TradFi. Now we just take whatever the community has built, and we plug it in with fiat. And of course, the asset page of the Safe wallet is going to show the balance here, because this is all natively embedded. We have seen that it takes some time for users to fully grasp what we built. But I think it's well summarized by a happy Monerium customer who said, the safe, and actually any wallet, now becomes your self-sovereign bank account. And I think that is the way to think about it. Your wallet becomes your bank account. And actually, on my side, I only keep my old bank account to be able to demonstrate the power of Monerium. So to summarize what I've said, the EURe is efficient. You can go from any bank account to a blockchain instantly, 24 hours, 24/7. And oh yes, I probably forgot to mention that it's free. It's completely free of charge. There are no fees. You can use any wallet that you'd like, be it a smart account wallet, an EURe wallet, you choose. You can use it on all the supported chains, and we're going to be constantly adding more. And it's DeFi native, so it swaps into other currencies and is a DeFi participant. Security is, of course, an important topic. So in addition to being authorized and regulated, it's 102% over-collateralized in fiat terms, as dictated by our license. And the smart contracts have been audited by ACI, who have audited many of the industry's smart contracts, including the Safe, 1inch, to name a couple. What I've said so far is to give you an idea into the powers of this infrastructure, what we call on-chain fiat. What I'm about to tell you now is that as a good Web3 participant, we don't really want to be locking and siloing the user experience to our own web client, right? We expose all of the functionality that I've shown you so far as an API, and we've even wrapped it as an SDK for a couple of languages. So when you have all of this power, we can start to ask the questions, what can you start to build? And here's a great example that an external team to Monerium, the Bootnode team, they decided to dedicate 2 developers for a month to come up with an idea how you can use this infrastructure. And what they came up with was brilliant in my mind. So the idea is that you're a DAO contributor, and you get your salaries paid in, a treasury token on any chain. And you need to be able to pay your landlord, right? And today, if you think about the steps that you need to take, it's a hassle. It's just a mess. So let's look at how this would work. I'm going to show you a demo, how this works with EURe. You start by connecting your wallet. Boom. And then you authorize the application to connect to your Monerium IBAN account. And remember, one of the requirements for Bootnode was that must not be no extra API for the backend. So this is simply a web client. It could be hosted, on GitHub or something else. And here, the user is explicitly authorizing EURe to take action on their behalf with a wallet signature. So now that's done. So we go from, let's say, Matic on Polygon, and I'm going to type in 2. I get a quote, and it says 1.38 euros. And then I type in the destination in the off-chain banking system, and it's going to be me, but this could be the landlord. And now you send it away. This requires 2 transactions. You go into bridge and swap. And with that done, you're going to want to initiate the payout into the banking system, the off-chain banking system. Now, let's do that. There's another signature here, authorizing that transaction. 10 seconds later, it's done. Imagine what this saves. Imagine what the experience that this unlocks. And what did I see when I saw this in my Revolut bank account? Number one, 1.38 euros. Number two, payment coming from Gísli, not Monerium. And number three, the reference there using EURe, right? So, and this actually solves a lot of problems for Web3 native individuals or companies, because if you go through something like Kraken, payments get stopped because it originates in DeFi. We are here to abstract that complexity away for you, because what the receiving bank only sees is my name and nothing else. Recently, the Safe SDK was launched. And it's essentially a powerhouse of services that have been wrapped up and encapsulated in a single API and an SDK. And using this SDK, you can start to leverage the powers of account abstraction to create gasless payments, to have seamless onboarding. And we're, of course, very thankful and humbled by the fact that the core SDK team chose Monerium to be the on-chain fiat. And now, with this stack, what can we start to build? So I think you heard about, in the previous talk, the Gnosis Pay card. These are the kind of applications that we're seeing right now. I think this is the next generation of dApps, right? And there was a big announcement at ECC. You, of course, had a talk about it. Under the hood, how does it work? So you have the card, and the card is associated with a safe. The guys from the Gnosis Pay actually told you earlier how this works. And whenever you touch on a POS system using that card, what actually happens is that the card is instructing that safe to move that money using the Monerium IBAN. And because we're authorized, because we're regulated, we can settle with the Visa system, and in this case, pay the merchant or settle with the Visa so that the merchant, in this case, the owner of the cafe, gets paid. So in this sense, every cardholder becomes a Monerium customer and gets an IBAN. And right now, every transaction that happens is actually a EURe transaction. So what am I trying to say? I think we, as an industry, as an ecosystem, are at the point where all those components are coming together to create the next level user experience. And I think it's no secret, it's not unique to me, but I think Web3 hasn't succeeded so far because of the terrible user experience for most. It's just way too hard for regular users. But now that is changing. And what I'm predicting is that in the coming months, and this is why I'm so excited, in the coming months, we'll start to see Web3 applications coming together that exceed the user experience of their Web2 darling rivals, like the likes of Revolut and others. So that's what gets me so excited, and that's what I wanted to share with you. And with all of this in place, the only question that remains for me, what are you going to build with it? Thank you.
Okay, so let's open it up for questions. We have one question right here.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. I have two questions. The first one is, how do you make revenue as Monerium? And the second one is a bit more on the actual monetary structures that are happening behind the scenes. So, as you said, it's 102% collateralized. So I wonder, what's the process here? So people are sending euros somewhere, and then the euro E is minted. So what happens in the backend? If you could speak a bit about that.
Okay, very good questions. So I think the first question is actually important because it shows how we're aligned with the ecosystem, right? So we can offer those transactions for free because of our business model. We don't even talk about on and off ramping anymore because it's just that native transfer between the two worlds, right? If you're an on-ramp or an off-ramp, your business model has to be to take a transaction of those transactions. However, as we are built with, we are fully grounded in on-chain, so we make our money by the safeguarded user funds that we store on your behalf. So I can go a little bit into detail there because I think it's important. When we receive money from the banking system, and this goes into your second question, we safeguard the user funds. So we're not like a bank. We don't even have the authorization from the regulator to do it. Our only purpose is to safeguard the user funds, right? So in a segregated, ring-fenced accounts away from our accounts, right? And we do it in two ways. We can safeguard with custodial bank accounts with another banking institution. And most importantly, we can safeguard them in high-quality liquid assets. And you can think about those as government notes with short duration, which is exactly the most secure kind of money that there exists. And most people actually don't get access to this kind of money. But now we're kind of democratizing access to that kind of money. We're 102% collateralized, which means that we safeguard the user funds on your behalf, and then we provide even 2% of our own capital on top as a buffer. Did that answer the question? I can go into more detail if you'd like, but let's take another question.
There's another question right there. Gentleman sitting down.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So is this limited to the European Union, or can everybody in the world now make an IBAN connected to their wallet?
Exactly. So we have passported the license successfully throughout all the EEA member states and the European, the EU plus the European Economic Area. So all European individuals and companies can apply for an IBAN. That's what our license says. So right now you have to be a European, yes.
So we have a question up there, gentleman standing.
Yeah, as far as I know, Monerium has an e-money license, which is actually e-money institution. And now, so I missed the first half, but now you're talking about issuing cards, if I understand correctly. Does it involve another kind of license, like issuer license, which you need to apply to?
Great question. So yes, we are the first authorized EMI in the world to issue tokens on a public blockchain. We received that license in 2019. We spent the first 2 years of our lives educating the regulators about that money could also live on chain. The e-money license, it probably doesn't tell you a lot, but number one, the likes of PayPal, Revolut, and others use this license for 2 decades now. And number two, we're future compliant with MiCA. To your question, does the issuance of the card change anything for us? No, because we are doing this in partnership with Gnosis Pay. We're actually issuing the cards. We're just using this infrastructure, or they are essentially using the API and the SDKs to power the settlements for the underlying transactions. So nothing changes on our behalf.
We have a question right there, and then another one here in the front.
Thank you, super interesting. In your presentation, I didn't see the point where you do KYC. At which point in the chain do you do that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we actually had a long conversation with the regulators. And one of them being, we were pretty hard on the stance that we wouldn't be whitelisting token holders on chain, right? So that would kind of kill the composability of those applications. So no whitelisting. You can, if you have EURe in your wallet, you can send it to any other address out there. However, we have to be compliant. We are, we have the same AML conditions as the banks, PayPal, and others. So we have to know our customers. So when you apply for an IBAN, a prerequisite is to have a KYC, right? So we're actually we're the only EMI in the world that doesn't have a payment service license associated with it, because e-money allows you to issue money, but payment services allow you to make account transactions. Our argument was that the blockchain actually does that, and we can take our systems offline, and all the issued money would actually flow, right? So we're not participating in that. So we are policing, let's say, money moving between the two worlds.
Cool. Okay, guys, unfortunately we are out of time, so thanks, Gísli.
Thank you.
If you have any more questions, where can you be found?
Probably around. I'll be here.
Okay.
You can
Gísli will be around, so. All right, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, guys, so our next speaker today is from Zerion, Abi. So welcome, Abi, on stage.
GM everyone. Quick show of hands here, who here has heard of Zerion before or has used Zerion? Okay, we have a decent bunch. So I'll definitely go through the intro and give you all context as well. Great to have you here. Good to be in Berlin. I used to live in Berlin in Kreuzberg 5 years back. So it's fantastic to be back to a city that's pretty much not changed. It's just the same as it's always been, as degen as ever. So I'm pleased to be back, to say the least. Today I'm going to talk about something that I think I talked about, with pretty much every wallet in the space. There's this new layer 2 Cambrian explosion that's happening just across the board. And wallets and portfolio trackers, we pretty much bear the brunt of, more data, more chains, more event tokens, right? So I'm going to demystify a little bit on what's a good framework or approach to think about how you sort of scale, your platform to be ready for both tracking and integrating a lot of these newer chains. And B, I'm just going to talk a little bit on maybe some of the features, use cases, whatnot that we've been thinking through at Zerion to sort of cope with the upcoming cycle of just new layer 2s and new chains in general. So a little bit of context, I'm also going to go off some captions based on some rap titles. One of my friend Aditi she used to be at Celestia, and now she's working with Capsule. She started this trend, so we're just going to riff off that. She had this really good talk called More Chains, More Problems in ETHCC. And our summaries are pretty much going to be similar, so just hang in there. So if you remember DeFi Summer, right? Back then, we just had this huge compound starting out, this whole governance token sort of summer. And pretty much every DeFi protocol suddenly had this need to launch a new governance token or have liquidity farming. So we went from this sort of season of, I remember, right, in March or February 2020, we just had 4 or 5 DeFi protocols. So it was the Uniswaps or the compounds or the, I think it was Aave, and then we had InstaDApp. For us, as a portfolio tracker, Zerion started off initially as a mint or personal capital for Web3. You have all these assets across one chain. There's no multi-chain. You just want to now, instead of having 3 or 4 tabs open, have one tab open, connect your wallet, do all these actions, right? Simple. We then went from that to hey, here's this proliferation of exchanges, and then in the next couple of years, a ton of new dApps coming out. So as a product, we iterated and we added a wallet because people wanted to actually now store their funds in Zerion. We sort of added more wallets, so you could now track your ledger. You could even connect your Ledger Nano X to our mobile app to trade on the go, right? Features like this that just made it more easy to cope with this new season of dApps and chains and whatnot. But then now we're at a stage where obviously Web3 has evolved a lot. You have a ton more use cases, you have a ton more liquidity layers, and you have actual features that both developers and users use. Very simple example, right? Now my ENS, with my ENS and with my identity, you can pretty much track, understand what kind of person I am on chain, what kind of features I usually interact with. Am I more of a DeFi guy, NFT guy? You can see how rich or poor I am. You can pretty much sort of across the board, if I choose to dox myself with my ENS, understand what's going on. But there's a few problems here, right? The first being very easy. It's always been the fees. For an average consumer, across the world, it's always been inaccessible to really make actions beyond a simple free sign transaction, just given the fees that we've had to contend with. And I think more lately, there's been 3 factors that really brought in this big layer 2 season, right? One, we just have a mature development stack. Stacks like OP Stack and now Polygon with their recent one and ZK Stack, just makes it a lot easier for any new tool to consider white labeling their own chain. 2, it's also become I think a lot more interesting as a market. We went from DeFi protocols needing, if DeFi protocol needed a new chain, they'd need a whole liquidity layer of tools and other liquidity providers. But now you have social apps, you have gaming apps. They don't really need a whole liquidity layer anymore. So that's also made it a lot easier. And then finally, it's just the fees, like I said earlier. A lot easier to want to get a layer 2 just because of the advantages these offer to you. So now we're in this interesting space where you have Rollups, you have Validiums, you have every sort of team just fighting it out against each other on how their solution's better than the other. But it's all come out of a necessity of, hey, we need to make DeFi and just Web3 in general more accessible to users, and fees need to go down at the end of the day. And now coming to the kind of core problem here, right? For say a average wallet or a dApp user, this is really currently how the user journey is, right? You might have a million different assets and a ton of different chains. When you want to connect your wallet to a new dApp for the first time, and this is assuming you only have one wallet and not more than one, which I'll get into later, you find out that, hey, here's this new layer 2 chain, whatever, Ethereum coin or Vitalik coin. You don't have the chain added, and then you click on, you want to add a custom network. Then there's a ton of details that you usually don't care about, and assuming you already have funds on this chain, all right, you read through those details, you add in your RPC URL, and you're done. But assuming you don't, which is I think 99% of users when you're trying out new chains or you're, I don't know, farming for an airdrop or whatever, then you sort of realize, you can't transact, you need bridge assets. This whole process is going to be a 15-minute process of understanding which bridge supports that. If you don't know about Socket or Li-Fi, shout out to them, they make it a little bit easier. But then you connect the wallet, send the bridging transaction, wait, and then finally, hopefully your transaction is confirmed and you're ready to start, right? This is a big problem, and this is a problem not just for wallets, but it's a problem for anyone trying to solve for user experience across the board. And we've been thinking a little bit about how we want to approach this, but also how we want to collaborate with other wallets in this space to just think about how, I guess, layer 2s and whatever comes after will sort of bring in, more constraints. Ideally, obviously, you want to have, hey, you can connect a wallet in this dApp. In the same screen, you're able to see, while you're connecting the wallet, you just get an automated, confirmation prompt to add this new network. And ideally, also in the same screen, you're able to, your wallet itself offers you, hey, you don't have X assets on this chain. Like here's the best offer based on all the bridges that we've scouted through for you on bridging assets. And because we already know that you don't have these assets, then there you go. Whatever it is, ETH, stablecoins, whatnot, you have it on the chain. Still, there is the problem that bridges, I hope, will fix, and there's also a ton of, I think, proposals coming up to make this process a little bit easier. But the waiting period for assets to bridge, I say 15 minutes as a stretch, depending on network congestion, but it's still a problem, and that's something that we can't really fix as of now. But at least the user experience of, not needing to understand all these details on the RPCs and the URLs and all that. I think that's one thing that we realized at first we could solve for, and this is something that we'll be working on in the coming sprint or so. And I think the key use case here is this is user experience that no one's really built as of now, right? So understanding, in the long run, what kind of design language will converge towards, all of that are still very open questions, but I think the whole point of this is to start getting into that, how do you make the user journey easier in this layer 2 world? And the other problem, right? The other problem is more around, hey, so sure, you now understand that, you need assets on this chain. You've bridged a bunch of assets. Maybe you've done some trades. Now you have 10 new assets on this new chain, right? How do you track that you have these assets on this new chain? There's a bunch of different issues here, right? One, if this is a very, it's a staked asset on a new liquidity pool in a chain that we don't support at all, we'd probably not even display that, right, as something you track. So I just broke this down into 3 different areas. One, it's the meta information. For NFTs, fortunately, we have providers like Simple Hash that make it easy. They are adding new chains almost on a daily basis. So what we do at Zerion, we just tap into aggregators for that data. So Simple Hash, for example, get every chain added. Then for NFTs, even your pull-ups that you've just collected today, we're one of the only wallets that show the pull-ups on-chain. We show video NFTs, we show music NFTs, any sort of interactive element, right? So there are providers that exist for that, which maybe a lot of wallets don't even utilize yet, right? So that's the first thing. Try to identify what meta information providers exist and use them wisely. I think CoinGecko is another example. In terms of simple token metadata, they are adding as many new chains as possible. But we always see this as something where you've got to have a hybrid approach based on what problem you're trying to solve for. The other, I think the bridging is more interesting. We currently only integrate Socket, but we're planning to integrate Li-Fi, and then there's also the whole cross-chain bridging ecosystem with Axelar and whatnot. So that's another area where I think a lot of players just sort of either locked into one bridge and then choosing not to integrate any others. But I think for us, we'll always take this direction of trying to be the aggregator, this meta aggregator. And the final one is a reliable node provider. So I mean, this is a little bit more interesting. What we've now kind of formulated internally is for a lot of new chains, there's this whole long tail of chains that no one really uses, right? How about going about a lightweight integration for these chains? You don't need an archive node unless you want the whole transaction history for this chain. So why not just integrate it with a existing node provider in a very lightweight format? And usually chains themselves, if you reach out to them, they're very open to suggesting to you a very easy to use node provider, right? So that's kind of one way to solve the second step of the problem. After someone's bridged their funds, now they have some more assets on this chain. They've been experimenting a little bit, and as a wallet or as any sort of DApp that wants to retain users because users need the accuracy of their funds on that platform. That's another sort of way to sort of retain there. And this kind of brings us finally to what we've noticed even in the last cycle. It is really all about the data. Zerion's moat, or even a lot of the other sexy front ends that you use day to day, their moat isn't really sort of, hey, you as a user coming onto the platform every day, making trades, giving them swap fees or whatnot. Everyone's realizing that everything's all about the API, right? Under the hood, what kind of data have you indexed? Has it been the portfolio history? Has it been, I don't know, anything across understanding user intents and all of that? It's almost a Web 2.5 world now, right? And in that layer, we've sort of also done a lot of improvements in how we not just, I guess, collect data in a very privacy-centric way, but also in terms of how we optimize for data in a very privacy-centric way. So one example of, I guess, data is that in wallets, we've all faced this. You have 2 or 3 different wallets, maybe your MetaMasks, your Zerions, and your Phantoms, and you go to a new pop-up. It might not be Wallet Connect. It might be some new Web3 auth, Privy, whatnot. and you suddenly see there's 2 MetaMasks on there, or there's 2 Zerions on there. You can't use both interchangeably, right? This is an example where we partnered with the Wallet Connect to release the EIP 6963 proposal. Essentially, now you can have multi-injected wallet discovery in the same tab. So you can connect multiple wallets simultaneously on multiple chains and use wallets without any like pop-ups and annoying modals and all that. So the first learning lesson there was like, hey, like this is a problem. What's the Web 2 approach? Honestly, that sometimes works. Like in this case, you can pause the Zerion extension for a certain new DApp that doesn't accurately support 2 different wallets connected at once, because not a lot of wallets or DApps know about the EIP 6963. And now it remembers your preferences, all stored natively in your browser. And this is a new era where you might have a gaming wallet that you use only for gaming DApps. You might have Zerion for your hot wallet or sort of like your degen use cases. So that's something that we've seen, and we've also now advised a lot of other wallets on in terms of how you can sort of approach this very interoperable user experience. And the second, I guess, just in terms of some of the newer features that we're planning to release as well, like I talked about the multi-injected provider discovery, but we're also releasing a ton of things on safety, security. There's things that I mentioned on being able to add custom RPCs and new chains. So you'll be able to add pretty much any chain already live in our browser extension and our mobile wallet, in a very easy to use format. And all of this while being privacy first, right? So if you've connected a bunch of different wallets, one of the largest concerns that we have coming from users is that, hey, like, won't you be able to dox us out if the IRS comes to you and asks you for like the cross-associated data? We can't do any of that because all of that is stored on your browser locally, and none of that is stored on our backend. But what is stored on our backend is what we'd now classify as our API. So back in 2020 and 2021, almost every other wallet, portfolio tracker, be it Zapper, be it wallets like MetaMask and whatnot, they would show you asset prices queried directly on their front end from other price sources. What we chose to do back then is to actually build all these price feeds and these sources on our back end and build this robust infrastructure such that if, I don't know, EURe is down, or if like Alchemy is down, or Etherscan is down, we still show you the prices. And a lot of times this happened in 2020 and 2021 during like the whole bull run. These apps would be down maybe for a short period of time, showing you no prices, but Zerion would, right? And over time, that I think initial investment just led to now us having adapters for almost every DeFi protocol in the space, or us having these like transaction history feeds that now if you use Coinbase, or if you use Rainbow, or if you use Uniswap, if you go to Uniswap's wallet, if you go to their transaction history, all of that data is now fetched from Zerion. And we sort of now almost have this B2B angle of, hey, like we've built this like robust infrastructure as a REST API and a WebSocket API internally. Teams started coming to us being like, hey, like this is really hard for us to build in-house because we need someone to like, you can't just query this data directly from a node provider. You have to parse a token's full history. You've got to bootstrap, okay, what's sort of like the price at which a person bought this asset, what's the price currently, what's the ROI. We give you all of that in a single line of code. So I think the learning there was, hey, like this new data layer is also a way where we can help sort of solve and build for this layer 2 explosion. So as we go forward, we're starting to collaborate with a lot of chains as well, where chains might be interested in giving grants, saying, hey, like I'm a new chain. I see that Zerion's API is now powering 10 different wallets or DApps in the space. How do we go about integrating? So if you're interested in exploring the API, it's still very much stealth. We haven't done any publicity or marketing on it yet, but it's available now in docs.zerion.io. So very much if you're a DApp developer, if you're a wallet developer, if you want something as simple as a portfolio value and as complex as multi-chain NFTs, like charts and all of that cool stuff, we provide all of them in like a very simple to use REST API. So that's been kind of the culmination of all this research across the data, across how to solve a user experience, and then finally kind of like what we're seeing now with this whole layer 2 explosion. So just to recap, very high level, I think one simplest lesson is to just collaborate as closely as possible. If you have a BD team, if you have a public relations team, whatnot, I think being close to teams like OP Stack, or being close to like Polygon, teams that are almost like now gatekeepers of, hey, like I know when base chain is going to come out 1 month from now, and I can help you get in touch with them and understand how to integrate them into your product natively. I think that's the first main lesson. So Rollup as a service or layer 2s, like really take them seriously. Very similar, I guess, both technical and empirical analogies to before. Then, yeah, any API that provides comprehensive data, if you even just go to like your node provider right now, if you use QuickNode probably has like their own third-party API aggregator, right? Like there's a ton of APIs that can, provide data for whatever need that you want. So I think this is more so like, a sort of like positive development from like a couple of years back, even like last market cycle, where you didn't have any API, any documentation really. And people actually hated that, right? Like when Alchemy came out with their, sort of super node, people didn't like the fact that, hey, I couldn't just like self-host my own node and now a centralized provider wants to do that for me. But over time, it's just a matter of convenience and price and security, right? The final, I guess, a couple things. Yeah, chains and bridges, they really should be, abstracted away wherever possible. And when I say abstracted away, I mean this as the end user, right? So you really don't want to know, like you don't need to know, hey, like, do I have 100K USDC in this one chain or the other chain or split across multiple chains? When you use the end product, it just needs to work. And I think we're moving towards that kind of an experience with chains and bridges oftentimes colluding with each other as well. And yeah, finally, the layer 2 explosion, really we'll see more mainstream crypto dApps gaining adoption. And we've had a couple of really cool talks before, having numbers, having estimates and all that on when this is going to happen. But I think it's going to be a matter of like, sort of when, not if, more or less. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks, Abi, for the presentation. So do we have any questions? Nobody?
So how much thanks a lot for the talk, first of all. How much the API costs, this REST API for the data?
Yeah, good question. So we have a free generous development key. Should be up to like 15,000 calls or so per day for free. So that will be almost 500,000 calls in a month. And with that, you can query a ton of, I'd say, like if it's transactions data, you can query like maybe 10,000 wallets or so, like spread over a month. If not, because it's a high-level API, every endpoint has a different price based on how complex it is. So if you take our history or our transactions, those are usually the most complex endpoints. They start at about $50 for 100,000 calls. So like $500 for like 1 million calls. And maybe to give you like, I don't know, a sample, right? Like some of the large wallet customers that we have, they make around 20 million or 30 million calls so per month for 300,000 users. So you can kind of just infer off of that. If you're a starting developer, we also have grants. Just got to reach out to API@Zerion.io with your use case, and we can even give you like a full free production key. And for some of the NFTs and like the token data and all that, those are, yeah, even 1 million calls would be, I think, for the NFT data, for example, it's $50 for 1 million calls. So very similar to what Simple Hash or some of the other players offer.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Abi, I have a question if nobody else has a question. So in this session here today, we spoke a lot about payments, merging the two worlds, and I'm just wondering, how is Zerion looking into that space right now? How does it see changing? Is there a user's demand for solutions like could be Gnosis Pay or
Right.
Monerium within your wallets?
Yeah, good question. Even I have a couple crypto cards. I don't have Gnosis Pay yet, right? But I think I myself would be a big user of that. And a couple of these cards, I've had to import my Zerion keys to be able to like use them as a debit card, right? So I'd say myself personally definitely would be a user. And we've had a ton of inbound, right? In terms of, I think there's more B2B inbound than user demand though, at least for now, where we stand. Because our users are usually what we'd call Web3 citizens, right? Their users are just using, on average, like 4 chains every day. They have a bunch of dApps. From what we see so far, it's still a market that I think is like something that we'll wait and pause a little bit to see if market demand really grows. Just because users prefer to be more on-chain. And there's this other flip side, right? Like if you have off-ramps and if you have debit cards, users might actually even like move away from your wallet to take money out, right? Like there's a ton of different retention-based questions that I can talk to with my PM for a long time, who is super against some of these things as well. But yeah, I think user demand, not so much yet. Maybe some of our US-based users or European users would prefer something like this, but a lot of our degen on-chain users, they haven't really asked us much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Any other question?
So it almost sounded like you started out as sort of an aggregator of APIs like Etherscan and so on, and then you sort of build up this data yourself, and now you're sitting on a bunch of data, probably your own data lake, probably already thinking about data engineering and so on. You mentioned this API, like how do you think about the space evolving? Obviously, the graph is very popular, and everybody sort of uses it, but there's also some issues with that. Like, yeah, how will you make your data usable for developers? Is it just going to be the REST API? Are you thinking about GraphQL?
Yeah.
These sort of things. Yeah.
Yeah, good question. So I think one thing that's hard to understand in the API space, at least in Web3, is like, what API solves for what problem, right? Like the Graph, for example, or a lot of these lower level APIs, they don't provide any transaction history that's multi-chain and real time. So what I mean is, GraphQL is a good idea. Say like you're able to submit 100 different wallets. They don't output like, here's the transaction history for every single like transaction that this wallet has done in a single call. What they'd rather do is they have a bunch of like, Graph APIs, Node APIs, and a bunch of other like provider solutions. So for us, I think we're a very niche API, right? All we do is just solve for this: transaction history, portfolio, and DeFi or NFT assets. For that, a lot of our, I guess, like roadmap or data engineering roadmap is very much like some providers asking us, hey, like, can I have transaction webhooks? So now, like, whenever a new transaction is done, you can build push notifications just using a webhook built on top of this API. So you don't need to use maybe another push notification provider like EPNS or some of these other platforms, right? So for us, and honestly, our roadmap has been very much feedback driven. How the API started is a year back, Rainbow Wallet just coming to us being like, hey, if we like all this data you've built, can we use this ourselves, right? So we haven't really structured this. I'd say for a graph and whatnot, like, they also have this other challenge of, they usually have a token or they have like a big, whatever, venture-backed business to like, sort of like fall back to. For us, our primary business is still the B2C, like the wallet and like the sort of like user-facing platform, right? So this team that I'm working on with the API, we don't have those pressures of like, hey, we need to be like, I don't know, scaling like 100x or like adding like a whole set of new features. So we're very much focused on, let's try to do what we do best, which is transaction history and some of these wallet native use cases. But in terms of, yeah, like the graph, I'm a big fan. Also, I work out of their SF office all the time, the Edge and Node space. So the graph, Alchemy, Infura, Pocket Network, QuickNode, I think they're all in their own battle of, we need more, like there's only about 10 to 20 big customers in this space right now, right? So they're in that battle. We want to try to get like, as many big contracts as possible for a node provider or for like, using our subgraphs. So we aren't really in that. For us, it's very much, if there's a new account abstraction wallet coming up and they need to build this portfolio, they come to us through word of mouth. Yeah, so different market.
Okay, thanks, Abi. We're out of time right now for questions. Thank you again.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right. So our next speaker today is Hannes from Zeal, who will be talking about how can we buy a coffee with a Web3 wallet cards, I guess. We'll see. Welcome, Hannes.
Hey. Testing. Yeah, I'm going to go on stage. Hey, sun, everyone. Good afternoon in the sauna. Fortunately, I'm Swedish, so I'm quite used to hot climates, or at least steamy saunas. All right, so I love the sequence from Gnosis Pay to then talk about ramping with Monerium and then one of the most famous wallets. I work with wallets as well, and explain why I'm so excited about it. I'm the founder and one of the zealots building Zeal, which is a permission-free wallet. I will use the word permission-free somewhat interchangeably with self-custodial, because I think permission-free is a benefit, and self-custody is by many perceived as an obligation. And that's what we're building at Zeal. We're building a permission-free wallet for daily life. And I will make a case for why we need more permission-free wallets for daily life. But since we're the new kid on the block, we've been building for a bit more than a year now. I will just present some of our street creds. We're 11 people. A lot of us, 7 of us, are from Revolut, where we did spend a lot of time working on everyday payments and spending for your daily life. But also Spotify and Coinbase. And these are 2 industries that have also seen a change from an old incumbent industry that wasn't embracing the digital habits of people. When we talk first about music, people were forced to buy plastic pieces to listen to music. On the banking side, people were forced to go to high street offices to do their banking errands. But both of these industries were changed and allowed people to do them from the comfort of their phones. And that was enabled by a lot of fundamental technologies being in place, from mobile adoption to bandwidth. And I think we are at a similar inflection point now when it comes to Web3 wallets. For quite some time, there was a lot of talk about transaction fees, and moving money in and out of crypto was also quite of a hassle. But a lot of these things are now actually solved problems. And we're getting to the point where it's possible to wrap these technologies with great UX around it and deliver great products. And that's why I'm so excited. And especially many of the things we heard about today, like Gnosis Pay and Monerium, are enabling technologies from this. We have scaling solutions that allow you to basically disregard the transaction fees on different networks, which also, a while back, wasn't really seen as something feasible. But this change is coming at a point where the global economy is seeing some challenges. The last couple of years, if anything, should be seen as a tailwind for Web3 and what we are building here. US monetary supply is done at 10x. If that was a token, someone would be very happy, but now it's the supply. We've seen central banking also having its day in the sun, and banks like Silicon Valley Bank collapsing on the back of some mismanaged risks and aggressive practices. And of course, our own sector has not been unscathed when it comes to mismanagement of risk with FTX. Although I would say that probably my more favorite example of problems in the last couple of years that reinforced the need for what we here are building is the Canadian trucker protests, which was an example of weaponization of the financial system to quell freedom of speech, where Canadian truckers didn't want to get vaccinated, and in response to that, their financial accounts were frozen. And when they managed to get support from friends and family, the accounts of their friends and family were frozen as well. And this was not totalitarian in North Korea or China. This was Justin Trudeau in a democratic society. This was not Vladimir Putin. And so when these things happen in places that many probably wouldn't expect them to happen, it should be a wake-up call and a clear signal for us to take heed of it. The powers that we give to the people that are in power today shouldn't be judged whether the people whose policies we like should have them, but rather the day when people whose policies we do not like are in charge, are we okay with them having those powers? So we basically have multiple things stacking up with record inflation, implosion of banks, freedom of speech being silenced by banks and the government. So that's all fine, right? Well, it's a perfect storm, and really what we are building here, permission-free finance and self-custodial wallets, what it was built for, to be able to handle these things. 15 years ago, we got the Bitcoin white paper. We all know it. It took some time before it started to get more traction. And it's a similar backdrop that created that back then that we see now, today. So I think it's important to remember that freedom is not a default. It's not a singular trajectory that societies go to achieve freedom of speech and freedom. If we want to protect our freedoms, we have to do so through actions. If builders don't build, then change doesn't happen. We visited the moon 50 years ago, and then we didn't go back, and now we forgot how to go there. If builders don't take charge and build things, then it won't happen. And crypto, I don't think, is the default path. It's something that we have to make happen, and we are making happen now. And that's why it's so exciting, these important changes in front of us. So we have a moral imperative to build wallets that allow people to use their assets for their daily lives. But also, I am a pragmatist, and quite often moral arguments don't work. So we also have to look at the economic arguments. Self-custody, as I said, is often seen as an obligation rather than a benefit for many. But there are other important value props that drive towards the economic reasons, right? So peer-to-peer payments is a more efficient way to exchange value without intermediaries or custodians. It lets trading parties pay less fees and keep more money for themselves. Gnosis Pay earlier today showed us the fat payment stack of fees involved whenever a transaction is made. And if we are driving a change towards more peer-to-peer transactions, whether that is between individuals or companies and individuals or between companies, that means that fewer fees are lost in that value exchange. And they can go back to customers, whether they're companies or people, as lower fees or other benefits. On a first principle basis, a peer-to-peer exchange is more efficient. So we have a moral and economic imperative to build permission-free wallets. How are we doing on that front? The original promise of cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, and eventually much more than that, was finance, right? Permission-free payments. It started as a financial revolution, but recently there's a lot more attention given, and of course media feeds into this because it's more lucrative to talk about the crypto casino with JPEGs and meme coins. And there are a lot more good wallets coming out that are being built, but most of the wallets that come out today are focused around the trading use case. It's a lot of Trade Republic for Web3 or Robinhood or Free Trade for Web3 kind of builds, right? Which is a valid use case, but we also need more builds for everyday finance. Wallets that let you use your assets as you go about your daily life. And all the tech we've been learning about here today are enabling those kind of things. We are not at this inflection point where we can start building these things. Why 15 years after the Bitcoin white paper is it still not possible to send someone a digital euro to their phone number, like you do with peer-to-peer payments in Web 2? So how are we doing on this journey? Well, Bitcoin might be, as a white paper, at least 15 years old, but our industry is still in its infancy, albeit a couple of years under its belt. Last year, according to Chainalysis, 3.8 million was lost in hacks. That is not a sign of a mature industry, so we still have a lot of work to do. And so now is the point where I'll start talking a little bit about how we're addressing this and how we're trying to move towards this with Zeal. At Zeal, we're building a permission-free digital wallet for daily life. So MetaMask is digital and permission-free, but you can't really buy beers or pay rent with it. At Revolut, we were building a digital wallet for your daily life, indeed, for your rent, and it was smooth and convenient. But it wasn't permission-free, it's very much a permissioned wallet. And of course, your good old trusty cash wallet is permission-free. You can spend your cash as you see fit, and you can use it for your daily life, but it didn't have the convenience of digital. And that is what we are moving towards. But the first step to get there is to tackle problems that are very tangible right here, right today. And so we think about people that are Web3 builders or freelancers, what we call crypto earners. People are using crypto today as a real finance, not as speculative asset class, not only at least, but also think about this is the future of finance, to use one of our cliches in our industry. And so this is the wallet that we have live today in the Chrome store. And I'll go through some of the features here just to show that we have today feature or 10x parity versus the basic feature sets of this browser wallet, which is what we have live today. First off, our wallet works wherever MetaMask works. So we connect to the normal APIs of MetaMask. We have support for all EVMs, so anything you can find on Chainlist, you can also use in Zeal. When you load up Zeal, we show you all tokens and NFTs and also DeFi positions that exist for your wallet. We compared all the different service providers, and we found DBank had a pretty good data feed. So right now, what you're getting here is a combination of DBank's data feed as well as our own data lake on top of that, so we can ensure that you have the best coverage of both tokens, NFT, and DeFi positions, and also very, very snappy performance to boot. Then back to those graphs showing lots of hacks and what we can do about that. A lot of people today are installing extra plugins to manage security checks on sites and transactions. We have built-in safety checks whenever you connect. So when you connect to a site, we verify it against a number of different heuristics. And also recently, last week, we integrated Blockdaemon's feed, which after extensive benchmarking on different security providers, we found that they had the snappiest and best coverage. So you get both a combination of our first-party safety checks and Blockdaemon's safety checks. Once you're connected to a DApp and you want to make a transaction, then we make safety checks on the transactions too. We check if there's any funny tokens going in and out of your wallet. We check the payload so you don't accidentally send off tokens to someone else. We also check the transaction, the contract that you're interacting with, whether there's any issues with the contract that you're interacting with. And just a simple UX thing, when you're about to send your transaction, we show you a simulated version of that transaction. So we show you what's going out of your wallet and what's coming into your wallet in a very simple, human-readable language. And when you submit the transaction, no longer does that model disappear into the background, and you have to load up Block Explorer to find where that transaction went and whether it got confirmed or not. We show you your transaction's path on the chain to getting to first and second confirmation as a status bar, which sounds like a small thing, but it's surprising how many people are delighted when they can see what actually happens with the transaction without having to chase it. And then, this is a really cool thing. We have launched the Zeal companion, which basically is an instantiation of your wallet on each tab and each dApp independently. Okay, what does that mean? It means that each dApp, each tab, has its own wallet and network state. And that means that on one tab, you can be on Gnosis safe with one wallet that you often use for multi-sig transactions. And on Uniswap on another tab, you can be on another network with whatever wallet you want there. That way you can manage all this independently rather than enforcing a single state across all the different tabs, which can create some delightful jank otherwise. This is also the hub on every dApp where you can always see how you're connected, the safety status of the dApp that you're connected to. And then privacy against RPC data storage. So we basically shield all transaction details from RPCs with what we think of as an integrated VPN. So transactions are funneled through our backend, which we don't store any data on, which allows you to stay anonymous and safe when you're interacting with different networks out there. And then some other features. We have integrated swaps with 1inch and 0x. We have integrated routing across all the different bridges with sockets. And so basically, you can always get the best and fastest rate when you want to swap between different assets and even different assets on different chains. And we don't charge any added fees on top of that. So you don't have to go to the dApp to do it. You can just get it straight in the wallet at the best rates, whether it's a swap or a bridge, all integrated seamlessly. And now we get to the part where, so far, this is all cool, this is all great, and this allows us to be the smoothest transaction experience you've ever seen in Web3, but I talked about everyday daily finance, right? So what does that mean? Where just the App Store version we pushed live a couple of days ago now have instant free bank transfers. And so what this means, you've heard probably Gnosis Pay a lot recently, right? And this is not Gnosis Pay, by the way, but we have now instant SEPA transfers. We do USDC on Polygon to euro or pounds within Europe and the UK. And because it's instant SEPA and fast payments, we're looking at sub 1 minute for making these transactions. This is, we don't charge any fees below 5,000 per month. We've understood from some of our research that crypto earners typically, if you want to be able to pay rent and pay some food, that's up to like 5K a month. So you can do that at the interbank rate even. We're using the same tactic that we did with Revolut in the beginning, which is offering free FX between dollars in this case and euros and pounds. And just to show you how incredibly smooth this UX is, the first couple of transactions, you don't even need to do KYC. You can off-ramp, actually we don't call it off-ramp, we call it bank transfers, because in order to normalize these as part of your daily finance, there shouldn't be a ramp, you shouldn't move money on and off something, you should just be making transfers between your different accounts, some of them on-chain, and some of them off-chain. And so, yeah, this can be tried out today if any of you are up for giving it a whirl. What's coming up next? We're in private beta. We have a couple of hundred users. We're doing sessions almost every day where we're doing customer interviews to hear what people like and what they don't like. And we're soon going to move into public beta and then start working or get closer to shipping our mobile app and smart wallets. Hello, Gnosis, dear hosts. And all of this, one of the many things it can enable is for you to tap into tokenized assets. The title of this talk was Buying Coffee with Treasuries. And that's just one of the many things that's possible with the composable assets within DeFi, right? Why should you be forced to just use dollars or euros or pounds to pay for your rent or your coffee? Just spend your tokenized treasures that are essentially fungible on chain. As this is an audience of builders, and we love to get feedback, if anyone wants to grab time with us and share your thoughts, both on the product as well as how you interact with Web3, we'd love to grab time. We set up a vanity URL that leads to Typeform, which basically provides early access. But we'd also love to meet with you, to have a conversation about what you like and what you don't like, and build the best possible Web3 experience, not just for Web3 and dApps, but for your daily lives, so that you can work with Web3 always. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions?
Hi, will it be, do you see your product existing standalone, or are you looking for people to integrate it into other services?
Well, we're not a white label solution, if that's what you mean. So it is its own brand, its own product at the moment, yeah. Yeah, but love to talk with distribution partners if that's what you're hinting at.
Okay, and the mobile version, you think it'll be the same full features as what you described today?
We have mobile as a form factor enables a couple of other really cool things that you can't do on desktop. So it won't be the same. There will be even more cool things that will do that. But I'll leave the details a bit unsaid for now, because that's part of the magic sauce as well.
Thanks.
But as you can see, the app itself almost looks like a mobile app already. So in terms of UI and UX, will not look that dissimilar.
Hi, and thanks for the talk. I would like to ask if you see at any point in the near future, from a user perspective, when you receive, for example, whatever token you might receive at whatever chain or layer 2, all these things being transparent to the user, and you only see that you received USDC or whatever, and don't have to care about which layer or which chain, and you can do transactions without caring about this stuff. Do you see that coming?
So creating chain agnostic assets where you kind of aggregate all your balances across multiple chains when there's, if there's, say, like a canonical USDC on all the different chains. There's been some experiments with some wallets to do that, and I think there are some benefits to that. Long term, I think people will think of their dollars as just digital dollars, and they will not realize that they are on this or that chain. And yeah, then that chain aspect will disappear in the background. But that probably also means that you'll see a concentration of more and more assets into a few chains, possibly depending on dApps that are available. That's my prognosis. So 5 years from now, when a much larger proportion of society uses digital dollars to pay for their food and the rent, will they have that spread out across 10 different chains? Probably not. You're probably going to have a power law, an extreme power law, where it's concentrating in a couple.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, then, thank you for the talk. Thank you, Hannes.
Thank you.
And this is the end of the session for the afternoon. We'll pick up later for the evening sessions.
All right, everyone. Hello, and welcome back from your well-deserved break. As our first speaker for this section of the afternoon, we've got Alexander Herman, an independent researcher and also well-known mechanism designer in the Ethereum ecosystem, who is, if you're not familiar already, recently well-known for MEV capturing AMMs, and he's participated a lot in ETH research. Here's Alex, who's going to be speaking about a recent project of his on forkable stablecoins.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben, for the super kind words. Welcome, everyone, to my presentation over here. I'm super excited to talk about forkable stablecoins because forkable chains are quite the talk these days. Like there's, for example, Rune, who describes in his end vision that he wants to have a forkable chain. There is Alex G, who says we can use forking in order to recover from severe smart contract issues. And yeah, if we have in the soon future some forkable chains, there's of course the question, how do we actually put stablecoins on them? And that's what I wanted to describe over here with this presentation. Hope you enjoy it. I will take you through the following agenda. First, the definition, then I want to motivate it a little bit more. And then last but not least, we will look into the designs, how actually one can build such a thing. So let's start with the definition. What is a forkable stablecoin? I hope you all know what a stablecoin is. It's a coin that maintains its value. And now a forkable one is a coin that is able to survive forks of the underlying blockchain. So fork is if we have at the beginning only one chain and then it kind of splits into two chains with separate states and they continue to live. And now the forkable stablecoin, after this definition that I will use over here in this talk, is that it should preserve the total face value during the forks, so the market cap should not change. And also it should be usable on both forks or both branches of the fork. And thereby, ideally, it should really not influence the fork choice rule of the users and be neutral. So a small question, is USDC a forkable stablecoin? I see some people not agreeing, definitely not. Of course, USDC, if they would, after a fork, redeem their USD dollars for USDC on one chain, the total face value would be the same. But of course, they would make all their users prefer the one chain where the dollars are redeemable, but not the other one. And we want to look into designs where, yeah, also the second criteria is fulfilled. So let's motivate them a little bit. First, the question, do we need forkable stablecoins for Ethereum? Well, I think forkable stablecoins only make sense on chains that have controversial forks. In the past, maybe Ethereum had some with Ethereum Classic, but now really the intention is that we should no longer have them. Like Vitalik even wrote a blog post about why we should not overload under our consensus, why we should not risk controversial forks. But still, I want to mention that kind of all the protocol upgrades that we do for Ethereum, that they actually are introducing forks and potentially they could become controversial, but we really, really hope not. We really want to kind of keep the credible neutrality for Ethereum. And yeah, we hope we will never need them for Ethereum. But I'm still super, super excited for forkable stablecoins because there's so much talk about special forkable L1s and L2s. And this all starts, I would say, in 2015, when Vitalik wrote a blog post about subjectivocracy. He kind of coined this term. It was the governance by forking. He said, basically, that we can do our best governance if we do the governance by kind of forking things, and then we just stick to the chain that we actually, which has the properties that we actually want. And he kind of described that as the ultimate governance tool for blockchains. He said it's really nice because it's non-cursive, nobody's forced to pick a certain choice. And also it's very secure because it can withstand 51% attacks. And then people really said, yes, let's use this great property. Let's build with that, for example, oracles. There's, for example, Justin Drake, one of the Ethereum researchers, who said, let's enshrine oracles or price feeds into the chain. Edmund Edgar wrote really nice blog posts about it, how we can use it. And the idea is always the same. We have either a forkable chain or a forkable token. And then if there are discrepancies about what should be the actual information, the real information that the oracle is delivering, and we simply split these things, and one of the branches would have the one worldview and the other branch would have the other worldview. And with that, one can really nicely build the best oracles, the most secure. But then there's also this recent talk, for example, from Dune. He describes in his end vision that he wants to prevent governance attacks and technical failures with introducing a new chain. That's how he calls it. He writes there, the most important reason for why a new chain is needed is that we need to allow the ecosystem to use hard forks to gracefully recover from the most severe forms of governance attacks and technical failures. Like forks, they would allow that to some certain degree, and yeah, it's really nice that people are thinking about it. Alex G also made a proposal that one can even fork L1 in order to recover from smart contract hacks. Of course, there was quite some backlash, as I described before. We don't want to fork Ethereum, but I think we will definitely want to fork other chains. And so with that, I want to quickly sum up my motivation. It's that with forkable chains, we can enable certain use cases. For example, the most secure oracles, education platforms, recovering from smart contract issues. And yeah, if we have forkable chains, then how do we actually build forkable stablecoins on them? Because we want to have it usable. And that's why I now want to look into the designs for it. Yes, so the design has the same design goals as I mentioned before. So it should preserve the total face value of the issued stable token during the forks, and of course also in general. And it should be usable on both forks and thereby not significantly influence the fork choice rules of the users. And of course, the design space is huge, so I want to make some assumptions. I think a reasonable assumption is that stablecoins are collateralized by forkable collateral, so collateral that is natively deployed on these chains. For example, the native token, or also it could be some DAO or utility tokens that are natively deployed over there. And also one has to make some assumptions about the oracle. So as with normal stablecoins, we need kind of oracles that report the normal prices of these forkable collateral. And additionally, we want that we can also, after a fork, after kind of blockchain has split, the oracles can tell about both collateral prices, not just the one on their chain, but also on the other chain. And why I make this assumption it will become clear in a second. So overall, with this assumption, we would kind of propose a stable token that should work quite similar to RAI or DAI. So that means the tokens are issued via the creation of CDPs with some collateral token. I call it over here call. And then it would work very roughly like that, that if we have before the chain forks, we have some collateral token, let's say it has roughly a value of $1,000. Then after the fork, these $1,000 probably distributes to these tokens on the natural native tokens on these forks. And let's assume simply that the split is 30 to 70%. Now, how should in such a scenario the stablecoin behave? I called it over here phi for forkable DAI or RAI. Before the fork, actually, it would have exactly this stable value of $1. And then, according to the design I'm proposing over here, we would rebase these phi to 30 cents and 70 cents, kind of exactly with the ratio, so that the ratio over here is exactly the same ratio as over here. And with this rebasing, we have some really, really nice properties. So of course, the face value of DAI stays $1. because, because if you add these two together, you still have $1. And then users, they can later on use both forks. Of course, there is their dollar a little bit more worth, but they basically have both choices. They can either sell these ones and then interact with this chain, or the other way. They can sell these ones and then interact with this chain and basically always have their $1. So it's really not pushing them particularly into one chain. I think that's really nice because then you don't have to use DC situation. And it has some even nicer properties. If we are assuming that during the fork, the value stays roughly the same, so basically the $1,000 only splits between these two chains, then also the CDPs with which the stable tokens are created, they also then are still liquid, because basically on this chain, for example, everything is refactored by a factor of 0.3. So we have the stable token are less worth and the collateral. And so, yeah, it's still liquid and the CDPs are well covered. I think that's a really nice property. And that, of course, holds for both. And it continues with these nice properties. Another really nice property is that if you put these stable tokens and the collateral tokens, if you have them in some AMM, then during the rebasing, basically the ratio of these prices, it does not change because they're rebased exactly to the same value, and then you do not even have much MEV in the AMM, no big repricing, because the price between these is actually the same. So yeah, these are all the nice properties. This is already the very basic design. And I just want to mention where I would think these kind of things are best deployed. And I think if one builds a forkable L2, then these price oracle assumptions one can basically get for free, because after a fork on the L2s, one can still port the native tokens to L1 and then trade them against over there. And then via the native bridges, one can simply see these prices and communicate them down. And then one has all the assumption of the oracle basically gotten for free. And one can build really nice decentralized oracles with it. And then also, if one would kind of build a hierarchical curd system with forking as the final appeal on these L2s, then one can cover a lot of use cases. For example, the Oracle use case that was mentioned before, adjudication, and also the smart contract issue or hack recovery. And while this is actually one of the projects we are these days working on, we want to build a forkable L2. Right now, we're only a small team of Edmund, Edgar, Silke, and myself. But yeah, if you're interested in anything of that, kind of all the forking mechanisms, how one can secure things with that, or if you're interested in actually building a forkable stablecoin, please talk to us. We are super interested in this topic. And yeah. That's it already. Thanks a lot for listening. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. Do we have some questions? I see one right here in the front.
I wanted to ask you for some...
Maybe you can wait for the mic.
Examples where this would be needed, like let's assume we have USDC and I want to fork it into a local currency, local tender in another country, taking into consideration the exchange rate. Is that an example? If not, what is like another example? Like let's say there's a lot of forking like for what happened for central bank the central bank, the central currency. A lot of people have forked from that in order to kind of develop that, because that's not sort of yet a mature code. So what are the kind of scenarios where this thing would be applicable?
Mm-hmm. So I want to describe one more time. It's really not about the forking of the software, like as you do it on GitHub and so on, but we really want to fork the native assets. So if you have these tokens on the blockchain, after the fork, you basically get two tokens that kind of represent the same asset. So for example, when Ethereum was forking in the past, for example, the Ethereum Classic fork, you had previously only Ethereum, and then you had suddenly Ethereum Classic on one fork, and the other, which we now call the normal Ethereum, on the other one. We called it kind of the normal Ethereum because it had the more adoption, and it had the more dominant developments. And this is, for example, one of the examples we had in the past. And you were asking about USDC, and USDC is really not easily forkable because real-world assets you cannot easily fork. Because if I have a car, I cannot suddenly make two out of them, as I could with Ethereum. I had Ethereum, and then suddenly I also got Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. So it's not really applicable everywhere, but for all these forkable assets, you get all these nice properties.
What about central bank digital currency? Is this like, is your research related to or relevant to that? Because a lot of forking is happening, like on the MIT central bank digital currency, that there's a lot of forking going on in order to advance the quality of that digital currency. I mean, I'm trying to figure out like exactly what is like where your research is going and what are the most applicable areas for your research.
Yes, so basically we are thinking right now about building a forkable L2. And on that, you can have all kind of forkable assets, but also non-forkable assets, and that you bridge into the system, so you can work there as well with them. And the other examples that I mentioned, for example, Rune from MakerDAO, he wants to kind of put his own DAO onto its own chain that's later on forkable. That's another example. Or from MatterLabs, he thinks about kind of recovering on either L1s or L2s from smart contract security issues. And these are some of the examples. But I'm happy to later on talk because I don't know how central banks are using that, so I'm happy to learn there.
Yeah, there's a lot of forking that happened on the MIT central bank digital currency research code.
Cool.
A lot. There's over 200 forks that happened there. Yeah, so the question is, how is your research relevant to something like that? Okay.
Cool, let's talk.
Do we have any other questions? Got one, middle right over there. Oh.
Hello. So I wanted to understand the AMM process. So if you are forking the chain and you have collaterals on one side and the other, okay, you made the assumption that the collaterals are forkable, but how do you actually pull the tokens from one side of the fork with the other one? I didn't understand that part.
Okay, so when I was talking about the AMMs, I was assuming that we have a normal AMM like Uniswap on the chain before, and then if a chain splits, you suddenly have an AMM on each of the new chains. And in the AMMs of each of the forks are then the native assets, for example, here the collateral token, or in the Ethereum Classic split, you would have the Ethereum Classic, and it would still be traded in the AMM against the stablecoin. And if it would, the stablecoin, if it would be USDC, then immediately the price would completely be changed because, for example, on Ethereum Classic, there is no USDC that is redeemable. But with these kind of token constructs, you can actually then still have the stable token of both. And the nice part that I mentioned is that the price is actually not changing because the stable token is kind of rebased by some ratio that is exactly the same ratio as the collateral token that it was traded against. So the actual price ratio of these two assets is not changing, and then the AMM does not have to be heavily repriced or anything. Hope it makes sense. If not, feel free to catch me up later.
We've got one more, a few rows back.
perhaps more of a legal question regarding the treatment under the pending MiCA regulations regarding asset reference tokens and the significant designation that may be determined depending upon scale, as I understand it. Do you see that forking and potentially the multiplicity of asset reference tokens forking so as to go under the radar, so to speak, of significance? I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
Sorry, you have to repeat one more time.
The asset reference token treatment under the MiCA and sort of the significant designation as it scales, and potentially forking could allow for bifurcated or trifurcated or infinitely furcated iterations of the same originating asset reference token. Is that? Hopefully I'm on track.
I'm not too familiar with the legal aspects.
It's a non-technical, more legal. Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not too familiar to kind of answer that. I think right now it's also still everything in the, I would say, heavily researched idea, and people are kind of implementing it and thinking about implementing it. And yeah, but I see already you're talking already to Silke. She's probably the right person to talk to you about this aspect. Or you can also hand it over the microphone to her if you want, and she would probably be able to answer.
Well, if that's all for questions, let's thank our... Oh, we've got one more over here, and we've still got some time.
Yeah, thank you very much. What about the liquidity pools that's on the same network? That's the original network, and there is some liquidity pool with USDT, with other stable coins, and also liquidity pools on the bridges between multiple networks, and where the collateral is not all the collaterals are on the same network that's forked, with maybe with other other places. So how this forkable will work? Because people will just dump the token, replace it with USDT, for example, on the original chain after the fork, which is the original code, let's say, of the fork, and how this would work then. Thank you.
Yes, good question. Really nice. So how I imagine it to work out, if you have a kind of stable blockchain, and then these phi tokens, if they are kind of bridged to another ecosystem, to another chain and so on, then the bridge would, after the fork, not kind of redeem these phi exactly for only one of them, but basically for both of them. But if you have these phi, for example, on another chain in a liquidity pool, they still continue trading over there for $1 because people know that later on you can go to this bridge and redeem it for this and this one, and kind of because they sum up to $1, there is no arbitrage to make. And so if you have them in a curved pool on another bridge and so on, it's really nice because it also don't has to reprice anything. And then if these ecosystems are getting more mature over time, then there are new bridges that would kind of bridge to one phi, this forked from the branch, this phi into the ecosystem and put it into a new pool. And then over there, of course, it would be traded at the discounted value. Do we still have time?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And what's about the liquidity pools with USDT and USDC at the same original network? What happens with those? How should the token react? Thank you.
Yes, there exactly. In these kind of cases, if you have a pool trading phi against the USDT, then you would have to have repricing over here. But these USDT and these other stablecoins, they're anyways not nicely compatible with forking, because likely they're only redeemed on one chain for $1, but not for the other one. So you would probably want to have them anyways. You don't want to put them at the beginning into the same AMM pool. If you want to do it, then probably want to do it bridged on another chain so that everything is well abstracted away.
All right, that's it for questions here. I'm sure you can find the speaker around afterwards. Let's thank him again.
Thank you all for the good questions.
All right. Up next, we've got Muhammed from ENS, who will be speaking with us today about EIP 3668. And this is something I'm particularly interested in, cross-chain interoperability protocol. This allows for smart contracts to read off-chain data. Come on up.
I was just thinking about like how I'm going to present everything, but he just explained everything, so I don't know what to say now. So today I'm going to talk about the CCIP read, but before that, I want to just introduce myself. So I'm Muhammed Tanrıkulu, working in ENS as a full stack developer. So what I'm doing there is like pretty much everything, basically. The integration, the protocol, the governance tooling, and infrastructure. And this is the most favorite handles, like the Tanrıkulu.eth, which is my surname, and Muhammad is my name. And these are the cards that we are printing for, like, whenever we go to the events, we are just printing these cards. These are like a business cards, NFC cards, so you can just, like have your own POP inside and just use it as a business card. Today we're going to talk about like what is ENS, what CCIP read does, and like the key components and the use cases of the CCIP read. And maybe let's first start with like what is ENS. I don't know like how many people knows about ENS, how many people have ENS here. Okay, like it's quite a lot, but still I would love to see more. So the ENS is one of the key components on top of Ethereum, but it's not only for Ethereum. It's basically fixing the UX problem on Ethereum. Because the thing is, like everybody has like some interaction with the wallets, and you see that like there's this alphanumeric characters. They are like super how to say, confusing, and also hard to handle because like when you try to send some amount of token, you always have to check, go back again, just to be sure that everything is correct. So what ENS does, or how it started as an idea, basically, it handles these alphanumeric characters for you, and you are able to register your handle on top of, or like on chain. And whenever you do a transaction, or you want to do a transaction, the wallets that have like in the current ecosystem, like maybe 90% of the wallets are already resolving those names to those addresses. So you don't have to remember anything about your address. And which is how the ENS started. So it's just basically, as it's written, is a distributed, openly extendable naming system based on Ethereum blockchain. And after we realized that it actually has like much more potential, because it's just like a DNS, and it can not only keep the wallet addresses, it can only keep some information about you, some metadata. Like it can be your, I don't know, like for example, social media handles, email addresses, some like information about you, like your avatar and everything. So ENS at some point becomes your Web3 profile. So whenever you interact with any decentralized application, you don't have to provide this information again and again. And when you connect your wallets, all the decentralized applications integrated with ENS retrieves those informations and creating a profile for you. And this is another use case. And the third use case is basically, it's just like a traditional domains. You are able to put any content under any decentralized storage system, and then mapping this to your name. And any browser which is supporting ENS going to host your website in a decentralized manner is going to be more censorship resistant. And today's topic. So it's a CCIP read, cross-chain interoperability protocol. And the read means secure data retrieval. This part going to be a little bit different because what I was thinking, and when I'm like how I'm going to tell about, going to be like a little bit how to say, like complicated. So I will just try to simplify it. The CCIP read protocol crafted by the founder of the ENS, Nick Johnson. And if you go to the EIP or ERC 3668, you will find all the information about it. And why we needed that, first maybe I should start with that. So we have this problem that like most of the users were complaining, especially nowadays. You know how the gas fees are high when you try to do transaction over Ethereum. Is always a problem, like especially when it comes to ENS, because like you are trying to register your handle and it's just like $5 amount of Ethereum token. On top of that, you are paying a gas price which is doubles, sometimes like triples the amount, which is not good. And it's not only that, also when you try to put some information on top of ENS, this is another transaction. So like the people were just basically saying that like, okay, like it's fine, it's cool, but at the same time, the cost is amazing. So we were trying to handle this problem. And we were like, the first thing came to our mind is basically like, how can we do that in an efficient way and also trustless way? So we were checking the ecosystem, like if there's maybe some already, like someone solved this problem so we can use it. And the first thing as a solution came to our mind is maybe like, let's move some of the stuff from L1 to L2. So like the gas is cheaper, so we don't have to worry. And there's also some mechanisms to check all this, like the verifications, like Merkle proofs and this kind of things, like or the storage proofs, let's say. So yeah, the first question was, without clients having to know how to query every L2, how are we going to do that? Because, yeah, like there are a lot of L2s. But at the same time, like we have a couple of clients, like, for example, in JavaScript, like Ethers.js, VM, or WAGMI, or some others. And for each of them, either you have to go and, like learn about all these L2s and just try to create some implementation and, like contribute to them, which is going to be super, super complicated. So the second question is, we shouldn't create any other additional trust assumptions because we already have a lot of problem with the trust, like the trustless environments and stuff. So if we put something more on top of that, it's not going to be easy. And another thing is without any L1 commits on update. So yes, we want to have L2s, we want to scale, we want to give a better option, cheap option to the users, but at the same time, we want to have like one source of truth. So it's not that just easy to just put your information in L2 and just retrieve it and everything is perfect, because this is how our protocol works. It's just going like in both ways, basically. And we said that, okay, we shouldn't do any update on L1 because otherwise people are going to pay gas. It's nonsense. And without any transactions on query, so it's more or less the same. Like the ENS as a protocol is more rely on reading, not writing. So you are writing once maybe, but then when you retrieve your data or some other decentralized application retrieves your data, they are literally just going to the blockchain and querying about the things, and it's more about reading. So we shouldn't have any transaction on query. And without hard requirements on the L2 capabilities. So this actually connected with the trust assumptions. So, or maybe a little broader. We didn't want to add any additional requirement to any L2 to provide all these things. So this is our problem. It seems not that easy. And we start to check the ecosystem. And we were like, okay, like what we can do about that. And first thing we found is, okay, like there are bridges already between the L1 and L2. So you can just, like move the assets from one to another. Or if I simplify how it works, basically, you have a token in L1, and you go to L2 and tell that, like I want to just switch my tokens here, and your token is locked in L1, and you get a Neve clone minted in the L2 and using it. And if you want to go back, the same procedure reversed. So you are burning your clone token, and your token in L1 is unlocked, and you are using it. So is it useful for ENS? Absolutely no, because as I said, like we are more like relying on the read in the protocol level, so which means that we cannot just clone things and just assume that everything is going to be fine. We should be available in everywhere at the same time. So we should have some sort of solution for syncing between the chains. And then we start to deep dive into this solution. Like, okay, there are bridges. Maybe let's see how they are working. Maybe we can find some part of it, gonna help us. And we came to conclusion that, okay, there is this message passing. Now we are in somewhere. Like the message passing is basically how the token, like when you have the bridging, basically all this communication going through the message passing between the L1 and L2. And this is basically either the signed messages or attestations. Yeah, attestation is a better word, I guess. So we thought that, okay, like maybe we can use that, but it's still not really solving our problem. So we deep dive a little bit more. And one of the primitive part of the message passing was basically the verification of the data availability in the chain storage. So basically, when you try to retrieve some information from L2, you use this, the bridges to basically just go from one to another, and in there is something happening. Basically, L2 tells that, hey, I have this, information, like I have this token here, and I can prove that it's here. And if I show the proof, and if you are able to verify, you can just let user to use in L1. So you can unlock the token. So we thought that, okay, this is a great idea. We should start with that. And in here, I will just quickly, if you don't look, I'll just quickly pass everything, because I realized that I did a mistake putting my slide in a different way. I just wanted to show this first. So what we came up as a solution is this. And what is this? So this is CCI period. And how it works, what it does. So there are 3 components you see here, and one of them is the client. It's basically the libraries that you are using, like Ethers.js, WAGMI, and others. And there is a smart contract that we want to interact, and we created a specialized server, which we call as gateway. It's a gateway because anyone can just run it. It's a kind of trustless. And what we do instead of the regular bridging or message passing, we do this. Or like anybody who can use the CCI period can do this. So you are just or your client just calls the smart contract just like any other smart contract call. So it's just some function. And in the regular Ethereum applications, what happens if the chain has this information? It just returns the return data. But in our case, we are returning a specialized error instead of just a revert, because we don't have this data in L1. What we do, we are returning an off-chain data, and this off-chain data has some information, which is sender. At this point is not really necessary. The gateway URL, which is super important. So let's maybe put into a sentence. So you are asking contract that, do you have this information? And the contract says, I don't have this information, but I have information that where you can find this information. And then it sends you this off-chain lookup error or to the client, and client understands that, gets the URL, asking to the gateway, okay, I need this information. The contract told me that you have this information. And then later, the gateway just checks the sources. It can be either off-chain or on-chain, and in our case, it's L2. And it goes to L2 and says, hey, do you have this information? Yeah, I have. Okay, I will get this information from you, and then I will get also the Merkle proof of that. And then it gets the Merkle proof, and it gets the information, and In off-chain data error, we have one other parameter which is called callback function. It tells that, I mean, the contract tells that, hey, you're going to go this gateway, you're going to get the information, but later you're going to come back to me with that information. I will resolve it for you. And then we are getting the information. In the callback function, we are just checking the Merkle proof if everything's correct. And then if it's correct, we are just returning the result from the contract in L1. And you didn't do any write operation in L1, so there's no gas cost. And later, you are just using the answer. So this is the most basic version of how I can tell how CCIP read works. And I want to go back just a little and just how it helped us. I just want to show it. So in our case, the ENS works just like this. You have an ENS name, and then when you query the name, it tells you about, yeah, like I know this name, which is registered. And this ENS name has a resolver. And the resolver is a contract, like specialized contract, basically keeping all the key value about you, whatever you want. And then what it does, basically, which field you ask, it just retrieves. So if you are asking about the address of this name, it retrieves the address. If you are asking about the avatar URL, it retrieves that. And now I'll just show you like how we did use in our case. So this is you. This is our contract. And you are asking, hey, I want you to resolve one address because I want to send some NFT because I'm a nice guy. I just want to, like I love gifting. So you're just asking about Tanrıkulu.com.eth. And in the regular contract scenario, it just says, nope, I don't have it. And in the CCIP read scenario, nope, I don't have it, but I know where it is. And then later, it goes to client. Client asks the CCIP read gateway. And based on the scenario, either off-chain or on-chain, it's just, it just does the thing, basically retrieves the information from wherever it is, and then retrieves back the proof and the information to the resolve callback function, and the resolve callback function tells you, yes, this is the address. And you get the information in the L1 level. So CCIP read, and this gateway is a little bit different. I just want to quickly mention about that. So there are two types of gateway interaction at the moment you are able to do. And those interactions have some limitations. The off-chain interaction, it may require an additional verification mechanism, which you can verify on-chain. And it's not that easy to find the use cases, but they are definitely there, and we are using it actively. And the second thing is data may not be publicly available if it's off-chain. So if any company using that, they can just have some sort of private database and keep all the information there. So you will not be able to query all this information. And in the on-chain interaction way, it's not free. In off-chain, it is for sure free. It's just some infrastructure, some company keeping. So these are the disadvantages. And yeah, this goes super complicated. I will just briefly tell about what it is. Basically, recently the Vitalik posted one blog post about all this, the CCIP read and how ENS can scale. And this is basically Vitalik's take from how we can implement the L2 resolver on top of ENS. So it's when you see the pattern, it's more or less the same. It's just bunch of interaction with the contract and then going back to the L2 and retrieving the information and getting the Merkle proof, as I mentioned. And if you need to, if you want to read, it's just QR code is there for it. And so something more familiar. If you ever interacted with the Coinbase or Lens or Argent before, you are already familiar with the subdomains or how they provide handles to their users. And our ultimate goal is basically scaling to L2s and providing those projects to keep all those records in other layers, basically. And the Argent was one of the first company providing the handles for the ENS users, or the users as an ENS name. But they were doing on-chain, and right after the gas prices went high, they just had to stop giving the handles, so it was super hard for them. And for Coinbase, it's completely different. If you ever interacted with their wallets, they are just offering free subnames for you. You are just getting a handle. So in their case, they are actively using the CCIP read of chain, and basically keeping all the data for you. And for the future, they are probably going to use their base layer. And I think I am out of time. So I just wanted to mention that we are using actively in other places, like the DNSSEC and some other technologies that we have to reduce the gas cost for pretty much anything in ENS. So soon you will have more options to interact with ENS without dealing with the gas prices. That's it.
Thanks very much. We've got some time now for questions. And if there aren't any, maybe I'll say, I hope that this CIP, and there are some.
Yeah, in the example you've shown before with base and lens, etc., subdomains were given on other chains, and the main domain was on ETH.
Mm-hmm.
Is it also possible with that you have subdomains spread across multiple L2s and L1s? So you have one subdomain on L1 and another one on L2?
So this is right now like in the debate phase, I would say, because like where we are at the stage of like scaling, we are right now developing the L2 resolvers to see how we're going to incorporate with all this syncing and the things. So either we will give an option to users to move their names from one to another, or you will be available in everywhere. So this is still not yet decided, but definitely in the scope.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any other questions?
Okay.
Well, I hope this means my ENS name will become available on more than one network.
Yeah, we're hoping to.
Nice. Let's thank the speaker again. And up next, we've got Trent McConaughey from Ocean, who will be speaking, or even just introducing, some prediction feeds. I'm not at all familiar with this concept, so I'll let him tell you more.
All right, hi everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here in Berlin, my hometown for the last 10 years, and at a Gnosis conference. Wonderful team, wonderful group, and wonderful conference. So it's my pleasure today to introduce prediction feeds. And you might ask, what's that about? Well, that's what I'm going to share about. This is a project that we've been working on at Ocean Protocol for a while, and yeah, today we're announcing it. Let's get started. Imagine that you are a trapeze artist, 5 meters, 10 meters above the ground. Every single muscle that you move makes a difference. Makes a difference whether you fall, whether you do that high wire act successfully or not. And therefore, you've got to predict what the effect is extremely well. In prediction can come beauty. In prediction can come greatness. Imagine you're an F1 driver. Every millisecond almost matters. Turn left a bit too far, disaster. Turn right a bit too far, too quickly, disaster. So in prediction can come greatness, can come winning. There's also less than greatness sometimes if you predict badly. Predict about the effects of climate, build a house on the coast when the seawater is rising, not so good. So prediction can be helpful or not helpful. All right. I predict that if I press the button, it goes forward. No. All right. Try backwards. Not sure what's happening. There we go. Great. I go backwards. There we go. OK. So, I hinted at climate change, right? So I have a sort of pet project. I'm very fascinated by what's going on with the rise of the seas, and in particular, southern Florida. In 30 years or 100 years, no one quite knows, the bottom third of Florida will be underwater. And this is a zoom in on a portion of the bottom third of Florida, in Miami in particular. South Beach, which is where Miami Beach, like South Beach, Miami, all that, it was actually under the sea, and it was reclaimed from the sea in about 1910. There was a big boom in the 1920s. A lot of it got built up, again in the 50s, again in the 80s, and more recently in the last 10 years. And this is what Miami Beach is like now on the left. You know, the blue is water, and the green and brown is not water. But if the water level were to rise 1 meter, then you've got about 2/3 of South Beach. That's the sort of peninsula islandy stuff. That'll be mostly underwater. With a 2 meter rise, 100% underwater, that part, and 2/3 of the rest of Miami underwater as well. 3 meter rise, everything. And if you were to zoom out, like mentioned, the whole bottom third of Florida would be underwater. Not so good. So then the question is, when, right? Well, of course, there are predictions for what the sea level would be in Miami from the University of Florida and otherwise. And there's an agency in the USA dedicated to measuring sea levels as well, called the NOAA. So they've got a prediction. The American Army as well. So the NOAA, they're predicting, upper bound, that it'll be a 2 meter rise by the year 2100. So in about 75 years, that 2 meters, so almost worst case scenario, it's going to be pretty underwater, right? There's a very, very conservative measure that it's a fraction of that. But overall, by about 2100, we're looking at 1.6, 2.1 meters. But you can ask, how accurate is that, right? They've got their upper bound, their lower bound. So let's look at past performance of these predictions. So if we look at predictions from another climate group called the IPCC, from 1990 till about 2010, they had, their predictions were that shaded gray curve there. So there was an upper bound and a lower bound. And if we see what actually happened, that's the blue lines. It actually hit within the confidence bounds, but the very, very upper confidence bounds. So it was hugging the edge, right? So, and why were they so, almost off? Why was it so off? Well, they didn't account for the melting of the glaciers enough. And the reason they didn't was because they said, we don't have robust enough data. So they could have accounted maybe with wider confidence intervals, but in this case they didn't. And I'm not saying that they were bad, it's just that it's really hard to make predictions. How are other ones doing? There's a lot that are good, but I'm highlighting some ones where they've had trouble. Here's one for the degree of sea ice, where in about the 1970s, up to the year 2000, there had been predictions, and the sea ice went off by a factor of 40%. Pretty quickly, right? So it fell off the rails. And the thing is, this stuff matters a lot, right? There's a lot on the line here. Florida going underwater, or Vancouver, or New York, or Venice, or Amsterdam. Berlin's actually okay. If you look at the map of what happens, Berlin is pretty good for all of this, at least for water. For heat, maybe another story. But at least for water. The point is, overall, it's really hard to get accurate predictions. So how do we do that? Because if we can do it, there is great value there, right? For real estate, if you know that real estate will go up in a certain area, great, you're in great shape. If you're a farmer, I grew up on a farm in rural Canada, and we would have the radio on all the time. And every 30 minutes, there was the weather report. And it was like everyone had to shut up and listen. What are they going to say about, is it going to rain or not? And that really mattered, because it mattered for the next 1 hour, the next 6 hours, the next 12 hours, what our actions would be. Would we go farming, seeding or plowing or whatever? And if we do, what's the risk of getting stuck in the mud and wrecking our crops? So it really matters in agriculture, for spraying, for bugs, all that too. What about logistics, right? You're often trying to plan your manufacturing capacity 3 months, 6 months, 12 months ahead. Right now we have a chip shortage for GPUs, because NVIDIA locked in their orders 6 months, 12 months ago with TSMC. So we're feeling a GPU shortage. And of course, crypto prices. prices, right? We all think about that, I'm sure. This is a crypto conference. What if you can predict the price of ETH, whether it goes up 5 minutes from now or not, or 60 minutes? There's value in that. There's alpha. So overall, actually, it somehow jumped, but that's OK. Let's keep going. OK, so accurate predictions are hard. And here's a key thing. There's no accountability when wrong, right? When listening to that radio from the weatherman about whether it's going to rain or not, if they say it's going to rain with 90% probability and then it doesn't rain, it's sort of no skin off their back. But to the farmer, to my father the farmer, it really mattered because it was 6 hours, 12 hours of lost time when you could have been farming, and vice versa, even worse. If they say it's not going to rain and you go into the field and you get stuck in the mud and wreck a bunch of stuff, that's really quite bad. So the weatherman, he's like, I don't know. So how do we get accountability in predictions? And here's the core idea. And this is accurate prediction feeds, right? This is time series. For accurate prediction feeds, you need to make the predictions accountable. Put your money where your mouth is. So therefore, if you're correct, you make money. And if you're wrong, you lose money. Simple as that. And of course, you can take this in many ways in blockchain land, but blockchains are a system for engineering these incentives, token engineering, all of that. So here's the goal overall. We want to have prediction feeds for everything. We want to have prediction feeds for climate, and for short-term climate, which is weather, rain and wind and all that, for transportation, for logistics, for manufacturing, and for crypto, of course. We want it to be globally distributed, where anyone can predict and earn money. It's no gatekeeping at all. We need it to be accountable. Therefore, we get accuracy. We need it to be non-custodial. That we can't be a middleman having the money flowing in and out. And of course, it's got to be privacy preserving, because if everything is transparent, people can't make money very easily. So that's the goal. What do we do with this? Well, today I'm happy to announce Ocean Predictor. And Ocean Predictor is an dApp and a stack for prediction feeds, predicting time series. Let me share what Predictor is all about. Here's the overview. There are two key sets of actors in the Ocean Predictor ecosystem. There are predictors. These are people who are using AI and machine learning and other things to make predictions. Such as, will Bitcoin go up in 5 minutes or not? And then they take those predictions and they put them into a smart contract running on a chain. And this smart contract, they have one for Bitcoin, one for ETH, et cetera, into this predictor contract. And then they're going to get paid if they're right, OK? I'll get more into that later. And then along come traders who can buy these feeds. And they'll see, OK, ETH is going to go up in 5 minutes. And they know from past experience that it's maybe 52% accurate or 60% accurate or whatever. So that's alpha. They can make money from that. So they buy these feeds, and then they use that to trade. It can be a direct trade, right? Buy low, sell high, or vice versa, shorting the other direction. Or you can get fancy with options and derivatives. But the heart of this is now there are prediction feeds that are available on-chain for purchase by anyone in this globally distributed, permissionless, non-custodial fashion. Let's drill into the structure a bit more. So this is, on the left, predictors or traders or whatever, they can get going by going to predictor.ai. This is a new site that we just launched today, where you can go there and play around and see these feeds. And I'll show some screenshots in a bit. You can play there and start to get a feel, start to build your mental model of what it looks like. But where the rubber really hits the road, where the real action is if you're a predictor, you're making predictions every 5 minutes or so, you're going to want to run a bot, because otherwise you're going to get tired after a couple hours. So we have template bots for people to run as a predictor to make predictions. A baseline random one, and then also ones with some AI models for people to work with and so on. But of course, if you really want to do well, if you're an AI person, then you go in and make a better model yet to make better predictions yet. We also have a template bot for traders, a very basic one. If it says price go up, then buy, and then automatically sell 5 minutes later, and vice versa for price go down. So that's the heart of the top-level interactions. And then from these bots, what they're doing is they're sending the predictions to the chain, and if they're correct, they're making money. And then the traders as well, they're buying the predictions from the chain, and then working against that. This is a screenshot of Predictor.ai, and it looks a lot like CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap or something. So every single row is another pair. So on the top, it's, in this case, Bitcoin, true US dollar. And what it shows you then, going left to right, the price of that at 11:15, and then 11:20, and then now And then 1125, basically, will the price go up or not? That's the predictions row. I mean, it's column, sorry. And then it tells you the accuracy over time, too. So if it's random, it'll converge to 50%. If you've got actually good predictions happening, it could be 51%, 60%, whatever. And of course, if you don't have the subscription yet, you can buy it. There's one feed that's free, and the rest you can buy. OK. What do the bot templates look like? So we've got a GitHub repo, open source, Apache 2, blah, blah, blah. And you can go there and you will go through the README and get running with the template. And of course, you can fork it, do your own thing. And you can do this if you want to be a predictor, making predictions, or if you want to be a trader, buying the predictions and then trading against this. So what is the life cycle of a prediction itself? So it happens over 3 epochs, over 3 intervals of 5 minutes or whatever the interval is. At epoch T, the first epoch, that's where the predictors submit their prediction. And they submit it right before the epoch ends, typically, right? So like 2 seconds before, 10 seconds before, whatever. And what they each do is they submit a prediction, but critically, they have to put their money where their mouth is. So they submit a prediction and a stake of, say, this first guy, he says, I'm going to stake maybe 10 ocean. I predict that ETH will go up. And the second guy, he stakes maybe 20 ocean. ETH will go up. And the third guy says going down. OK. Then what happens, it aggregates this together in a privacy provisioning way. I'll get to that. And as an overall prediction. And it says, OK, it's going up with, say, 30 of 50 ocean staked towards up. OK. And then that is information for the trader to take and use however they like. It could be a very simple trading strategy, or it could be fancier. So they buy. And then a simple strategy for them is 5 minutes later, when the third epoch starts, they sell. Okay? That's when the prediction was for, so they sell then. Or they exit their position. And then at the same time in that epoch, this is when the true value is available, right? Because now the true value of ETH has been posted on Binance, whatever, in the Binance exchange. So we have an agent running that posts this to the smart contract. And then there's accounting done to update, OK, this predictor was right, he gets some money. This predictor was right, he gets money. This predictor was wrong, he gets slashed. And so overall, I'll get into it, but predictors themselves make money if they're accurate overall and lose money if they're not. So once again, accountably accurate. What about privacy? Overall, there's actually 3 privacy challenges here. In this system, in the predictor system, we need privacy for the predictions that are submitted, because if that's transparent on-chain, then other people would just peek on-chain and see, right? Also, the computing from the different submitted predictions from 3 or 20 different predictors, as those get aggregated up, that has to be private as well, because otherwise people, if it was transparent, once again, you wouldn't be able to create value from it. And the third thing is the aggregated predictions themselves. Once this compute has been done, that aggregated prediction has to be not fully private. It has to be available to whoever has subscribed to that feed, whoever's paid to see that feed. So those are the 3 privacy needs. And of course, you could do this centralized, right? But then that kills the rest of the specs. So you want to keep it where it's decentralized, non-custodial, permissionless, all of this, right? So that's the big challenge. And for the last 10 years, we've had transparent chains. And now, the world is moving towards privacy. And just in the nick of time of the privacy work, we explored and looked around at the different options of what would work. We built many prototypes using a whole variety of things from home of work encryption to TEs and so on. And in the end, we chose to use Oasis Sapphire. Why? Well, it met our privacy needs cleanly end to end. It's the only privacy-preserving EVM chain in production right now, which is, that's just how it is. And how does it make things private? It uses Intel SGX, Trusted Execution Environment, TEE. And with this, I would like to welcome Mate from Oasis on stage to tell a few more words about Oasis, because we've been become big fans of Oasis Sapphire Network. So please take it away, Mate.
Yeah, thank you, Trent. Can I employ you for? No, you can switch it. I don't know which the button is.
There we go.
Yeah, so you're going to be my slide switcher, right?
All right.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm the BD manager at Oasis, Mate. And yeah, congrats to the Ocean team for launching Predictor. We're really happy to see this product. We think it's going to do good. And we're also excited to see them using the underlying tech Sapphire for the privacy preservation of the data feeds, of prediction feeds, basically. Yeah. So I'm going to do a quick intro what Sapphire is. So basically, It enables contract state confidentiality. It's very flexible. So in essence, everything's public if you don't program it to be private. So it's not like a privacy chain when everything needs to be private, but you can have it on a spectrum. You know, it can be completely public, completely private, or anywhere in between. It has strong integrity and security guarantees because we're separating compute from key management TEs. So if something gets basically compromised, everything doesn't get revealed, as in maybe some other project that you also use TEs. We also have full EVM compatibility, so easy to use with familiar tooling, right? You're using Solidity, Hardhat, Truffle, and with privacy, native privacy, you can get like random number generation, signing, encryption, all of that, just using natively on-chain, right? If you can switch to the next slide. As we know that not every dApp wants to move their stuff to another chain, right? We are also developing the Oasis privacy layer, where you can utilize the privacy features without moving your user or funds or the dApp to our chain, right? You're just plugging into our chain through the messaging bridge, message passing bridge, to get the privacy features you need. Let's say in a secret ballot, right? You can get users on, let's say, in a DAO that's based on Ethereum, voting in private on Sapphire and get the final result back on Ethereum without the user ever knowing it, right? And if we move to the next slide, we can see, that there are some very interesting use cases that come with on-chain privacy, like, private data management on-chain, decentralized ID, secret ballots, a lot of stuff you can do with NFTs, right? Confidential NFTs, sealed bid auctions, gaming. There's a whole spectrum, fog of war, all that, private payment. So check it out, oasisprotocol.org, and I'll give it back to you, Trent.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
So yes, we're very happy. Oasis Sapphire Network came along just in the nick of time to serve our needs with Predictor. So you might ask, okay, how do I become a predictor? And this is just how you onboard. It's calling all AI ML Jedis. So you start off as young naive Luke on Tatooine, and just play with predictor.ai, build a bit of a mental model. But then you go to Dagobah Swamp and you work with Yoda, and you ramp up. And we actually have something called challenge data farming, where it's a weekly competition to make predictions for the price of Ethereum, and you just submit once a week. And so it's sort of no pressure, not every 5 minutes, all of that. It's just once a week. So you do that. Once you're good there, then you're ready to take on Vader with your lightsaber, and you can run your predictor bot with continuous predictions. And finally, once you get good at this, you can keep optimizing to become your jaded Jedi that can disappear just by thinking about it. And that's really the end game where you can really optimize. So that's how to become a predictor and earn money. And like mentioned, you can earn money in 3 different ways. The feed sales, from the traders buying from the feeds. That gets distributed to the predictors with a small fee. Stake reshuffling, the people who do bad, their stake goes to the people doing well. And finally, data farming. So we're happy to announce that when we will be launching an incentives program called Predictor Data Farming, and it's $10,000 worth of Ocean every week. And you can think of it like extra sales coming to the predictors based on their accuracy, et cetera. And there's other ways, too, that this ties in, challenge data farming, et cetera. What about becoming a trader? So calling all trading wizards, a trader and predictor. So once again, you can be a little baby, play with predictor.ai, but people will see the promise on your forehead. And then you can run a trader bot, start doing continuous trading, and eventually become that wizened wizard, ready to take on the meanest of the mean, and optimize and increase your profits, et cetera. So that's how to become a trader and predictor. And traders earn money basically from alpha, right? They buy the prediction feed, and they use that as one of the key inputs to trade and make money. And of course, you can also participate in data farming, et cetera. Here's an example benchmark. We've done actually about a year's worth of intensive data science within the Ocean Core team. So we actually didn't even embark upon building the rest of Predictor until we saw that we had good results. I come from the world of AI ML going back to the late 90s. So, and we have a really great team internally at Ocean Core team. So here's a benchmark where it's 24 days, and it was making predictions and trading every 5 minutes. And it's about 12% returns over 24 days. This particular benchmark, it's on Bitcoin, on Binance. It accounts for order book slippage, but in this case, it does not account for trading fees. So you obviously have to account for everything, and I just wanted to give you a flavor of what this can look like. And if you're a dev or entrepreneur, you can launch your own dApps on top, your own feeds, et cetera. Timeline, we're launching the testnet today. You can go to predictor.ai, you can go to the trading bots, all that. In exactly 4 weeks, we are launching mainnet, and exactly 4 weeks after that, data farming turns on. So to wrap up, I today was my pleasure to share Predictor with you. Accountable, accurate prediction feeds. Quick summary of what it is again. It's crowdsourced predictions, time series predictions, globally distributed, non-custodial, built on the Ocean stack, privacy preserving via our friends at Oasis Sapphire. Predictors make money doing AI ML, and traders make money by using the feeds. So I encourage all of you to try it out. Go to predictor.ai and give it a whirl. And with that, yeah, thank you once again for allowing me to share with you something I'm personally very excited about, as well as the whole Ocean core team, Ocean Predictor. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very exciting. Do we have some questions in the audience? Right.
Yeah, thank you a lot for the presentation. So I have 2 questions. First, the selling and buying the information is done in Ocean token or in any token like Ethereum, DAI, or anything else. And the second question is about the trading bots. So this is on-chain action, right? So who automates the on-chain action for trading bots?
Yeah, great questions. So the first one, so every prediction feed, whether it's say Bitcoin USDT on Binance 5 minutes or ETH USDT Kraken 60 minutes, whatever, every single one of those is its own Ocean data NFT and data token. So it's leveraging the Ocean infrastructure. So, and these follow ERC20, all of that, right? So it's very composable, et cetera. And in fact, Predictor itself, you can view it as a new DeFi primitive. It's sort of like Chainlink style oracles, but it's future oracles. So overall, within that, we have it set where you do have to stake with Ocean, and then you're buying with Ocean, because we wanted to focus on the staking mechanic, et cetera. So it is with Ocean there. To your second question, yes, it is automated, but these bots, we have within the READMEs sort of to get going. You can run it locally where you have your private key. We have in the README to show how you run it on Azure, where you've got the private key within Azure. But of course, you can also use any other infrastructure you want. You know, some of this emerging agent infrastructure, if the agents can handle private keys, et cetera, whatever you want, right? As far as Predictor is concerned, you just buy the feed and do whatever you want with it, right? So you can, yeah, use it as a DeFi primitive. You can use it for trading. You can make derivatives on top, however you want.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
I believe you had one right here, and then right there after.
Hello, great talk. I'm curious how the privacy aspects can affect the viability of the data. So if I'm a trader, what if I want to selectively choose a prediction if someone hasn't predicted or if they have predicted, and if someone might be like a negative signal or malicious, and so kind of how can we possibly like perceive the data that goes into the predictions if we want to act on that data before it actually goes on chain and like finalized?
Yeah, you can't, I mean, as a trader, you buy the feed and you get this aggregated prediction, right? As well as you can see how many Ocean was pointing up versus down, right? So there is the possibility that people might act maliciously and stake a lot, but if they keep doing that, they're going to lose money. So people who are acting maliciously, it would only be around for, they won't last long. So overall, there's an incentive to have accurate feeds, right? And the people who are accurate can stake a lot, right? Because they're not losing money, they're making money all the time. So there's a natural incentive towards accuracy over time. But we can expect, just like any crypto system, there's going to be really interesting dynamics of people, you know, acting well, trying to make money, but sometimes maybe people wanting to mess with the system and have bad accuracy. One thing we've done to help understand this, though, as well, is if you go to predictor.ai, we have a special column that shows the accuracy of the last 24 hours, right? So right now, it actually is hovering around 50% because we've got a random bot running, and we're going to turn on the AI bot shortly here. So then you should see that it's going up to 52 to 60%, depending on the feed. But overall, we can also expect other interesting dynamics, such as, you know, lots of people buying the feed. Maybe they follow the naive strategy of buy, and then the price might spike more, right? Or maybe they go the opposite direction, anticipating that. So we don't know for sure what's going to happen, but we know it's going to be interesting.
We've got time for one more.
Yeah, thanks, Trent. Is there a mechanism for against wash prediction? Like with 2 wallets myself, it's a zero-sum game, so I don't lose, but there are some Ocean incentives on top?
So wash prediction can't really happen, right? I mean, if you're wrong, you lose money. you could actually predict both up and down, and then it doesn't really win you at all, and you're going to lose a little bit on the prediction fee, right? Because there's a small fee to make the prediction. So overall, that's not going to serve you well. But overall, this is Sybil resistant naturally because it's got this staking element, right? So have 1,000 wallets, it doesn't matter.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Oh, nope. Okay. Up next, we've got Deborah Simpier from representing Hawk Network and Alethea, who will be discussing some very interesting things regarding empowering new ways to build, operate real-world asset infrastructure and utilities.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm honored to be on the stage with so many great speakers, and thank you all for those that are still here at the end of this long, hot day. My name is Deborah Simpier. I am the CEO of Hawk Networks and the co-founder of Althea, and I'm excited to share what we've been building in infrastructure, connectivity, and system design over the last, it's been 5 years. So Althea is the payment layer powering infrastructure and connectivity. It is machine-to-machine microtransactions and payments. It is system design and infrastructure and connectivity. And if we think about how legacy payments are settled today, they're very manual, they're very human. There's the emails and purchase orders and net 30 invoices, and maybe that's worked in the past, but they're incredibly inefficient, and it certainly won't work in the future economy of autonomous vehicles, robotic devices, connected smart cities. You can't, how we say, you can't net 30 a smart tractor or your smart trash can, right? The idea that seems a bit even ridiculous. And so Althea is the connectivity layer that sort of addresses that problem. And I want to kind of take you all back to when we started late 2017, 2018, because Althea's approach is very unique in this ecosystem. Many blockchain projects start off by sort of a build it and they will come, or they'll look at incentivizing and bootstrapping mechanisms for infrastructure, and then moving on, kind of hoping customers will arrive. But if you think about where Althea was in 2017, we were very focused on this problem in particular, where we, in the US, 1 out of every 4 people, right? There's infrastructure, they spent $100 billion over the last 10, 15 years in infrastructure granting alone to build fiber, 5G networks, so forth. But yet, 1 in every 4 people don't have access to the internet at their home. So why was this? I mean, it's not because the ISPs are evil. Of course, they'd love to have this market share. This is 25% of the market they're leaving behind. And so we started to look at how the systems were designed. And you see a lot of this kind of thing. So this is a map of US broadband infrastructure, and they've done this throughout the US. And you can see there's lots of these little green dots, which are connected homes, right next to dots that are red, that don't have connectivity. And pretty much anywhere in the US, you're going to find a very similar map, and probably most places in the world. I think there are some more modernized cities, but for the most part, this is a pretty similar look at the last mile. And it's because there's these sort of silos, right? There's a rental system, and if you need to have a competitor, they got to do a whole other fiber optic cable, and it's just sort of intractable. And then the OpEx doesn't work. They're very debt heavy. The cost to acquire customers is quite high. But we looked at the core of the internet, And when you look at kind of the internet exchange, when you go deeper, when you sort of decouple infrastructure and service, and you're in the internet exchange, the way that sort of carriers charge each other kind of almost programmatically, then you created a bandwidth marketplace where bandwidth is a commodity and service is decoupled. And what's happened there is year-over-year costs have gone down and year-over-year capacity for bandwidth has gone up. So we realized that it wasn't an infrastructure problem. It was a systemic problem. And so Althea was sort of core founded on the principle that we could remove the manual friction by changing how we think about payments, interestingly enough. So Althea's networks are very different than the traditional kind of legacy, what we think of as an ISP. We get to re-envision what we think of as an infrastructure provider. The infrastructure itself is open access and decoupled from the service layer. So new kinds of entities can own infrastructure, many different kinds of entities can own infrastructure, and that service layer can be local and separate, be a different type of entity. This is very similar to what we think about with real estate too, which has also allowed many different people to invest in real estate because the landlord is a different entity than the property manager. This is kind of based on two kind of core fundamentals with Althea. So the first is machine-to-machine payments. So meaning that your device or running that node in the network, whether that's a telecom tower or your router in your home, it doesn't matter which. It's still going to have an account, and it's going to programmatically meter and make payments automatically. And that can be extended to any kind of device. And then the other core principle is what we call a price-aware routing protocol. So how do devices talk to one another? And this is pretty exciting. This is where we really get into market dynamics and can do really exciting things, because every Althea router has on one side cost and the other side latency or quality. So on a dynamic, minute-by-minute basis, you can make the market for that, for your choice of cost or latency. And so what that does is create a holistic design. It's hardware agnostic. We can do fiber optic, 4G, 5G, fixed wireless, and it all works in a seamless sort of environment. And it also allows for us to do really neat things like this because it is hardware agnostic. You can really re-envision what you think about for ISP. What is an ISP? For example, some of the biggest users of connectivity are enterprise. We worked with an EV company that shared with us that they are looking at several billions of dollars of connectivity costs over the next 10 years. Simply for over-the-air updates for their vehicles, basic connectivity at charging stations. When you're talking about that kind of capital, then you can see where it becomes really dynamic or really compelling that they can then own their own infrastructure, utilize the Althea platform, and receive revenue while someone else is doing the service side of it. Traditionally, before kind of an Althea platform came along, you'd have to do both. You'd have to be the person answering the 3 a.m. call and doing services as well as providing infrastructure access. So what we have discovered that is over the last 4 or 5 years is we've built together with these enterprise clients, with people in rural areas, in urban environments where payments needed to be much more flexible. It turns out utility payments, the main problem with actually paying those is of course, cost is a component to it, but it's flexibility, being able to prepay. In fact, 72 million people in the US have prepaid phones simply for that flexibility. And that's that market, that 25% that we're solving for internationally and rurally. But there's a bit of a problem with scaling that. So, right, we've doubled the number of states that we're in, we're growing. We have more networks to be built than can be built because access to capital in telecom networks is difficult. It's another one of those friction pieces. So we encountered the same sort of the same sort of difficulty in the frictions of the interconnections that existed in the machine-to-machine payments also existed in access to capital. right now, if you wanted to invest in real estate or invest in telecom or infrastructure, you'd have to go buy some shares in a company, right? It all comes together. It's very hard. You have to vet the company. There's some risk involved with that. And for most accredited investors, even it's quite untenable. You're not really going to be able to do that. And for most different types of entities, mid-sized entities, this also takes a long time to do as well. So this is where we looked at that kind of next evolution of Althea, which takes and tokenizes the revenue associated with those Althea accounts. So that telecom tower, that piece of infrastructure, that revenue that is being earned programmatically, we're actually taking and tokenizing that as well. And so by doing that, we are removing a lot of the risk because we have the transparency of that tokenized asset. And that asset then can participate in lending, borrowing, buying, and selling. And that capital, the kind of crowdfunding can also happen as well, too. So many different people could come together to build a network as well. So it adds that flexibility in order so that builders and that capital can meet. And you can also do really fun things like this. So once that asset is tokenized on chain, then pretty much any of the kind of DeFi tools that we think about can be utilized for these infrastructure assets. You could pool them together in a pool like this. You could do collateralized lending. That's getting paid back programmatically with that revenue occurring. You can maybe even use telecom assets to collateralize a stablecoin. And all of the transparency, programmability, and open access, that permissionless access that we think about for DeFi can meet infrastructure, telecom, connectivity assets. And this is really what we call infrastructure financing, or IFI. And that, again, that's the permissionless, trustless, and transparency that we have in DeFi, meeting the ability to build, fund, operate on the infrastructure and telecom side. And we've been talking about this in broadband. That's where we found our market originally. That's where we proved out the thesis. But globally, infrastructure, utilities is a large market. And this can be anything, if we're talking about metering and billing machines, you're talking energy, water infrastructure. Of course, telecom is a big sector of that as well. And so we think this is a very sort of exciting development. And it feels like it's the right time. This is really where we're starting to think about the breakdowns in multiple different systems. The same sort of friction of interconnection that's happening in telecom is existing in power grids as well. And the same tooling where many different people can own infrastructure and the revenue can pass through or the infrastructure can be financed is basically the same. There's not a lot of differences there. So not only do we think the solutions are now here, we think the time is actually right for it. Another thing that's very interesting is we think that this will be driven a lot by autonomous and robotics. I spent a lot of time in the Midwest recently. We've got a 5G farm there. But something that's interesting about that demographic is the age of farmers is around 70 years old. And I think this is pretty global. I don't think this is just US. But, and the young people are leaving. So there are no humans to work farms in about a decade. So having autonomous vehicles that then can make payments in real time is not just a luxury, it's going to be a necessity. And we think this will push machine-to-machine transactions and infrastructure finance forward. So in the future, we envision that payments can be made in space and time. So think about the farmer who has an autonomous vehicle. One of the things that's really exciting about what radio can do beyond providing connectivity, so that farmer might have his own Althea network, he's earning some revenue for it, it's offsetting his costs. But he can also triangulate that position. So he can know when that, truck full of corn is moving through a certain space and time, and that could automatically create a payment, as that truck sort of moved through and filled up. And what's neat about that is once that payment is on chain, then you can think about different ways of revenue sharing. Perhaps there was a lot of investors that came together to grow that corn. And then as that truck moves through, fills up with corn, that payment happens simultaneously, then they're paid off automatically. And what's neat about this is that it starts to change the UX from how humans manually interact with things and all of the problems with humans manually interacting, all the friction, all the time, all the labor, all the mistakes, all the risk, to the UX from machine to machine. And that's where we can get into the programmability, where things can be distributed, and most importantly, where many different new types of entities can participate in this economy. So where we used to think of infrastructure as primarily in the role of government or large monopolistic entities, because it was hard to coordinate. It was hard to acquire the kind of capital it would take to build these networks. Now we can envision where many different new entities can participate in these markets, have leverage, and have choice. And that's what we're excited about in the future for Althea, and we welcome folks to participate with us. Please, we have a hackathon going on right now. We have Discord and Twitter. Please follow us there, and thanks again.
Thank you very much. That was super exciting. Do we have anyone with some questions? Right up here at the front.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's super interesting. Really love it. But one thing I gotta ask. The name suggests that this is a layer 1 solution because it's called L1. Why is it layer 1? Why didn't you build it as a layer 2?
That's a great question. So I certainly, and it's one that we grapple with as well. So I actually think as the future of blockchain evolves, it'll be more of a multi-chain architecture, an overarching architecture that utilizes many different pieces of modular blockchains as it sort of scales. For now, a few of the things that are very important to us are instant finality, and being able to have transaction ordering and having some of the configurability on the block space side. Those are things that we've been thinking about for quite some time. There's of course, decentralization as well on the node infrastructure, so that it's resilient. You oftentimes see lots of anything from RPCs to relayers and things like that go down. So I think there's a thought that there's a resiliency to decentralization that we've always really held pretty close. But I think what we're seeing in blockchain evolve is definitely, of course, bridging architecture, but more of a modular interoperable set. So I think what will, especially as the marketplaces for the NFTs start to evolve, we'll see a much more interoperable viewpoint. Now, on the L1 side, another thing that we were hoping to do is actually have an EVM build environment, which of course can be done on a layer 2 as well. But many of the kind of enterprise clients that we've talked to have wanted to have, certain incentive tokens, or maybe it's a local currency or whatever. There's an idea to have, tokens sort of interact, if that makes sense.
Got one more over here.
You talked about microtransactions. Are they happening every month, or it's like streams of money that goes all along every second, let's say?
So yeah, they're actually microtransactions, and that's also what's really kind of interesting. Because they are microtransactions, they are happening, minute by minute, or they're 20 cents, 50 cents, $1. But because of that, we also can have a very flexible fee structure. Most people actually accept a pretty large fee, right now it's around 10%, and that's really what's going to fund a sustainable node, whatever that blockchain architecture looks like. That's what's going to help fund that, right? Right now we see a lot of inflationary tokens, right, trying to bootstrap the ecosystem, and there's no real revenue. But what's nice about these microtransactions is that it creates a really healthy, revenue stream, and it's compared to the rest of kind of the demand side or decentralized physical infrastructure. Althea's right there at the top, basically with LivePeer in terms of how much chain-based revenue in terms of the transactions is happening.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then we'll thank the speaker again. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, hello, welcome back. Got the second last talk of the day. Adam from DGenScore will be talking about on-chain credentials and how they will change our industry. Please welcome Adam.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to the talk today. And today we'll be talking about DGenScore, on-chain credentials, and how we think some of the use cases will evolve for them as our industry kind of develops. So what is DGenScore? So DGenScore, at its core, is all about identifying good quality on-chain users and allowing them to highlight their abilities and be rewarded for their skills on-chain. We work by kind of looking at a user's on-chain activity, the types of things they've done in Ethereum right now, and then give them points based off kind of the variety of things they've interacted with and the depth of interaction they've done for a protocol or an NFT project or in governance, and then reward them with points. So the higher the points, the better quality user. And we started during DeFi summer, and we're really popular around when we released, because I think it was the first time that, at least for me as a user, felt like I could have my on-chain story being told in a way that I could understand. And so it's been really fun building this product in this space for the last 2 years. Let's get into kind of what we've learned and what on-chain reputation is. So what is on-chain reputation? Well, it's pretty simple. It's the things you do on-chain. So whether you're minting a new NFT project that just came out, or whether you are providing liquidity to a protocol, or whether you are voting or proposing governance, all of these things we do on-chain every week or every day contribute to your reputation. And obviously, reputation is a pretty big topic. And so the types of users that you are, sometimes it's portable across different communities, but in other times, it's just organized in that one group. So for example, if you're an NFT project looking to build out your allow list, you're probably going to look at users who have a good reputation in NFTs, maybe have good taste, and probably not be as interested for like Aave, active Aave governance participants, because these are just two different types of users. So right now, when we look at on-chain reputation and how people can kind of highlight who they are on-chain, I think, and we think at DGenScore, it's really limited. So you're only able to maybe buy a cool NFT that you think is funny or shows an aspect of your personality that you want to highlight, and put that as your Twitter or Telegram picture. Or you can just straight up put your debank profile link in your Twitter bio to try and highlight that you actually kind of maybe know what you're talking about or have experience on-chain, which can help you get access to certain things. These are not very privacy-preserving methods, and they're also very limited in terms of what they actually show. It really doesn't feel like I can get to know the entire user story and all the things that they want to highlight by just looking at these two elements. So we saw this and felt like there has to be something more and a better way to kind of highlight who you are as a user. One of the things that I'm still so amazed at is just how hard it is to know if someone is a good quality user or not. So if you look, I just took a screenshot of Etherscan for this example, but if I had to figure out without DGenScore who is a good quality user and the types of things they're interacting with, I'd have to go through each transaction, look at the tokens they hold, see which protocols they're interacting with, maybe see what NFTs they're holding to get a sense if they're kind of quality or not. And I would have to already have a lot of skills and also knowledge about the space to make that kind of assessment. So this is really challenging just on an individual level to find who's good. It's challenging for the user who actually owns this because they can't easily highlight who they are. And it's also really hard for teams to do like user acquisition or to find other potential users that they could be working with for their new project. So there's a huge amount of limitation right now with understanding how good a user actually is. And so we decided to launch something called the Beacon. So the Beacon is an on-chain credential that allows users to kind of highlight their abilities on-chain, share them with their friends and communities, and also allow them to be rewarded for the types of abilities and skills that they have from other projects that want to probably interacting with them. And so some of the key characteristics of the beacon is that it's soul-bound, so a user can't trade it on a market. It's linked to them. It holds something called traits, which are kind of aspects of the user's on-chain reputation, packaged in a fun and consumable way. One of the things with the beacon and with Legion Score in general is we always want to make sure the reputation is easy to be understood, so human readable, and also fun to share. Because I think that's just really important. It's fun to flex and highlight just who you are on chain in a cool way. And with the beacon, you can now, if you want, optionally, connect multiple addresses to get kind of your full picture of who you are on chain, and then mint the soul-bound token to like a public-facing address while hiding your bundle from the public. So this is a privacy-preserving way to highlight who you are on chain and the full picture if you choose to do so. You can also just mint to a single address if you like. So something we actually just launched today, this morning, is something called traits, which we're really excited about. So before we just had the Legion Score, and that was kind of the main way people knew us and understood the product. Now we're going to have traits, which are basically slivers or sections of your on-chain reputation that all live inside of your beacon and can be explored by other users or yourself or by projects. So they live on-chain and they're queryable on-chain. They're built to flex, so they're supposed to be fun and cool things to highlight and share. They cover a range of topics. They're going to cover governance, NFTs, different aspects of DeFi. We really want traits to be useful for a range of different users in crypto, depending on what kind of they're interested in. And when you add all of the traits together, you get the user's Legion Score. So they all contribute to the user's overall score, which is the Legion Score, which is the easiest way to kind of assess how good quality a user is. So this is the first trait that we released. It's called the activity trait, and it looks at a user across 4 different variables. So the frequency of transactions that they're doing over the last 90 days, the variety of transactions, so how many smart contracts they're interacting with, how much GUI and how quickly they're doing those transactions, and also how much gas they've spent, so how much ETH they've actually spent in their beacon bundle or their address. So I guess the core things to know here is it's relative to everyone else in Ethereum, and all these points that you get with your activity trait contribute to having a high Legion Score. So basically, the more active you are, the higher your Legion Score, the better your life will be on chain. So I think as technologists and just building a company, you always kind of think about, okay, we can build this cool product, but how is it useful? Like, what are the actual core use cases for on-chain credentials or the beacon that are really important and validate what we're doing? And so this is what we spent a lot of the time for the last 8 months really exploring. And I want to go through some of the case studies that kind of exist today, but I think also will be really important in the future as our space matures. So hiring an applicant, I think, is a great use case for an on-chain credential. Right now, if you're a team and you're looking to make a hire, you want to, and you're a crypto team, of course, you want to kind of make sure that that applicant has good quality on-chain skills. But it's really hard to do that without, like I said before, looking at their address and looking at Etherscan and what applicant's going to want to share their, all their addresses with a company. That's just never going to happen. And so on-chain credentials can kind of step in and allow applicants to share their on-chain abilities in a privacy-preserving way to prove that they are really good on-chain and get access to that dream job or that cool opportunity that they wanted to have, which maybe wasn't open to them before. So practically, we've seen people use their Legion Score to get hired at VC firms, trading firms, and with teams because people understand that having a really high Legion Score means that that applicant's pretty special and can really contribute, which I think has been a really fun way to kind of see how some of the utility has been created for what we've built. And we kind of launched this dream team or this kind of job board where we worked with different companies that cared about on-chain reputation, and they used the beacon to kind of prove that applicants knew what they were talking about on-chain so they could be kind of fast-tracked in the process and be looked at. So that's one application that I definitely think will continue in the future is hiring. User acquisition is kind of what I spent a lot of time on for the last kind of year. So we worked with 50 teams, over 50 teams, to really bring them the best quality users around in Ethereum. Because we have the ability at DegenScore to segment users into categories, we saw this opportunity to work with teams to bring them like the top 10% of DeFi users. And teams, have a really tough time doing user acquisition right now in crypto, because there's not really a structured way to do it. It's very manual. Either you're messaging users on Debank, which still doesn't work very well, or you're just trying to do an airdrop or talking on Twitter. We thought there could be a better way to kind of connect the teams and the users, because they both needed something from one another. And so we launched a cafe. Users who are beacon holders have been able to get access to airdrops or new products or NFT allow lists because of their on-chain reputation and because they're sought after users. And then teams have been able to get liquidity for their protocol, get a new user base from day one of their launch, and get awesome feedback for their product really quickly. And this has been a really cool marketplace to kind of manage, and we're still really excited about working with teams to offer great opportunities to beacon holders. So that's been really awesome. So another kind of topic which I think is going to be really popular, hopefully in the next year, but certainly in the next few years, is messaging. So I think crypto messaging makes sense only if you're kind of looking at what's happening on-chain. And you're using this data that exists on-chain to create interesting spaces. The example that we have is that when we kind of launched DegenScore, we saw that we could see the best quality users in Ethereum at the time. And so we allowed them to join a Telegram group with the top 250 users that we had. And this is a very weird place. There's some really popular crypto Twitter people there. There's some anons who are really large players on chain, all interacting together when large events happen in the space or just exploring new things happening in crypto. And this has been a really interesting example of how this group wouldn't really exist without a credential or on-chain kind of data bringing them together and allowing them to connect. So I'd love to see more examples of this happening, and I definitely think it will as more messaging platforms get built and the space kind of matures a bit. And the last use case I'm going to talk about is anti-Sybil. So when an ecosystem has to kind of decentralize or reward users, currently I think they have a lot of problems doing that in a really efficient way. And because of on-chain credentials, they can be composable and work together to kind of create an interesting barrier or gate for users to make sure that the right users are being rewarded when a protocol or ecosystem is decentralizing or giving out rewards. So the example that I kind of wrote down, which is just like Gitcoin Passport added with a beacon, added with maybe something else, would create like a really interesting kind of score or gate for users to have to go through to get access to rewards. And it's a very crypto-native way of dealing with Sybil. I don't think there's going to be one score or one way that perfectly deals with the Sybil problem, but I definitely think on-chain credentials can make this space more functional and efficient. So what's next at DegenScore? Well, we're obsessed about the on-chain reputation space, and we're going to continue to develop products in this area. We launched one trait today, the activity trait, and we're excited to kind of continue to build more traits that highlight different aspects of the user's reputation to either solve problems for the user or allow teams to approach and attract these types of users in a more structured and efficient way. We're really also thinking a lot about kind of the applications or the use cases for on-chain credentials. So while we're building a credential, we're also kind of exploring how it can be used. And we talked about that a little bit in some of the use cases that I mentioned. There's even more that I think can be discussed and explored, so that's what we'll be spending our time on as well. And we're also really excited to work with other great teams to leverage on-chain credentials, whether it's ours or just the space in general. We're excited to kind of partner with cool protocols or cool teams building interesting stuff and collaborate to build stuff together. So if you want to leverage DegenScore and work together, there's kind of two main ways to do that right now. So you can work with us in the cafe if you have a project or that you want to bring on-chain users to. We have a lot of good quality users. The user base right now controls over $350 million of assets. And so this is a really interesting base to work with to bring into your project when you want to launch or just release a new product feature. And we can also integrate with products. So there's so many different examples of why an integration might make sense. Could be like a lending borrowing protocol that's more peer-to-peer. Could be a social profile. There's so many different examples that it could be interesting to kind of leverage on-chain credentials to offer a better user experience to your users or just a completely new product experience. So if you're exploring that type of space as well, we'd love to talk with you to see how we can work together. So that's the talk. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We're really excited at DegenScore about learning more about on-chain credentials, their use cases, and continuing to make it easy for on-chain natives to be highlighted, share their reputation, and be rewarded for who they are. Thanks so much for listening, and good luck with the rest of DAppCon.
Do we have any questions? If not, I would ask a little bit more about this new product. I mean, when you go there to build your bundle, I mean, do you need to somehow prove that you own the account by signing a message and say, if it's a smart contract wallet like a safe, how would you go about doing that?
Yeah, so I think right now you do have to sign that you own an address. And I believe that we integrate with MetaMask, Wallet Connect, things like that to prove that you can add it to your bundle. So otherwise, you could just add random addresses to your bundle, and it wouldn't really be your on-chain reputation.
Right. So how do you support like a smart contract wallet and proving that to add one of those to the bundle? Is it
I think
currently
actually
supported?
we do not support safes right now.
Okay.
But that's something for I'll take to the guys at home and try and get it to go.
Good to know. Do we have any other questions? If not, we've got one right here.
Thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting. I was just wondering maybe if you could share a bit more about the cafe and projects that are currently leveraging that to acquire new users.
Yeah, so I can talk about some of maybe the examples that we've had this year might be the most interesting. So we had, Gearbox. I don't know if you've heard about them. They're kind of an on-chain leverage product, and they really needed good quality on-chain users in, just kind of 100 really good quality on-chain users to try out their V2. And so they worked with DegenScore to kind of identify these users. We set, beacon ownership plus like a DegenScore of over 1,000 in order to access that product. And then 100 really good quality users were able to experience that product, and it was amazing for Gearbox to be able to onboard those users. Another example was a team in a similar vein that opened up their kind of liquidity pools at the start of their kind of launch, and over like $1 million of TVL went from our community into that project to kind of give them a great start on day one. Right now, it's free for teams to work with the cafe because we really just want to bring value to beacon holders. And so generally, it's things like an early access to a product, maybe an NFT allow list. There's just a range of different kind of opportunities that you can do in the cafe.
One more over here.
Thanks, Adam, for the talk. I was curious to find out how a prospective Degen user might find out about DegenScore. Like, do they just come across it when they're interacting with protocols and they see DegenScore, like in the cafe, or do you guys do active marketing to kind of spread the news?
Yeah, so how do users kind of find out about DegenScore? I think that's a good point. I think maybe they see, there could be a few ways. So one, I think on Twitter is kind of our main acquisition channel where people learn about us, see what we're doing. I think if we've worked with a lot of teams to kind of use DegenScore as a bit of a gate for their product. And I think if you're part of that community, then you're starting to check out DegenScore and see, okay, what is this thing? How can I use it? So I think a lot of our partnerships helped us get the word out. But it's kind of this ongoing thing we're doing, communicating what you're doing in new circles to try and bring more users in, but we don't run any sort of structured ads or any sort of kind of campaigns to do a lot of user acquisition in that way. What we really kind of double down on and think about every day is how we can bring value to beacon holders and create new kind of product experiences for them, because we think that will then incentivize engagement and a reason to own the beacon and a good experience.
Looks like there's another question over here.
Maybe you've already mentioned it in the presentation, but I was wondering which chains are currently supported by DGenScore.
Yeah, so right now we only support Ethereum. We'd love to go to layer 2s and more places. Part of the question was around infrastructure. We needed some infrastructure kind of developments to happen in the space before we could really go to places like Optimism or Arbitrum. But I think also it's just a question of really trying to find product market fit in a really scalable way with like our core user base. During this type of market cycle, we even had a lot of demands to go into other places. And I think when we ask ourselves, like, when will we go multi-chain, it's when we start to really feel like there's new products being deployed in different chains that are cooler or better than what's happening in Ethereum. But eventually we would like to get there because, as we all know, during like a busy time, Ethereum can be not the most successful place, and L2s will play a big part in kind of the next phase of our industry, I think.
All right. So let's thank the speaker again.
Thanks, guys.
And we'll return in just a couple moments. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back. We've got our last talk of the day by Gnosis's very own Martin Koppelman, who is going to be introducing Circles 2.0. Let's see what he has to say about that.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's do this. Last talk of the day. It will be a pretty big topic because it's a very ambitious project. It's about a new form of money. So let's get started. So what is money, actually? And to me, that quote from Bernard Lietaer was very helpful, insightful, to understand that money lives in the space of agreements between people. So kind of he says it lives in the same space as marriage or a lease agreement. And I think the simplest way to think about it is that if you're alone on an island, money is meaningless. So kind of money is in relationship to other people. Roughly speaking, you can say kind of if you hold money, there is an implicit relationship or agreement that other people are willing to do things for that money. And it's quite complex kind of how we get to those points, but it's important to understand that's what money really is, agreements. So the talk was structured in a way to think about, okay, in the crypto industry, we have all kind of experiments of stable coins, but do we really have something that has the ambition to become a new form of money? And I would say the first thing is, like let's say if you by design try to peg your currency to the dollar, you're obviously not doing something that has the potential to replace the dollar. So that's kind of one first thing to think about when someone introduces a new stablecoin. The second thing is, if someone introduces a new stablecoin, you might ask, who would benefit if that stablecoin or that thing, kind of sometimes it's also called flat coin if it's not, if that thing would become the global currency or a global currency, who would benefit from that? And I would say, well, at least I would say personally, I would say it's only worth pursuing such a thing if, well, actually, globally, a lot of people benefit from it and not just, I don't know, 40% in a kind of small investor group that invested early in that thing. So another kind of important thing to think about, whatever money you kind of look at, it's important to get to the core and try to understand how is money coming into circulation? Who essentially controls the mechanisms? Who has the power to issue money? And the answer in Circles is we want to go the radical step and say everyone should have that power. So in Circles, everyone individually has the right and the power to issue their own money. And now kind of the small sentence below. Of course, to make that work, we do it in a very formalized, standardized way so that it's actually possible kind of to deal with all those different forms of money because they are constructed under very simple rules. So Circles, again, has the ambition to create a global alternative form of money, and it boils down to those three very simple rules. Rule number one, every person can issue their own currency, their own form of Circles, at a rate of 1 unit per hour. Number two is a trust mechanism. I can trust others, and essentially that means I'm willing to exchange their Circles one-to-one. I'm willing to do that without being actively involved. And finally, 7% demurrage. At all time, all money, wherever it is, all Circles kind of lose 7% in value per year. And we will go into detail into those. So rule number one, again, under the hood, in circles, we have many different circles. So here on the left side, I see a screenshot from a circuits account, and you see it holds different circles. In another interface, I see kind of from whom I hold circles. But ideally, I still see just my total balance, and I don't need to understand the details. But under the hood, it's important to understand that exists. So in an example, person A, B, C, A holds their own circles, and circles from person B, because they trust B, so they hold 300 A circles, 100 B circles, and they want to transact to person C. But person C does not trust person A, is not willing to accept A circles. How does it work? Okay, through transitive transfers. So A can send 100 of their own circles to B, and B essentially gets 100 circles more, forwards 100 circles, so B kind of, in total, they still have the same amount of circles. But C can accept circles from a person they know and they trust. And yeah, that's how the transitive transfers work. Going to the third rule, the 7% demurrage. Why is that important? And just so again, demurrage means all balances all the time are reduced. And so we have essentially, on a personal level, two forces. So on the one hand, you constantly generate new circles at this 1 circle per hour. And on the other hand, old circles are reduced. And that's important to find this balance. If you would only always introduce new circles to the system, then eventually kind of the total supply of circles would be so large that kind of the newly generated circles would be irrelevant compared to all the circles that are already in existence. So we need those two forces to come to stability. And if you do the simple math, then you can calculate that at 125,000 circles, it exactly kind of evens out, 7% reduction of that and new generation of that. Let's look at a few graphs. So that is actually the red line is actually the rate at which the US dollar has changed in supply. So you see kind of on the, if you look at the very right end here, so roughly here's 5% this line, so 7% is this line. So on average, the US dollar is also growing at 7% per year. Well, crazy exception in the last years, but so 7% is in line with what the dollar is doing. Here is the view of you as an individual. Kind of, again, there are two forces. So if you hold exactly those 125,000, or one way to look at it is there's a 7% tax on all money. So every money all the way is always taxed at 7%, and that tax is used to redistribute it to everyone as UBI. So that means if you hold this 125,000 circles, the tax you're kind of paying is exactly equal to your own issuance. If you own more, your tax rate will kind of, as you own infinity, your tax rate will approach 7%. If you own less, of course, you kind of pay negative tax, so you get more than you pay. Finally, another graph, that would be just your personal circles balance if you would live for 80 years. So kind of in the beginning, it would grow linearly. You are just minting, or you are creating circles. Eventually, kind of you reach 125,000, so kind of the force of the 7% decay and the new issuance kind of evens out. Well, then let's say at 80 you die, so you stop issuing, and then essentially only the decay of 7% would kick in. Overall, in the circle system, the total supply of circles always converges to this magic number, 125,000 times number of people in the system. And I think that's super important to have that connection. So money needs to be connected to people, because as on the very first slide, money is an agreement between people. So Circles is not a startup. It's not a it's not a startup. It's an idea. It's maybe a dream. Quick introduction about history. So the idea initially is quite old, even older than that. 10 years ago, described as a fork of Bitcoin, because back then Bitcoin was the only thing. Presented then early in the Ethereum community, that was at DEFCON 1 in London many years ago, where Circles was also already presented. And finally, after kind of, well, 8 years from the first blog post to it launched in 2020 on back then XDAI, today Gnosis chain, and went quite viral back then. So that is how the trust graph formed. So here you see the first people. 2 hours later, it looked like that. A day later, it looked like that. And 2-3 weeks later, it looked like that, with over 100,000. With over 200,000 accounts building this huge web of trust. But at the same time, we had this extremely successful launch. This is the number of signups. Then it had flattened out significantly. That's a mix of reasons, kind of sometimes technical stuff. So some things were simply not ready yet, didn't work. And essentially now, I'm going to tell you how we want to kind of get Circles going again. It doesn't look that bad. So kind of you just saw the signups that were, well, in the beginning very, very lot, but then flattened out. If we just look at transactions, well, we can actually see that we are already in the, well, actually are in a place where we, well, start to see transactions again. Quickly just going over that, few experiments that happened in the years here in Berlin are various places where you can buy and sell with buy stuff with Circles here. Bauer Direct, you can whatever see what you can buy, and here just the more detailed, actual kind of transitive transfer graph. In this case, on the left side, that's me, my account. On the right side, that was this vendor you just saw. And this is how complex such a transaction looks like. Small side note. If you are interested in calculating such a graph, and if you think you can, or in such a path, there's currently trying to hire, because it's quite complex, and we need to get better at that. But yeah, side note. There is an ongoing experiment or a rollout in Indonesia. There was a talk. Well, there was or is already was a talk here at DebCon. You should watch if you want to learn more about what's going on in Bali and Indonesia. So I want to continue to talk about something we call group currency and the concept to again simplify the concept of those many individual tokens. So we absolutely believe that this to put that concept of individual tokens at its core is important to keep the system absolutely decentralized, to keep the system resilient. At the same time, those many tokens, yes, make it harder to integrate things. So very concrete example, I'll go through it. So a simple way to make it easier is to say, okay, we have now, let's say we have person A, we have person B, and we have person C. And essentially what I'm trying to express, I will accept Circles from all those 3 persons. So again, in the Circle system, I can do that. I can trust those 3 people. But to make it simpler, we could create a shared token across them. And that is what we call a group currency. So in this case, we create a group currency and we say this group currency is one-to-one backed by those individual tokens. So essentially any one of those individuals can go and deposit their token into the contract. And so they deposit 10 individual tokens, they mint 10 group tokens. And that, of course, then makes it much easier, because then you just have this one token. It's easy to put that on a DEX. It's easy to put that in a wallet. Again, much easier to deal with a simple token. So here, again, just the rules. Yeah, you can have various kind of groups. You can have various forms of governance. But in the end, it boils down to the mechanism just described. Here, just a screenshot to an interface, how to manage those groups, create new groups, add members. Examples for groups, it could be members of a DAO, it could be something calculated on the trust or on the web of trust. You can calculate a score, a trust score to people based on their connection in the graph. You can have local groups. You can have things like number 5. You can have some form of verification process, proof of humanity, bright ID, well, theoretical, maybe world ID, whatever. Yeah, I'll skip that one. So just Elinor Ostrom, great economist, talking about how commons should be governed. I think those principles should be applied to the groups, but let's go on. Let's talk about the concrete experiment we did here for DebCon. So at DebCon, we wanted to do exactly that. We wanted to accept circles, and we did. So you could, had the option to buy the DebCon ticket also with circles. So we had to decide whom circle should we accept. And so we set this up, very experimental thing. So you could deposit 1 GNO of liquidity against your own personal tokens, and then you would be introduced into this group or added to this group, and then those were the circles that were accepted. Here was the interface, and that means you hadn't to be a member of the group yourself, but you had to be connected to someone who was a member. Yeah, again, here, humans of Gnosis. And let's look into it into more detail and try to understand the mechanics. So let's say here, the green ones are the members. The members in DebCon, the organizational account, they trust all the members. And let's try to understand the capacity. So let's assume here each of those people has 1,000 circles. And a ticket would cost also 1,000 circles. Then that means DebCon only accepts circles from those 5 people here. So in total, there are only 5,000 circles that are eligible. So that means in total, those guys can also buy a ticket because they have the trust connection. So this guy can send his circles to her, and those circles are accepted. But in total, once 5 tickets are sold, then all the circles that are eligible are sitting here in the DebCon account, and no one can buy further tickets because, again, DebCon has basically is not accepting anyone's money anymore. So what can happen is that this person, or basically that those 5 buy a ticket, and then even those have circles, but they hold, so this person, let's say, holds the circles from that person, so they hold enough circles, but they still couldn't buy the ticket because, again, DebCon only accepts their circles. So let's look at the slightly different configuration. So here we still have the 5 people that are trusted by DebCon, but in this case, this person only trusts people, is only connected to people who are also in this green group. So that means they can never end up in a situation where they hold circles that are not accepted. So they can always buy a ticket. Then here, out of that group, any 2 can buy, because, so let's say those 2 can transitively connect here, and then essentially those 2 circles are paid. So again, out of this group, it's 2, and out of that group, it's only 1. So basically, if this guy here buys a ticket, then moves their circles there, and then this here becomes the bottleneck. Things change, of course, as soon as, let's say, DebCon initially receives all those circles, but then they spend it again. So let's say here's a caterer, and they accept those circles. Then the circles come into circulation again, and then they could be used to buy more tickets. Just giving an outlook. So as mentioned, there are many forms to create group currencies. Proof of humanity is one of those. It's a concept to, you upload a video and prove that you're a human. And again, one can build a group currency based on that. A quick theoretical thought of what should be the value of an individual circles token. And it should be it should be for your individual circuits, it should be kind of the maximum or the maximum value of all the things you are connected with. So simple example, if you are in 5 groups, so you have the ability to to convert your individual tokens to group 1, to group 2, to group 3, to group 5, then the value of your individual circle should be as valuable as the most valuable group you are in. Because, I mean, like, let's say the group 1 is worth, I don't know, 50 cents, group 2, 60 cents, and so on. Then, of course, you would create in the most valuable one. Again, and from the group perspective, it's quite the opposite. So from a group perspective, the group money is worth the same as the minimum of all the members. There cannot be a member whose tokens are worth less than the group money. Quick kind of outlook saying Circles has use cases beyond money because we create this huge web of trust. And actually, this web of trust has economic incentives behind it. Because if you trust someone, you are kind of, in a way, taking a risk because you're willing to accept their circles. And that is, to some extent, a risk because, again, if that person is trusted by no one else, you end up with circles you can't use and you can't spend, and you lose your own valuable circles. So kind of this is an incentivized web of trust, so it's quite robust. So of course that can be used to build a rating system, social recovery, or just connected with other social graphs we have, like POAP, Lens. Just the example kind of, as you know, we have those nice POAPs, and they themselves kind of form a social graph. So kind of I met Patricio, and 116 people also met Patricio, and of course those connections you can also use as a social graph and overlay it with circles. Two kind of just mentions. Right now, everything in Circles is public. Trust connections are public, payment is public. There is certainly concern for privacy. So just an outlook, we are working on it. That's kind of a version of, or like similar to how Tornado used to work, specifically for Circles. There's another project related to Circles or coming out of Circles, Circles Entropy, that tries to even, so here payments are made private. Here the goal is to even make the trust connections private. Giving an outlook. So there was a lot of complexity in this talk, I guess. And really what our goal now is we are still extremely convinced that the concept at its core makes sense, but we need to package or need to package it or provide it in such a way that it's super simple. And I mean, of course, the analogy is every one of you is using the dollar every day, and it's just very simple to use. Of course, the dollar itself is extremely complex, and kind of the processes of everything that's under the hood is quite complex, but yeah, it's completely abstracted away from you. And our goal is to achieve the same for Circles. Few concrete initiatives. We are building a Gnosis wallet with state-of-the-art account abstraction, using the safe. You won't need a seed phrase and all those things. And Circles will be a first-class citizen of that. We want to establish, kind of had experimentally this Humans of Gnosis, probably just a Gnosis circle, so a liquid version of Circles that is widely accepted, at least within the Gnosis chain ecosystem. And many of you might have heard of Gnosis Pay, kind of this thing with a card. And through that, we can integrate Circles and maybe not start something where you can pay the full amount in Circles, but something like if you use the card, you can pay 2%, 5% of the value in Circles. So in that way, kind of start the path to making Circles globally acceptable. So thank you very much. Let's bring better money to the world that's actually decentralized and serves humans first.
Thanks so much.
I think I'm over time, but as I am the last, I think we can still allow.
It's true, indeed. We have time for questions, as long as everybody is not tired. There and there.
Yeah, hello. if this gets adopted, which I very much hope for, how will transaction fees be paid and computation costs be paid? Like, is the idea maybe to have Gnosis chain validators being part of the system?
Yeah, I mean, by default, transaction fees would be paid in the same way as any other transaction. So currently, the default fee payment token on Gnosis chain is XDAI. So transaction fees are paid in XDAI. We are indeed looking into ways, kind of with the humans of Gnosis or Gnosis circles, I already hinted at it, that you have to, or kind of in the way you did it was to kind of deposit GNO, and that would give a nice possibility that GNO is staked, and those kind of become Gnosis or circles validators, and they might decide to so essentially it's up to the validator what they accept as fee payment. So absolutely, having circles validators would be amazing, and those could accept kind of the circles, Gnosis circles, let's say.
Martin, can you please give more details about your vision for the integration between Gnosis Pay and Circles UBI?
Right. So yeah, I quickly hinted at it. So I mean, many card programs have some form of whatever cashback or something like that. And yeah, there would be. Well, we are exploring the possibilities to say, okay, if you pay something for $100, well, maybe still 98% of that you need to pay in dollars in stablecoin. But a small fraction, let's say 2%, you could pay in circles. Of course, what would need to happen under the hood is that something like this Gnosis circles exists, and that's actually liquid and also can be exchanged for dollars or euros. That's at least, I mean, then it's immediately possible to kind of, I mean, then in reality, the merchant is still kind of just accepting dollars, but from a user perspective, you can partially use circles. Of course, ultimately, the goal is to get the merchant also to accept circles in some form. That's, of course, much more, complicated to get them to do that. But short term, we can offer those interesting, kind of almost like a cashback program.
Right up here at the front, and then over there on the right after.
Thank you, super interesting. Do you make a difference between private and company accounts, and how could that be? Because as a private person, I want to trust other private person, but as a company, I can't trust every of my customer.
Right. So yes, absolutely, we do. I mean, the biggest difference is, or we call them organizational wallets. So the biggest difference is organizational wallets don't get UBI. So an individual account always kind of is also in the business of issuing money. And organizational accounts can trust others and can decide to accept those circles, but they can't be trusted, or you cannot trust them because there is nothing to, I mean, they don't have their own token in a way. So you just need to trust they hold balances of people, and you trust those people, not the organization. So that's different, number one. I agree, like as a shop, or even as Debcon who's selling tickets, you should not trust all your customers. That's not the point. So the point is to trust, people the point is you trust people you are close with, and then kind of there's a transitive pass. Of course, like for businesses, it absolutely does make sense to create those, in a way, curated lists, and that's kind of the group currency idea. So you kind of outsource this decision of whom to include to someone else, and you just say, okay, I trust whoever is on that list, or whoever is, and again, the lists could be this Gnosis circle we are trying to set up, but of course also some verification mechanism, or basically as a business, ideally you kind of just accept circles that are accepted by others as well, because that's also what you're most interested in. If I receive those circles, will I be able to spend those circles again?
Thank you for your talk.
money in the real world is based on productivity and what you can offer against it.
Right.
So there are jobs that are going to be harder to do, which a lot of people might give up on because they already have access to free money, so why bother? Universal basic income is only about helping people who really need it, not about having everybody sort of equalize their income levels. I can see how your system can still be used to be rich, but I am concerned that being rich is not going to be anybody's motive anymore because they can sort of have enough money for all of their needs. So overall, the society is going to get poorer and poorer in terms of productivity eventually.
Okay, maybe a few things. So first of all, it's absolutely possible. So UBI should not be kind of misunderstood for everyone gets the same. So everyone gets the same UBI, but of course, on top of that, you can absolutely become rich. The difference in circles is the only way to become rich is to to get a lot of circles from a lot of people, and that essentially means you gave value to a lot of people because you somehow offered something. So that they will be willing to give their circles to you because you offered them something. So in circles, all money is kind of created bottom up. So the only way to get rich is to offer a lot of people services. In our today's world, money is kind of more created top down. So it's absolutely possible to just create money, or kind of if you're at the top, it's actually much easier to create money, and kind of the theory is, it trickles down, which often it does not. That I would say. The second thing I would say is, to your point about productivity, in circles, where does the value come from in a way? So in circles, it's kind of everyone first, it's your individual responsibility to, you are issuing your own token. It's kind of your responsibility to say, what are you offering for it? Of course, there, in that sense, it's extremely individualistic. Of course, as soon as you kind of create those trust connections or become a member of groups, it becomes a collective thing. Then, if there is a big group, it's kind of no longer only the responsibility of every individual to kind of provide products and productivity for that money. It's kind of a collective thing for the whole group. And I think that's, of course, extremely important because ultimately every form of UBI, if UBI allows UBI is always kind of needs to be a mix of some people being net receiver and some people being net spender, but every form of UBI, or if you're a receiver in the UBI, it always needs to come from others, so it needs to come from a group. So groups are a crucial piece here. All right, I think I
think this will be the last one.
Okay, sorry for being last. How do you handle the multiple wallet per person problem? If your game is actually to push one circle per person per hour?
You mean that
like if one person would hold, like, I don't know, 5 different wallets, and then he would receive 5 circles per hour.
Right. Okay. So yes. So kind of this is a Sybil attack problem. So yes, as an individual, you could, I could go right now and create 10,000 circuits accounts. I can just do that on the blockchain. The point is, unless I get people to trust those accounts, they are completely worthless. So if I create an account right now and it's trusted by no one accepts those tokens, well then they exist, but who cares? No one cares. So the point is, yes, you could do 2 wallets, or you could have 5 wallets, or whatever. But the people. I mean, the point is you couldn't get to your. Or the idea is that you can't go to your friends and say, please trust me 5 times. So the idea is, you collect your trust connections in one account, and there is kind of this. It's essentially this. We are outsourcing this problem kind of to the individuals to determine who's real and kind of also enforce this rule that everyone is only signing up once.
Okay, that's the end of the questions for today. And something that hasn't yet been mentioned, but very relevant to this talk, is that there is a Circles marketplace tomorrow afternoon.
So I think kind of in the hall next to us there is a small kind of booth or where things are can be bought for Circles. That's point one. I think tomorrow in the evening after DebCon, there is a Circles, or kind of specifically the Circles entropy, this kind of privacy focused version of Circles. That is also happening.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for sticking around.